Chapter 1340, the third floor of the Divine Beast Island. On the Divine Beast Island filled with divine beasts and demonic beasts, there was a human man in the forest. At this time, the man picked up a wooden coffin and waved it in boredom. Didn't you say it would be difficult? So boring. I can't even see the shadow of a divine beast. This floor is so boring. The little beast squatted on the ground and drew something on the ground with a small wooden stick. After a while, many people appeared on the ground. Dad Luchan, Little Furball, who was eating, Little Yuan, who was in the form of a white tiger, Big Yellow, who was sleeping, Big Sister Green, who was grinding medicine, and Yifan, who was bedding. The little beast looked at the portrait on the ground and silently shed tears. In the past, even if it was separated from Luchan, at least it had companions. Now, for this divine beast island, the divine, martial immortals separated them. Too much. When I go out, I must find a chance to teach that divine, martial immortal senior a lesson. The little beast angrily threw away the wooden coffin and messed up the portrait on the ground. Roar. A roar came from afar. The little beast stood up and looked in the direction of the sound. Dad, when I go out this time, I have to kill Qianji and deal with the myriad races' war. No, I have to improve my strength. Thinking of this, the little beast rushed toward the direction of the sound. If Lu Chun was here, he would be amazed by the little beast's speed. It was faster than before. Another divine beast island, the fourth floor. It was late at night. The moon hung high in the sky. Under the moonlight, corpses piled up like a mountain in a cave, almost covering the entrance of the cave. From time to time, screams could be heard from the cave, making the night even more gloomy and terrifying. After a while, the screams in the cave finally stopped, but the smell of blood became stronger. Not long after, a black shadow that was dozens of meters long appeared from the entrance of the cave, sprinkling on the terrifying mountain of corpses. As the owner of the shadow walked out, its shadow became shorter and shorter. Finally, a small white mouse jumped out from the huge pile of corpses. The little beast held a piece of meat in its hand and sat alone on the mountain of corpses, gnawing on the meat while looking at the moonlight. Squeak, squeak, squeak. When can I go out? The food here is almost finished. I will go to the next floor tomorrow. Similarly, on the fourth floor of a certain divine beast island, a group of divine beasts and magical beasts were crazily attacking a white tiger. The white tiger wasn't too big, but its body was well proportioned, and its muscles were full of power. At this moment, it was collecting yellow pearls formed from the regrets of some mythical beasts, completely ignoring the attacks of a large group of demons and ghosts behind it. Not only could these attacks not hurt it, but it could also absorb the attacks, and a part of it would be converted into its attack bonus. Boss should be able to use these beast core fossils. These beast core fossils contained much more spiritual energy than ordinary beast cores, and they also contained some elemental power. Of course, the little critter could use it as well, but he would make it himself. Moreover, the elemental power wouldn't be of much use to the little critter, so it was better to give it to the boss. The three beasts were all training on their respective god beast islands. At the same time, another person was also very busy. Qianji wanted He Yan to speed up the myriad tribe immortal battle. It was just that there were too many races involved. Even though they had already won enough support from the other races, they still couldn't do anything. It was just that this was an extraordinary matter, and it was not something that could be completed in 2 or 3 years. After a busy day, He Yan returned to the Qianji Grotto Heaven and knocked on the door of a training room. Qianji, Hong Yu, the Celestial, said that it's useless to be anxious now. It will take at least 3 to 4 years. He Yan said as he leaned against the wall. There was no response from the training room, and He Yan was not surprised. He turned around and prepared to leave. At this moment, the stone door of the cultivation room directly turned into nothingness. This is the stone door of the training room. It's the most sturdy stone door, and it's even protected by a defensive array. Hei Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. Instantly, a cloud of black fog charged towards Hei Yan. Hei Yan did not expect that, and was unable to dodge in time. After the black fog destroyed the special stone door, it disappeared again. A person walked out of the training room and looked at Hei Yan. Qianji. Hei Yan looked at the person in disbelief. Is the sky-devouring dark tide completed? The person who walked out of the training room was Qianji. Qianji smirked. Solipsistic, my sky-devouring dark tide is finally completed. For the past 2 years, Qianji could not sleep at night whenever he thought of the guy who entered the 10,000 spirit ancient realm. Now, he finally had the confidence to do so. Ha ha. Solipsistic, I wish you were right in front of me right now. That way, I can kill you with my own hands. Ha ha. Hei Yan looked at Qianji, who was laughing maniacally, and said softly, Congratulations. Now, if Lone Tyrant really comes to us one day, we'll be able to give him a surprise. Hei Yan's words hit the nail on the head. At this moment, Hei Yan was even more pleased with himself. Everyone says that Lone Tyrant is strong in battle. If people see that I killed him with my own hands, they will definitely be shocked. Qianji, are you confident that you can defeat him now? After all, Lone Tyrant has also entered the myriad spirit ancient realm. If he can enter the ancient realm once or twice, his strength might increase by leaps and bounds in 2 reincarnations every 200 years. Of course, Qianji said angrily. It was his first instinct. But after a while, Qianji calmed down and said, So what if he went through 3 reincarnations in 3 years? The War of the 10,000 Races has entered its final stage. In less than 3 years, the 10,000 races will start the War of the 10,000 Races against the human race. So what if he is strong? Is it possible that he can fight against the 10,000 races, celestial sovereigns alone? Qianji frowned. However, I am looking forward to killing him with my own hands. This way, I will have to strengthen my control of the sky-devouring dark tide. Also, if I can fully master the 3 heavenly spells of the sky-devouring dark tide control skill, no matter how strong he is, he will not be my opponent. Hei Yan, don't be careless about the War of the 10,000 Races. I will look for Hongyu and ask him to let me enter the Xianling Tower to cultivate. Although the 10,000 spirits ancient realm is mysterious, the benefits are not stable. The Xianling Tower is definitely more stable than the 10,000 spirits ancient realm. Hei Yan nodded. Okay, Lu Chen knew nothing about the outside world. He only had one thing on his mind, which was to completely immerse himself in cultivation. In the state of selflessness, he had become a part of the galaxy. He was one with the spiritual chi, one with the galaxy, and one with the heaven and earth. Rays of light passed through his body, leaving behind a large amount of spiritual chi. Another half a year passed. Lu Chen no longer had any hope of entering the ancient realm. He only hoped that he would not waste this opportunity to cultivate in the 10,000 spirits ancient realm. Suddenly, a ball of starlight passed through Lu Chen's body. However, this ball of starlight was different from the previous ones. This ball of starlight did not disappear. Instead, it enveloped Lu Chen. Almost at the same time, Lu Chen was forced out of the state of selflessness. Then, an unprecedented dizziness came over him. It was as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. Chapter 1341. When Lu Chen opened his eyes, he was in a state of shock. Perhaps stupefied wasn't enough to describe Lu Chen's current feelings. When he saw an old woman with a smiling face full of wrinkles carrying his naked body out, Lu Chen's brain was actually in a state of shutdown. Master, Master, you've given birth. It's a boy. The old woman shouted excitedly. Madam, Madam, it's a boy. A pale and haggard woman glanced at Lu Chen and revealed a gratified smile. Aya, why isn't this child crying? The midwife suddenly realized the problem. Another old woman hurriedly said, Quickly hit him a few times. Don't choke on the amniotic fluid. Lu Chen was at a loss as he felt himself being lifted up by someone. Soon, his buttocks were fiercely slapped a few times. It was very painful, but for some reason, Lu Chen couldn't activate celestial demon symbiosis or dragon god protection. Even the strength of his physical body was extremely weak. However, Lu Chen felt that he could still endure it. Why isn't he crying? Don't tell me he's a mute. Hit him a little harder. He must cry out. Slap, slap, slap. A few extremely crisp sounds rang out again. Lu Chen only felt that his buttocks were about to be smashed open. I fought hundreds of rounds with a 9-star Sengoku and didn't even frown. In the end, I can't even fight back in front of a midwife. What was even worse was that now, should she cry? In any case, I'm a 16-star human king. It's a little too embarrassing to cry. If I don't cry, it seems that as long as I don't cry, I'll have to endure a few more hits. Seeing that the child wasn't crying, the haggard woman, who had just calmed down, became anxious again. Don't tell me he's really 10 newts. The midwife's movements were as fast as lightning. Lu Chen couldn't see her techniques clearly at all. Moreover, her attacks were extremely swift and fierce. Lu Chen only felt that her attacks were far above Lian Hua's. Lu Chen was shocked. This midwife couldn't be some venerable celestial, right? So strong. After enduring a few waves, Lu Chen couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into tears. Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's not a mute. It's not a mute. The midwife shouted outside the door. Master, I'll bring the child out right away. Please wait a moment. After saying that, she did not forget to tease the baby in her arms. I've never seen such a stubborn child. This little guy's temper is really stubborn. I almost thought you were a little mute. Look at his little eyes. He's like a little adult. He'll definitely be smart in the future. The midwife wrapped Lu Chen up tightly and handed him over to a middle-aged man. When the man saw Lu Chen, he laughed so hard that his beard trembled. Tai, hold the baby. I'll go check on Madam. The man didn't forget about his wife, who had just given birth. He handed the baby to his trusted subordinate, Tai. This name made Lu Chen feel even more familiar. This was because when he was at the 5th layer of heaven, he had met a native called a Tai. It was a Tai who had given the Origin God Medallion to Lu Chen. However, a Tai's fate was very tragic. In the end, he was killed by one of the 7 gods, the Lion King. This Tai was obviously not the same Tai. The way he carried the baby was a little stiff. He was also big and burly and looked a little too valiant. However, the way he looked at Lu Chen now was like a man of steel with tenderness. Young master, why are you so ugly? The midwife glanced at a Tai. What are you talking about? Children are all like this when they're just born. This child is already good-looking enough. Tai laughed. Granny Lee, what do you know? What's the use of a man being so good-looking? A man should aspire to achieve great things like master. No matter what the others' reactions were, Lu Chen still didn't know how to react. He now understood that he was a baby being carried here and there by a group of people. It wasn't as if someone would lift his blanket and check his body. In any case, he was powerless to resist. Since he couldn't resist, he could only accept it. So be it. I won't lose anything anyway. Speaking of which, Could it be that he had entered the ancient realm? That seemed to be the only possibility. Who would have thought that he would finally encounter an ancient realm in the last year? In this world, he would grow up as a baby. Since he hadn't lost his memories, this meant that he could cultivate here for 100 years. At present, he still couldn't feel the density of spirit chi around him. Perhaps he was still too young. Right now, he couldn't even control his own hands and feet. How could he possibly enter a cultivation state? Young master seems to be hungry. Quick, call the wet nurse over. Lu Chen's face darkened. Wet nurse. But he really was hungry. There was no lust, only appetite. Damn it, when would he be able to get past infancy? Lu Chen had a new name. He was also called Lu Chen. However, his father wasn't called Lu Yuan, but Lu Xian. His mother's name was Yueqin. Lu Chen originally didn't have any feelings for this pair of cheap parents. In the ancient realm, these memories were useless. The more he remembered them, the more likely it would have a negative effect on his Tao heart. However, Lu Chen didn't want to remember them. After a long time, his father's teachings, his mother's careful care, and his parents' love for him gradually made Lu Chen develop some feelings for them. It wasn't just his parents. Bodyguard Atai, wet nurse Madame Su, and everyone else in the Lu residence. After interacting with them day and night, Lu Chen couldn't help but remember them. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chen was already 5 or 6 years old. He had finally gotten past the babbling and toddling period of infancy. Now, he ran around the courtyard all day and did some strange things. For example, he chased butterflies or looked at flowers and birds curiously for a long time. I'm the great 16-star Savage King. How could I not see flowers and plants? Why do I have to do these things? Lu Chen didn't understand at all. However, his brain was filled with curiosity about the new things here, just like a normal child. Lu Chen thought of Guang's words. Your memories will indeed be retained, but every time you reincarnate, it's as if you've experienced a new life. Yes, if he wasn't interested in anything, he wouldn't be a 5 or 6-year-old child. On Lu Chen's 6th birthday, his father announced 2 important things. The first was that his mother was pregnant again. The second was that Lu Chen would participate in the Tianyuan continent's spirit meridian test in a month. Chen, I have to go on a long journey. You're already 6 years old. We Tianyuan people open our spirit meridians at the age of 6 and take the first spirit meridian test. In this month, your Uncle Atai will teach you the relevant knowledge. You have to learn more. Lu Chen asked, Father, I still can't sense spiritual energy. Lu Xian couldn't help but laugh. Of course you can't sense spiritual energy. You open your spirit meridians at the age of 6. You can only really sense them after the age of 10. This test is mainly to test the level of your spirit meridians. You don't have to do anything. You just have to take the test. Lu Chen nodded blankly. It seemed that he could only start cultivating when he was 10 years old. That should be the time when his original body started cultivating. This was his only chance to enter the ancient realm. He had to seize this opportunity. Chapter 1342. Lu Chen had been in the Tianyuan continent for many years and had gained some understanding of the continent. The Tianyuan continent was a human world where martial arts were respected and the strong were respected. Their martial arts ranks were completely different from those of the 9 heavens. From low to high, they were divided into spiritual knight, spiritual cultivator, spiritual master, spiritual supreme, spiritual king, spiritual emperor, spiritual immortal, spiritual deity, and heavenly spirit. Every rank was further divided into 9 stars. Regardless of whether it was using swords, spears, rods, talismans, weapons, or any other unorthodox skills, they were all divided according to this level. Of course, there were also alchemy, weapons, talismans, and other auxiliary skills that were divided into different levels. It was just that the number of people in these professions was extremely small and could be said to be as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. The rarer something is, the more valuable it is. There were only 3 countries in the Tianyuan continent, Tianwu, Tiansheng, and Tianwei. The 3 countries were evenly matched in strength and were constantly at war, dividing the Tianyuan continent into 3. Lu Chen never thought that he would be reincarnated into such a big family. The Lu family was one of the 3 big families in Tianwu country's border city, Tianzi City. The old man of the Lu family was the right-hand man of Tianzi City's mayor, Yan Bei. He was quite strong and had already reached the level of a 2-star spiritual paragon. Lu Xian was the 2nd son in the family, and his position was lower than his eldest brother Lu Xian and 3rd brother Lu Wu. However, under the old man's teachings, the Lu family was not allowed to have any internal strife. The 3 brothers had gone through life and death together many times and were very close to each other. The Lu family did not have any internal strife like the other big families, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Under such a relaxed environment, Lu Chen's childhood was also very carefree. Although the family was very harmonious, the continent still respected martial arts. Therefore, Lu Chen's spiritual pulse test was very important. Chen, your father is out on business and won't be able to make it in time for your test. Tai pulled the little Lu Chen to the training ground in the backyard. Tai squatted down and rubbed Lu Chen's head. But you can't be careless. When the time comes, all the big clans in Natural Selection City will come to watch. There will also be a few brats from other clans taking the test with you. If your results are outstanding, you might even be able to swindle a concubine back. Lu Chen was shocked. Even if he didn't count the time he spent cultivating in space-time, he was already 40 years old, and he was still single. Could it be that in the ancient realm, he'd be able to find a girlfriend at the age of 6? Tai smirked. Hee, are you tempted? Let me think among the little girls around your age. Oh, Sikong clan's Sikong, Yen, Su clan's Suling, MHM. At such a young age, they are all full of life and are definitely beauties. Lu Chen frowned slightly. Uncle Tai, why are you staring at the little girl all day long? Don't you know that it takes 3 years? What 3 years? You little brat, what are you talking about? Don't I have to keep an eye out for you? Tai glared at Lu Chen. Since young, I've always said that you matured early. Sure enough, I wasn't wrong at all. Uncle Tai, weren't you the one who started this topic? I'm only going to test my spiritual pulse, not to find a wife. Weren't you the one who told me to swindle a concubine back? Didn't I tell you to be prepared? Lu Chen looked at Tai's flustered appearance and couldn't help but snicker. Uncle Tai, why did you ask me to come to the martial arts field? Lu Chen stopped teasing Tai and finally returned to the topic at hand. Finally skipping over the previous topic, Tai heaved a sigh of relief and became serious again. In the past, you were still young, so Master didn't let you come into contact with knowledge related to spiritual energy. But now that you're 6 years old, it's time for you to learn some basic knowledge. Moreover, although your spiritual pulse hasn't opened before the spiritual pulse test, there are already some signs. Tai seemed to have transformed into Lu Chen's first teacher. Today, I'll teach you some basic knowledge. You have to pay attention. Lu Chen nodded. The spiritual pulse test is about to begin, so let's start with the spiritual pulse. The so-called spiritual pulse is the spiritual energy channel formed in the body after absorbing the essence of heaven, earth, sun, and moon. It's the most important condition in future battles. We can't absorb primitive spiritual energy directly, but after tens of thousands of years, spiritual energy blends with everything, such as mountains, rivers, hurricanes, Flame's spiritual energy exists in different forms and flows through different channels. The spiritual pulse of martial artists is affected by nature and will exist in different forms. Why do we have to form the spiritual pulse first? Because with the spiritual pulse, when you absorb spiritual energy in the future, the spiritual energy will have a channel and then form the spiritual nucleus. There are thousands of spiritual pulse attributes. Even if the attributes are the same, there are different levels of strength. For example, let Uncle Tai show you. As he spoke, Tai took out a transparent pearl. This is the Heavenly Essence Pearl. When the time comes for the test, you'll use the Heavenly Essence Pearl. Tai placed his hand on the pearl. 4 thin, yellow threads quickly gushed out from the bottom of the pearl and flowed into Tai's palm. However, due to the confinement of the pearl, the yellow threads were still trapped in the pearl. Uncle Tai, what does this mean? Lu Chen asked. The Heavenly Essence Pearl contains chaotic spiritual energy. It's the spiritual energy when the world was first formed. It contains all elements and can also transform into all elements. The spiritual energy is like a water stain. If you draw a channel beside the water stain, will the water stain flow along the channel? This is also the function of our spiritual pulse. My spiritual pulse is a 4-star Earth spiritual pulse. After the chaotic spiritual energy sensed my spiritual pulse, part of it condensed into Earth elemental spiritual energy. These 4 thin threads of spiritual energy want to flow along the spiritual pulse. However, they are trapped in the Heavenly Essence Pearl and can't be absorbed by me. Lu Chen suddenly understood. Those thin threads were the spiritual threads that he saw when he observed the spiritual pulse. Come, although your spiritual pulse will only fully open in a month, there are some signs now. Let me see what attribute your spiritual pulse has. Lu Chen followed Tai's request and placed his hand gently on the Heavenly Essence Pearl. 1 second, no reaction. 2 seconds, no reaction. 30 seconds, the Heavenly Essence Pearl did not move at all. Lu Chen looked up and saw Tai's eyebrows knitted together. Uncle Tai, is it because my spiritual pulse has no elemental attribute? Tai was in a daze. After being awakened by Lu Chen, he stammered. How is that possible? I was too impatient. It's still too early to test you now. Well, let's call it a day. Don't bite off more than you can chew. I'll leave the Heavenly Essence Pearl here. Go play with it first. Lu Chen did not know what was so fun about him, but he happily ran off. He still could not get rid of his childish nature. After Lu Chen left, Tai fell into deep thought again. After the age of 6, the spiritual pulse could not be accurately measured, but it definitely existed. Even if the spiritual pulse had not formed, as long as it could affect the chaotic spiritual energy, then the elemental attribute could definitely be measured. In fact, many people could measure the elemental attribute before the age of 6. But did not have any elemental attribute at all. At this moment, a thought lingered in his mind, born with a crippled spiritual pulse. No, it's impossible. Has been smart since he was young, far surpassing ordinary people. He can't. What am I thinking? Tai picked up the Heavenly Essence Pearl with a heavy heart. When he picked up the pearl, he suddenly realized that there was something wrong with it. The entire pearl was vibrating. Tai stood there in shock. Chapter 1343. Before Tai could react, the Heavenly Essence Orb in his hand exploded. An earth shield appeared in front of Tai, blocking the shrapnel. This level of damage naturally couldn't hurt Tai, but Tai's mind was in a mess. The Heavenly Essence Orb didn't show any elemental spiritual threads. Why did it explode? Tai couldn't understand. Could it be that the heavenly essence orb's lifespan is up? Looking at Lu Chun playing with his cousins, Tai's heart was filled with suspicion. 1 month later, today was the big day for Lu Chen's spiritual pulse test. Everyone in the Lu residence was busy as all the major families in Heaven Choice City came to visit. There were many guests today, and as his mother was pregnant, she didn't help to receive the guests, only sitting in the audience area. Chen, do you want a younger brother or a younger sister? Mother Yueqin looked at Lu Chun with a smile, her eyes full of love. Mother, I hope it's a younger sister. Lu Chun said. Yueqin smiled like a flower. You also like younger sisters? But if it's really a younger sister, you will love her, dote on her, love her, and be a good brother. Mother, is it really a younger sister? That's great. Chen, will definitely dote on a younger sister. Yueqin stroked Lu Chen's head and hugged him. Chen, is so obedient. Your father and I only hope that our family will be safe and tidy in the future. Everything else is not important. At this moment, Lu Chen's eyes were moist. Safe and tidy in the future. Wasn't this what he wanted the most? Luckily, he didn't have such a life in the real world, but here, he had such a beautiful family. Lu Chun, the test is about to start. An 11 or 12-year-old boy ran over and bowed to Yueqin. Hello, second aunt. Yueqin smiled. Oh, it's Guer. Chun, Gui, will bring you to the testing area. Remember to be more friendly to the other children. After all, we are the main family. Yes, Chen understands. Lu Chen skipped and followed Lu Gui to the testing area. Brother, what were your results at that time? Lu Chen asked curiously. Lu Gui was much older than Lu Chun and had already been tested. Me? Humph. Your brother's results are incredible. 5-star fire veins. Let me tell you, I took the test at the Sikong family, and many people were shocked by my results. Are you bragging? Lu Gui smiled and looked at Lu Chen. Little brat, why do I feel that every time I talk to you, it's like I'm talking to an adult? Tell me, can you be more like a 6-year-old brat? What am I bragging about? It's true. Lu Gui said, didn't the Sikong clan's martial uncle get engaged to my father? If my grades were bad, would they have taken a liking to me? Lu Chen nodded. Lu Gui flicked Lu Chen's forehead. All right, don't think so much. Even if your results are ugly, it's not up to us to decide. You just focus on the test. The preparation area is right in front. I can't go in, so you go in by yourself. Hey, don't fight with other kids, okay? Lu Gui was really like an older brother, not forgetting to remind Lu Chen. Got it, brother. Lu Chen skipped and ran towards the preparation area. There were already 7 or 8 kids of similar age inside. 4 or 5 boys were chattering and playing around at the side, taking up most of the space. The 2 girls sat quietly at the side. Lu Chen looked around and sat alone at the side. When the 2 girls saw Lu Chen, they looked at each other and walked over together. Hey, you must be Lu Chen. Yes, I am. Lu Chen looked at the 2 fierce little people in front of him with a dumbfounded expression. Let me tell you, don't even think about marrying us. Ling, and I will never marry you. That's right. We want to love freely, just like my sister. We will find someone we like and marry. We will definitely not allow our parents to arrange it. My sister said that a marriage arranged by parents is not a happy one. That's right. Don't be a toad that wants to eat swan meat. We don't like you. Lu Chen looked at the 2 of them in shock. Could these 2 have also transmigrated? Why were they so mature? I really don't have any thoughts about you. I am just here to take the test. After the test, I will leave. Lu Chen was also afraid of these two little girls. The adults outside were done with their work, so the test could finally begin. The 8 kids lined up in a line and entered the testing area from the preparation area. The so-called testing area was the temporary modification of the Lu residence's martial arts field. At this time, there was a huge heavenly essence orb placed in the middle of the field. It was even bigger than Lu Chen. It was probably not on the same level as Uncle Tai's. The Lu family worshipped the heavens and gave speeches. After a long delay, the official test finally began. Lu Yuan, 3 stars water vein. A cheer came from a corner of the administrative area. It seemed that the Lu family was very satisfied with this result. Pu Chang, 2 stars lightning vein. 2 stars might not be very outstanding, but lightning veins are rare. Not bad, not bad. Gu Feng, 1 star fire vein. The Gu family was a little embarrassed. 1 star was already the worst spiritual vein. There was nothing special about a fire vein. It seemed that this child's future would not be too good. The highest score of the previous few children was only 4 stars spiritual veins. Compared to the previous batches, there was nothing special. Next, Su family's Su Ling, 6 stars fire vein, 7 stars wood vein. When the results of Su Ling's test came out, the crowd exploded. Dual spiritual veins, and it's actually fire and with dual spiritual veins. And the dual spiritual veins are so high level. The Su family is going to produce an alchemist. An alchemist must have wood and fire dual spiritual veins and must be higher than 5 stars. This requirement is already 1 in a million, and Ling actually met it. The Su family is so lucky to have such a good seedling that only appears once in 100 years. I've watched so many tests, and this is the first time I've seen an alchemist with my own eyes. However, before the first wave subsided, another wave arose. Si Kong Yen, 8 stars metal spiritual vein, 7 stars water spiritual vein, frost silk again, and an 8 stars spiritual vein. Oh my God, this child from the Si Kong Yen family is going to defy the heavens. This is incredible. This girl's future is limitless. The Si Kong Yen family is probably going to use all their assets to nurture this child. At this moment, the Lu family was starting to get nervous. Old Master Lu stood up involuntarily. Everyone else also looked at the only child on the stage. Next, Lu Chun from the Lu family. Lu Chun walked to the heavenly essence orb. He saw so many concerned gazes. Grandfather, mother, Mother Su, Uncle Tai, first uncle, third uncle, his cousins. He had gone through many tests, but this was the first time so many family members were watching him. At this moment, Lu Chun was in a trance for a moment. Was this the feeling of having a family? It was as if even if the sky fell, he wouldn't feel afraid. He wasn't reincarnated into a family full of scheming, but into such a harmonious family. This feeling was really good. Why is Chun crying? Yueqin looked at Lu Chun worriedly. Chun, no matter what the test results are, it doesn't matter. Chun, do your best. Great God, Tai shouted. Old Master said to be at ease and do the test boldly. Lu Chun, don't be afraid. Just do the test. Your brother will protect you in the future. Lu Gui shouted at Lu Chun while gesticulating with joy. Lu Chun nodded emotionally. This was a family, a complete family, a family that he had never had. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chun placed his hand on the heavenly essence orb. Chapter 1344. When Lu Chun placed his hand on the heavenly essence pearl, the crowd quieted down. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. No spiritual threads were produced from the heavenly essence pearl. Some of the spectators were already whispering, Could he be born with a crippled meridian? That's impossible. The probability of having a crippled meridian is about the same as having a 9-star spiritual meridian. Both are extremely rare. However, before they could finish their words, the crystal ball, which was about the size of Lu Chen, started to vibrate. To be precise, the heavenly essence pearl had been vibrating since the beginning. However, the vibration was very small. Now, it was vibrating at a rate visible to the naked eye. What's going on? Why is the heavenly essence pearl vibrating? Could it be that kid's doing? But he's so young. He can't even move the heavenly essence pearl, let alone cause such a strange vibration. Atai suddenly thought of something and shouted angrily, Get out of the way!" After that, he shot towards the center of the arena like an arrow. Lu Chen quickly ran back. Atai immediately stood in front of Lu Chen and summoned 4 earth shields. Atai had just set up his defense when a loud bang sounded. The heavenly essence pearl had exploded. Everyone in the entire viewing area was dumbfounded. What's going on? Who can tell me what's going on? Even a few 9-star spiritual meridians can't break the heavenly essence pearl. This is the best heavenly essence pearl. This dragon-grade heavenly essence pearl was just sent here. It can't have been used for too long. Why did it explode? What's the grade of Lu Chen's spiritual meridians? Su Ling, and Si Kongyan held each other's hands and were equally shocked. They had never heard of anyone who could break the heavenly essence pearl. It's the chaos spiritual meridians. Suddenly, someone spoke. Only the chaos spiritual meridians can prevent the heavenly essence pearl from producing any spiritual threads. That's because the chaos spiritual meridians attract all the spiritual energy in the heavenly essence pearl. Only under such circumstances would the heavenly essence pearl explode from the inside. That Lu Chen actually has the chaos spiritual meridians that can't be found in 10,000 years. After Yueqin heard that, she felt the world was spinning and she fainted. Lu Chen hadn't gone out to play for the past 2 days. He had been locked in his room. Lu Chen was bored as he stayed in his room. In fact, he did not know that he had a chaos spiritual vein. After all, Uncle Tai had never mentioned this kind of spiritual vein to him. Moreover, the heavenly Yuan pearl could detect it. Most importantly, Lu Chen had no idea what the chaos spiritual vein meant, and why his family had placed him under house arrest after the chaos spiritual vein was detected. At night, the paper window was secretly poked open and a figure crawled in. Lu Chen. Lu Gui looked up at Lu Chen. "Give me a hand, it's stuck." Lu Chen was speechless. He went over to help pull Lu Gui in. "Bro, you've already started cultivating. How could you get stuck climbing through a window?" "I'm just afraid of being seen." "Hey, I went to see second aunt. She's fine." Hearing that his mother was fine, Lu Chen let out a long sigh of relief. But soon his face was full of worry. "Hey, brother, why did they lock me up? What did I do wrong?" Lu Gui shook his head. "Third bro, do you know what the chaos spiritual vein means?" "Why would I ask you if I knew?" "The chaos spiritual vein means—" Lu Gui was about to say something, but he couldn't say it. "Say it." Lu Chen said anxiously. "Don't tell anyone else that I told you." "Of course, why would I betray you?" "Hey, I watched you grow up. I even changed your diapers. I know you won't betray me, but Lu Gui stammered. His face was full of worry that did not match his age. "If you don't say it, I'll scream." Lu Chen said weakly. "I'll say that you want to take me away." "Hey, don't scream. I just said that you won't betray me." Lu Gui covered Lu Chen's mouth. "I'll say it. I'll say it. Third bro, actually, the Lu family is united and rarely fights. You're still young, so you don't know how scary the outside world is. Not only do you have a chaos spiritual vein, but You also have a 9-star chaos spiritual vein. You have to know that this is the best spiritual vein. Lu Chun was not surprised. So, if that's the case, then all the more they shouldn't lock me up. Because Lu Gui gritted his teeth. Because you can snatch a spiritual vein. Ah. Lu Gui leaned over and whispered, not only can you snatch it, but you can also transplant it. Uncle Tai told you before, right? A spiritual vein is like a riverbed or a valley. Before the spirit core is formed, the riverbed or valley can be changed to become a torrent or a mountain breeze. Your spiritual vein is 1 in a million. Now that you haven't formed a spirit core, it's the best time to move to a spiritual vein. There was no need for Lu Gui to continue. Lu Chun was able to reach the 7th heavenly layer. So how could he not understand these principles? In short, the crime of possessing a jade ring. Looking at Lu Chun in deep thought, Lu Gui blamed himself for telling him such cruel news. Ahai, don't worry. Grandfather has already talked to all the guests to keep the secret. Second uncle is also rushing back home from 800 kilometers away. Lu Chun sighed. It seemed like he had caused a huge trouble. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have gone for the test. After so many years, he didn't have a single surviving test stone. He should have expected this. The Lu family had a certain amount of power in the Heaven Choice City, but in the Tianyuan continent, it wasn't worth mentioning. Yet, he had the best spiritual vein in the entire Tianyuan continent. Even if grandfather wanted to seal the guests' mouths, there were so many people, blinded by greed, the news would definitely leak out. Brother, if my spiritual vein was snatched away, what would happen to me? Lu Gui was stunned for a moment. This younger brother of his seemed normal at times, but at other times, he displayed a mentality that didn't match his peers. Brother, just tell me, I'm not that weak. Lu Chun saw through Lu Gui's thoughts and said. Lu Gui sighed. There's a high chance you'll die. Lu Chun sucked in a breath of air. If he died, his body wouldn't be damaged, but this time in the ancient realm would be over. Moreover, even now, Lu Chun was reluctant to leave his parents and family. Lu Chun, everyone in the family is discussing countermeasures. Now, we're just waiting for your father. Just stay here obediently. If you want anything, I'll steal. No, take it for you. Lu Gui patted Lu Chen's shoulder. Lu Chen looked at Lu Gui and smiled. It's good to have a brother like you. Idiot, you're talking nonsense again. We're brothers. Why are you saying these things? Lu Chen nodded heavily. Now, he could only wait for the family's decision. 2 days later, late at night, Lu Chun, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly heard a commotion outside his door. He hurriedly got up and found that outside the door, flames were soaring into the sky. Everywhere, there were sounds of war and shouting mixed together. Suddenly, the door to his room was kicked open. A man covered in blood stood at the door with a saber in his hand. Father! Lu Chun looked at the man in horror. Come with me quickly. Chapter 1345. Father! Lu Chun said anxiously, what happened? It's the Dongfang family, from the imperial capital. There's no time to explain. Let's go. Lu Xian pulled Lu Chun and rushed out of the door. Suddenly, a spiritual sword energy shot from outside the courtyard. Lu Xian tried to block the attack with his Zamadeo. However, the sword energy was too strong. The moment Lu Xian's Zamadeo came into contact with the sword energy, he was sent flying and broke through the wall of Lu Chen's room. Lu Xian protected Lu Chun with all his might, his breathing rapid. Yes, Spirit King. The old man of the Lu family was only a 2-star spirit venerable, but this person was actually a spirit king. It was no exaggeration to say that he alone was enough to flatten the Lu family. Father! Lu Chun looked at the ghastly wound on Lu Xian's shoulder, regretting that he didn't have an immortal body pill. Chenner, before the enemy came, Lu Xian grabbed Lu Chen's shoulder and said anxiously, "Listen to me, this time our Lu family won't be able to escape. Father, they want the spirit vein. I can give it to them." "Silly child, you're too naive. Do you think they'll let us go if you give them the spirit vein? They won't let anyone go." "What about Mother? She's pregnant with my sister. I'll let your mother go out and lie low for a while, but the others—" "Chenner, don't worry about them. Listen to me. That person didn't seem to have noticed you just now. I'll fight with my life to block that person. You find a way to escape. I know you're usually alert. You can definitely do it, right?" "Father, Chenner, answer me." His father, who was always kind, shouted angrily, his blood-red eyes staring at Lu Chen. Lu Chen couldn't bear it. He gritted his teeth and said, "Father, I will definitely live on." "Good. Keep this dagger for yourself." Lu Xian stroked Lu Chen's hair, his heart aching. He forced a smile. "My Chenner is already so big. It's a pity that I can't watch you get married and have children. Look for your grandfather and find your mother. From now on, I'll leave them to you." After saying that, Lu Xian stuffed a dagger into Lu Chen's hand, turned his head, and crashed through the wall. Lu Chen hid in the dark, suppressing his grief. Around the corner in the distance, a middle-aged man in a white robe walked out with an indifferent expression. There was a picture of a golden dragon on his chest. "Lu Xian, I stabbed your father 200 times, but your father refused to tell me the whereabouts of that brat. You really have some backbone. And those brothers of yours, I really don't understand. That Lu Xian is not even his own son, yet he would rather die than reveal Lu Chen's whereabouts. Ha ha! You three brothers are really of one mind." Lu Xian bellowed furiously. "Dongfang clan, my Lu clan has no grudge with you. How dare you kill my father and brother? You guys are insane. Deranged?" That person twirled the sword in his hand and walked leisurely into the courtyard. "Lu Xian, you're not young anymore. How can you still be so naive? The Chaos Spirit Vein isn't something that your Lu clan has the right to possess. So, hand over Lu Chen, and I'll spare your lives. Dream on." Lu Xian bellowed furiously as he charged forward with his saber. Lu Chen's feet felt as though they were filled with lead. He couldn't move at all. However, there was a voice that repeatedly warned Lu Chen to protect his mother. In just 2 moves, 2 more wounds appeared on Lu Xian's body. "Father!" Lu Chen's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Suppressing his grief, he turned around and quietly jumped out of the window. Even though Lu Chen's movements were nimble, he didn't have the slightest bit of cultivation at the moment. Furthermore, his body was only 6 years old. In his panic, he was still seen by a white-robed man. That person frowned as he looked at Lu Chen. He narrowed his eyes slightly. A 6-year-old boy. The Lu clan seemed to only have one. "Lu Chen, ha 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 ha, this is my chance to soar. Come, little brat, stop running. I'll bring you to a safe place." At this moment, a figure suddenly charged out from the darkness and blocked in front of Lu Chen. "Brother," the other party's reaction was fast. Seeing someone charging out, he immediately stabbed his sword. Lu Gui was only a 12-year-old boy. He had only cultivated for 2 years, and his strength was only at the level of a spiritual knight. Even though the white-robed man's level wasn't high, there was no doubt that Lu Gui was no match for him. However, what the other party didn't expect was that Lu Gui didn't even dodge. He directly used his body to block the sword. Not only that, after being stabbed, he didn't hesitate to let the sword pierce through his body. He pounced on that person and used 2 daggers to stab that person's temple. "You little brat! So ruthless. That person was actually killed by Lu Gui just like that. Lu Chun cried as he dragged Lu Gui to the corner of the wall. He used his small hands to block Lu Gui's wound. Brother. Lu Gui panted heavily and looked weakly at Lu Chun. Lu Chun, don't cry. The men of the Lu clan won't cry in front of the enemy. Brother, you will be fine. I will think of a way to save you. I have a way. I should have a way. Little Green. Lu Chun cried as he called out this name. It was a pity that Little Green, who used to be the first to appear, couldn't appear now. Look at you are talking nonsense again. What Little Green? I am still a little flower. Lu Gui forced a smile. Third brother, your life is more precious than mine. You have a 9-star chaos spiritual vein. I am at most an immortal reverend, but you have unlimited possibilities. So, I want to ask you for a favor. Brother, you say, cultivate well. No matter how hard or tiring it is, don't give up. Until one day, when you are strong enough, help grandfather, help father, my mother. Lu Gui was already crying bitterly. Help the Lu clan take revenge. Promise me, otherwise I will not die in peace. Brother, I promise you. Lu Chen's tears fell like rain as he hugged Lu Gui tightly. Ah, that's great. Ha ha. Third brother, I can't steal food for you anymore. Why is it a little cold? Third brother, don't worry about me. Run. No matter how hard Lu Chen tried to endure, he couldn't help but cry at this time. His originally happy life, just like that, suddenly turned into ashes. Brother, I swear I will make the Dongfang clan pay you back 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Lu Chen's eyes were round with tears. He took off his clothes and covered Lu Gui's body. He turned his head and quickly dived into the darkness. The night wind blew, bone-chilling cold. Lu Chen told himself again and again that this wasn't his world, that he didn't belong here in the first place. The reincarnation of the ancient realm would be the most thorough subversion of one's Tao heart. He could even directly commit suicide and leave this world. However, this kind of comfort didn't make him feel any better. He indeed didn't belong here, but all these years his grandfather, father, uncles, Mother Sue, Uncle Tai, and Lu Gui had cared for him, made him clearly feel that this was also his home. He also belonged here. His father risked his life to help him escape, and brother Lu Gui sacrificed his life to save him. The flames of the Lu clan were like the flames of anger in Lu Chen's heart, burning fiercely and more fiercely. There were still pursuers behind him, so Lu Chen quickened his steps. A black shadow swept past quickly and directly hugged Lu Chen, hiding in the forest by the road. Lu Chen looked up and saw that this person was Uncle Tai. Shh, don't make a sound. Uncle Tai's blood-red eyes widened. Because he was too nervous, even the strength in his hands increased. Chapter 1346. Fortunately, the pursuers did not discover them. After the pursuers were far away, Uncle Tai carried Lu Chen on his back and ran towards the suburbs. Uncle Tai, where's my father? Master, he's already... Lu Chen's eyes widened. Father has already met with misfortune. Who's that spirit king? Dongfang Bai of the Dongfang family, a 3-star spirit king. Ah, Tai said fiercely, as if he had firmly remembered this name. But on second thought, Ah Tai said, now is not the time to talk about this. Let's hurry and find your mother. She's definitely not safe there. Lu Chen nodded, but when he grabbed Uncle Tai's shoulder, he suddenly realized that his clothes were wet. The night was too dark, but the smell of blood was even thicker. Lu Chen himself was not injured, so this blood was probably Uncle Tai's. Uncle Tai, you're injured. Tai's voice began to drift. I have to move you. And Madam away, I, I can't stop. Half an hour later, Tai brought Lu Chen to a farmhouse by the lake. He hid in the dark and checked. Seeing that there was no abnormality, he put Lu Chen down. Chen, wait for me here. Also, don't tell your mother about what happened at home, especially Master. Your mother is pregnant now. Lu Chen nodded hard and wiped away the tears on his face. Tai quickly flashed into the farmhouse. Not long after, he pushed a wheelbarrow with a woman and an old man and quickly left the farmhouse, heading towards Lu Chen's direction. Chen, hurry! Lu Chen hurriedly got on the wheelbarrow. Tai pushed the three people and quickly disappeared into the forest. 4 years later, in a farmhouse, a beautiful woman was cooking in the woodshed. A man with a walking stick and a few pieces of firewood in one hand walked in. Madam, these things should be done by me. The man licked the firewood in the stove. The woman smiled. Brother Tai, how many times have I told you? You don't have to call me Madam anymore. You and I are siblings, so the Dongfeng family won't find us. Besides, I've been here for so many years. I'm used to it. After that incident, at least Chun'er and Wan'er are still by my side. I'm already content. Tai let out a long sigh. It had been 4 years since the Lu clan was annihilated. Now, they had concealed their identities and settled down in a village in the Heavenly Saint Empire. It had been more than 3 years. At that time, he had forcefully used his spiritual power, causing his legs to be inconvenient. However, he still had some foundation as a spiritual elder, so he stayed behind to protect the Madam's family. To outsiders, they were a family. Duke Qin was the father, Tai was the elder brother, and Yue Qin was the younger sister. Yue Qin's husband had died in battle at the border, leaving behind 2 children. Such peaceful days, in the blink of an eye, had already been 3 years. Outside the door, an old man came in with some freshly picked vegetables and 2 pieces of meat. Ha ha ha. Today is Chun'er's 10th birthday, so I went to cut 2 pieces of meat. Father, where are Chun, and Wan, Hey, that girl Wan, follows her brother around all day. As for Chun, he's cultivating in the forest behind us. Another important reason why Tai stayed behind was to teach Lu Chen. Although he was only a 1-star spiritual elder, and his spiritual vein was only a 5-star earth vein, it was more than enough to teach Lu Chen. Before the age of 10, Lu Chen couldn't cultivate, but he had already started practicing body arts. No matter how strong or weak one's spiritual power was, it was always good to have a flexible and strong body. It's been 4 years. Ever since Chun'er settled down, he's been practicing for several hours every day. Duke Qin sighed. Seeing such a small person carrying such a deep blood feud, I feel bad. Yue Qin, you really don't want to persuade Qin, to let go of the feud. Our family's life here is pretty good. Yue Qin's voice suddenly turned cold. Father, we can't be considered a family without my husband. We'll lose more than 700 people in the Lu family. The hatred of killing my father is absolutely irreconcilable. Moreover, the Dongfeng family hung the bodies of my husband's family for 7 days and 7 nights. There are more than 700 people in the Lu family. I can't avenge this blood feud. Only Chen, can. Yue Qin's eyes reddened. How can I bear to let Chen bear so much alone? But if I stop him, wouldn't he become the laughingstock of the world? There are no men in the Lu family who are afraid of death. If he dares to say the word suffering, I'll be the first to break his legs. Tai's eyes were wet. As a servant, he couldn't refute Duke Qin's words. Fortunately, Madam was a righteous person, but as a mother, how could she want her son to take such a big risk? Moreover, the other party was the Dongfang family, who could understand the pain in Madam's heart. Brother Tai, have you contacted the spiritual academy in the city? Today is Chun Er's 10th birthday. He can already sense spiritual energy and cultivate his spiritual core. But our situation is no longer the same as before. I'm afraid we can't afford his consumption of resources. Yuechin asked. Tai immediately replied, he may not be able to enter the spiritual academy. I've asked around. Disciples of the Heavenly Saint Academy have to undergo strict tests to enter the academy, and the results have to be reported. Chun, or spiritual pulse, is special. Once he goes through the tests, it will attract trouble. I'll teach him for a few years first. When he can control his spiritual pulse, we'll see if we can find someone to enter the spiritual academy without the tests. Yuechin sighed. The poor studied while the rich practiced martial arts. The resources needed by a martial artist were hard to calculate, but Chun could only rely on himself. At this moment, a few children's laughter came from the door. Brother, wait for me. A childish voice shouted anxiously. I've been carrying you all the way. If you keep asking me to carry you, you won't be able to run fast in the future. No, wants brother to carry me. I really don't know what to do with you. Okay, I'll carry you, you little brat. Yu Hua and the others looked at each other. This Chun was afraid that his sister wouldn't have the ability to protect herself in the future, but in the end, he couldn't help but feel sorry for his sister. During the meal, Lu Chun gave all the meat in his bowl to his sister. Seeing this, Yuechin was anxious. Chin, you have to eat a little too. Don't give everything to Wan. Mother, Wanner's growing up. She can't eat this normally. Eat more today. You child, aren't you growing up too? Yu Hua rolled her eyes at Lu Chun, but still gave him a piece. I'll watch you eat it. Lu Chun shrunk his neck and ate the meat. Grandfather, mother, Uncle Tai, you all eat more too. When the Lu family was destroyed, Lu Chun thought that he had lost everything. Fortunately, his mother, sister, and Uncle Tai all escaped. Although his life now was poor, there was a special kind of tranquility. Unfortunately, this tranquility would soon be broken. After Lu Chun finished his meal, he put his chopsticks on the table and sat upright, looking at everyone. Tai had already noticed that something was wrong with Lu Chun. What's wrong? Grandfather, mother, Uncle Tai. I've decided to go to the West Sacred Spiritual Spring in the city. Suddenly, everyone looked at Lu Chun in surprise. Brother, don't go. Burst into tears. Qin Gong sighed. Seeing Yuqin give him a look, he coaxed away. Only Yuqin, Tai, and Lu Chun were left at the table. You can't go now. Tai said, if your spiritual vein is exposed again, even if the Dongfang family doesn't look for us, other families will. By then, we'll really have nowhere to go. Yuqin didn't directly deny Lu Chun. She narrowed her eyes slightly. Brother Tai, can you let me and my son talk? Yes. But madam, I know what to do. Tai nodded. He didn't worry about his wife. After Tai left, Yuqin suddenly said, people say that no one knows a son better than his mother. Although others say that you occasionally say strange things, mother knows that you're more clear-headed than anyone else. Lu Chun took a deep breath. His feelings for the woman in front of him were actually closer than his mother in reality. In reality, if it wasn't for that family photo, he wouldn't even remember his mother's appearance in these decades. However, this woman took care of him in every possible way in these 10 years. Whether it was a virtual reality or an illusion, in Lu Chen's heart, he was very glad that he had such a mother. Mother, there are some things that I can't tell you. But you're right, I'm very clear-headed. Yuqin nodded slightly. So, you have a way to avoid the admission test. Luchin nodded. Yuqin took a deep breath. Good, Mother supports you. Remember that when you go out alone, everything is small. Be careful. Yuqin couldn't help but cry. Luchin walked to Yuqin's side and hid in her arms. His eyes were red. Mother, to be able to be the son of you and father in this life, has no regrets. Give me 10 years. 10 years later, I will definitely massacre the Dongfang family. Chapter 1347. The next day, the family sent Lu Chun to the entrance of the village. Lu Chun didn't have any immortal pills or equipment in his backpack. He only had the 1,000-layer underwear that his mother made overnight and 2 pieces of mended clothes. Atai was a big man, but his eyes were already wet. You must be careful. You must not expose your spirit meridians. Atai had watched Lu Chun grow up since he was a child and regarded Lu Chun as his own son. This was no longer the relationship between master and servant. Lu Chun smiled. Uncle Tai, don't worry. I understand. Uncle Tai, help me take care of my mother. And Grandpa. Atai, will protect them with my life. Lu Chun nodded. Thank you, Uncle Tai. Then Lu Chun walked in front of squatted down, and touched her face. In reality, he had Lu Yi, but here he had another sister, Lu Wan, who was an additional burden. Brother, Mother said that Wan'er is not allowed to cry today. Lu Chen's heart ached when he saw the little girl holding back her tears. He picked up when I'm not at home, you have to be obedient, okay? Wan'er knows. Hugged Lu Chen's neck, but in the end, she couldn't help but cry. Mother wanted to hug but hugged Lu Chen tightly and refused to let go. Brother, you said that you would protect forever. I don't want you to leave. Yuechin held back her tears and pulled away forcefully. She said to Lu Chen, hurry up and leave. Otherwise, can't be comforted. Lu Chen's eyes were filled with tears, and his heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. Mother, Grandpa, Uncle Chin, take care. With that, Lu Chen turned around and quickly left the village. After walking for a long time, Lu Wan'er's crying finally quieted down, but Lu Chen couldn't hold back his tears anymore. He looked back at the village and clenched his fists. 10 years. 10 years later, I will make the Dongfang family pay back 10,000 times. Today, the Western Saint Spiritual Academy was holding a test for new disciples. All the disciples had to test their spiritual veins on the heavenly essence orb. Lu Chen glanced at the disciples lining up in the testing area. There was a boiling cauldron of voices, and he wondered if some good spirit vein had appeared. However, none of this had anything to do with him. He quickly entered the academy through the side door and headed straight for the cafeteria. Since Lu Chen couldn't use any external assistance, the Jiuqian stars couldn't help him adjust the elemental energy, and he couldn't hide his chaos spiritual veins. Naturally, Lu Chen couldn't participate in the test. If he wanted to enter the spiritual academy, he could only find another way. The cafeteria of the Western Saint Spiritual Academy was very large and was a courtyard of its own. Lu Chen went to the room on the west side. The door was open, and a steward was doing the accounting. Grandpa Chun. Lu Chen knocked on the door and shouted. This person was the steward of the Western Saint Spiritual Academy, Chun Si. He raised his head and saw Lu Chen. He put down what he was doing and walked over. Little Chen, you're here. Come. You must be tired from the journey. Take a seat. I'll get you a cup of water. Grandpa Chun, I'm not tired. You can just instruct me. Lu Chun said with a smile. Chun Si pulled Lu Chun and said, don't be anxious. I have something to tell you. Oh, so it's like this. A few days ago, the boss instructed me to manage the rice farm. In the future, I won't have any say in the matters of the cafeteria. Lu Chun thought for a while and said, the rice farm is a legitimate business of the Western Saint Spiritual Academy. Grandpa Chun, you've been promoted. Congratulations, Grandpa Chun. Chun Si said with a smile, Hey, what promotion? I'm already so old, and I hope that I can just stay in the cafeteria. Sai, let's not talk about this. You little brat, when we were in the market, I could see that you're very clever. You also have the heart to help the family, so I wanted to wait for you to come before leaving. Lu Chun immediately stood up and said, Thank you, Grandpa Chun. You and I have known each other for more than 2 years, and we can be considered friends despite the difference in age. I can still help with this small matter. Oh, a new steward will come to the cafeteria in the future. But no matter who it is, I believe that you'll be highly regarded. Chun Si said with a smile, How about this? I'll leave in the afternoon. There's still some time, so I'll bring you to your residence first. After you've settled down, I'll bring you around to familiarize you with the cafeteria and dining hall of our Western Saint Spiritual Academy. Then I'll have to trouble Grandpa Chun. Chun Si brought Lu Chun to walk around the Western Saint Spiritual Academy. Lu Chun's residence was a large shared room with a dozen people in one room. Such an environment naturally couldn't be compared to the celestial spiritual paradise, but Lu Chun was used to it. After all, he had stayed in the city of exile for half a year, and the residence there was much more messy than here. It could be seen that Chun Si liked Lu Chun a lot, as he even brought Lu Chun to the main courtyard of the Western Saint Spiritual Academy for a tour. The Western Saint Spiritual Academy was the largest academy in the nearby counties, but in Lu Chun's eyes, the Western Saint Spiritual Academy wasn't that big. It wasn't even 1% of the size of the Divinity and Devil Academy, with less than 1,000 students. After walking around, Lu Chun had a rough understanding of the environment. Little Chun, although we're the servants of the Western Saint Spiritual Academy, we're still a part of the Western Saint Spiritual Academy. Our academy is famous in the nearby 7 to 8 counties. Chun Si proudly said, Did you know that the lowest requirement for a disciple of the academy is a 3-star spiritual vein? 3-star spiritual vein. That's a great figure with hopes of becoming a soul master in the future. And that's only the lowest requirement. Just think about it, and you'll know how amazing our Western Saint Spiritual Academy is. Speaking of this, you must pay attention. Don't contradict the academy here. Understand? Lu Chun nodded his head. Yes, Grandpa Chun. I'll remember it. Grandpa Chun, Lu Chun will remember your care for little Chun. I'll definitely repay you in the future. What's there to repay? I used to come from a poor family. Looking at you, I'm reminded of my childhood. All right, it's time for me to go. Do well. The monthly salary of the Western Saint Spiritual Academy is much higher than outside. After bidding farewell to Chun Si, Lu Chun returned to the kitchen. He didn't have any clothes to pack, so he hurriedly packed them and went to the woodshed to help chop wood. While Lu Chun was busy, a few men beside him coldly looked at him and started discussing loudly. Did this brat rely on Manager Chun to get in? Isn't that so? Manager Chun even personally brought him around the academy. Even I didn't have such treatment. Is he a relative? No, it's said that he's a servant that I met at the market. I really don't know how he managed to curry favor with Manager Chun. It's fine. Didn't Manager Chun leave? Do you know who the new manager is? It's Ding, the one who was chased out of the kitchen by Manager Chun several times. He still wants to climb up through the back door. This brat will suffer in the future. They didn't avoid Lu Chen while chatting and directly talked about it in front of Lu Chen. Lu Chen didn't stop what he was doing and continued to chop wood in the afternoon. A new manager came. It was the Ding who that they were talking about. Ding who met all the workers in the kitchen, but he didn't let Lu Chen go over. After a busy day, Lu Chen returned to the dormitory at night and found that his bedding had been thrown on the ground and was trampled beyond recognition. "Hey, brat, it's already crowded here. You're a newcomer. Don't sleep on the bed. Sleep on the ground." A burly man looked coldly at Lu Chen. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, took a deep breath, and bent down to pick up the bedding on the ground. "What are you doing?" Another thin man looked at Lu Chen. "I'm going to take a shower." "It's so late. Are you still going to let us sleep?" That man snatched Lu Chen's bedding and threw it out the door. "You're not allowed to enter this door in the future. I'm annoyed just by looking at you." Lu Chen didn't say much. He opened his closet, took out the clothes that his mother brought for him, and walked out of the dormitory. "This brat has quite a temper. Humph, I'll deal with him slowly in the future." Behind the dormitory was a bamboo forest. The forest was very deep. Lu Chen went deep into the forest until he reached the depths of the bamboo forest. He found a rock and placed the clothes beside him. Under the moon, Lu Chen sat cross-legged. Selfless self, subtlety spirit chi, activating the divine demon origin cultivation method. Is he hoping that the Western Saint Spiritual Academy will take care of his funeral? Finished speaking, Ding who flicked his sleeves and left. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. Grandpa Chun was sick after working in the kitchen for 3 months. Ding who became even more severe. Not only did he wantonly deduct Lu Chen's monthly allowance, but he also found opportunities to punish Lu Chen from time to time. In the evening, the sound of rattan whipping could be heard from the kitchen. "How dare you slack off? Pa! How dare you slack off? Pa!" Lu Chen was tied to a bamboo rack. Ding, who fiercely waved his rattan whip. Every time he whipped, he would dip the rattan in the bucket of salt water and whip Lu Chen's back into a bloody mess. "Admit your mistake." Ding Hu roared. Lu Chen clenched his teeth and didn't make a sound. "Your bones are pretty hard. I want to see if your bones are hard or if my whip is hard." "Pa, pa, pa." After 3 consecutive whippings, Lu Chen's back had a few more ghastly wounds. An odd job worker couldn't stand it anymore and pulled Ding Hu back. "In charge. He's still a child. If you continue to beat him, I'm afraid that if he dies, it'll be hard to explain to the Holy Court." Ding, who was so angry that his eyes were wide open. However, his underling's words weren't without reason. The excuse he found was far-fetched. If he really died, it would be troublesome. Yang Yong also said, "Boss, there will be plenty of chances in the future. Isn't it more fun to play slowly?" Ding Hu nodded. "Let him go. We'll continue to work tomorrow." Back in his room, Ding Hu sat on a chair. "Yang Yong, help me rub my arms. Damn, my arms are sore from all the beating." This Lu Chen, he really won't shed a tear until he sees the coffin. Yang Yong also frowned. "Boss, this guy's temper is really unyielding. I've never seen such a stubborn person. Sometimes I even wonder if this kid is really only 10 years old. Maybe he's an idiot." Ding Hu said. "Then, should we drive him away?" Yang Yong said. Ding Hu thought for a moment and said, "No. In 10 days, the school will hold a disciple competition. At that time, there will be no less than hundreds of guests from other schools. The dean specifically said that nothing can go wrong in our kitchen. Now we're already short of manpower. That kid is always working. Let's leave him there first. He can fill the vacancy. During this time, let's not mess with him." We'll slowly play with him in the future. Yang Yong laughed. It's like picking up an idiot to work for free. Late at night, Lu Chun went to his residence in the forest. As usual, there was actually a simple camp built around the rock. Lu Chun had lived here for 3 months. No matter what, he had to tidy up his residence. Lu Chun simply treated the wound on his back and sat on the rock, looking at the bright moon in the sky. I wonder how Mother and Wana are doing. Those 2 people were the ones he worried about the most. Unfortunately, he couldn't go home now. Cultivation was more important. Uncle Tai said that the more stable my spirit vein is, the less worry I have when using spirit energy in the future. Even powerful moves won't have any worries. Although my spirit vein is much more stable than it was 3 months ago, I feel that there's still room for improvement. Then I'll focus on stabilizing my spirit vein for the next 2 years. Only, I don't know when I'll have the chance to go to the school and steal some cultivation techniques. This world's level is different from the Jiutian. Maybe the cultivation techniques here will give me some inspiration. Lu Qin didn't forget Gu Ying's words. The most important harvest in the ancient realm wasn't the increase in level, but the comprehension of concepts and cultivation techniques. If I can comprehend the spear intent, I'll be able to cultivate the 4th stage of the god-slaying spear. Thinking about this, Lu Chun began to cultivate again. This time, he cultivated for the entire night. Lu Chun gradually got used to this life. During the day, he would work and be scolded and beaten. At night, he would cultivate and only rest for 1 or 2 hours. However, for some reason, ever since Lu Chun was whipped, Ding, who didn't send anyone to find trouble with him. Lu Chun felt a little uncomfortable. Of course, Lu Chun didn't care about this. It was best that they didn't find trouble with him. He just had to do his own thing. 10 days later, a large number of guests arrived at the Western Saint Spiritual Academy. It was said that there were more guests than expected. Because of this, the entire kitchen was extremely busy. Lu Chun coldly snorted. The Western Saint Spiritual Academy had to provide 3 meals and 2 refreshments from morning till night. Ding, who was so busy that he couldn't tell north from south. No wonder he didn't have time to find trouble with him. However, the more worried he was, the easier it was for something to happen. While preparing dinner, one of the chefs cut off his finger while chopping vegetables. This caused Ding, who to almost collapse. Can't you be more careful? Ding, who angrily shouted at the chef, I don't care if you cut off your hand or leg. You must make this dish well. The chef's subordinate was a teenage boy. He couldn't help but say, In charge, my master injured his hand when he was scraping the bones. If the black mountain rock python isn't cooked, well, its flesh will be extremely poisonous. He must be treated in time. Otherwise, his life will be in danger. Right now, my master's entire left arm can't move. I'm afraid that even if you force him, he won't be able to cook anymore. Ding, who was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. It would be easy to deal with one less subordinate, but it just had to be an odd job worker. You're old Huang's subordinate. Why aren't you scraping the bones for him to scrape? What are you doing? In charge, that black mountain rock python isn't something that I can scrape. Then what use do I have for you? Men, drag him out and beat him. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted from the crowd, Stop! Following that, a thin figure squeezed out of the crowd. Seeing this person, Ding Hu frowned. Lu Chen? Brat, you haven't been beaten for a few days. Are you itching for a beating? Lu Chen indifferently looked at Ding, who, You're missing a cook. I can do it. However, I have a condition. I want this youth to be my assistant. Ding Hu slightly narrowed his eyes. You can be a cook. Yes, if I don't do it well, I'll let you punish me, Lu Chen indifferently said. Chapter 1349. All right, Lu Chen, I'm telling you, if you make any mistakes, I'll skin you alive. Ding, who had no way out and could only threaten Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled faintly, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Ding, Pu, and the rest were distracted by other matters. Lu Chen walked to the youth. What's your name? How many years have you been with old Huang? My name is Yenju. I've been with my master for 3 years. Lu Chen nodded. This young man saw that his master was in trouble and still knew how to speak up for him. At least he had some conscience. All right, be my assistant. But you don't seem to be as old as me. Lu Chen, thank you for helping me out just now, but not everyone can be a chef. At your age, I'm afraid you can't even hold a spoon steadily. Ding, who will definitely use this matter to deal with you. How about this? I'll go all out. I won't tell anyone about this. Let's go to the kitchen. I'll be the cook, and you help me. Yen Zhu gritted his teeth as if he had made a major decision. Lu Chen looked at this young man and smiled. Forget it. I don't want to be beaten to death by Ding, who. Let's go. I'll be the cook. You're in charge of serving the dishes to the guests. Lu Chen walked directly to the kitchen that Master Huang was in charge of. The chefs had already brought out the dishes one by one, but there was still no movement from the kitchen. Yenju was anxious, but he didn't dare to go in and disturb Lu Chen. An odd job worker ran to Yenju in a panic. Your black python river flipping is not ready yet. The guests are already rushing it. Yenju didn't know how to answer. He only heard a voice from the kitchen. Tell them to wait for another 20 minutes. 20 minutes. This is one of the main dishes. It should be served now. How can we wait for another 20 minutes? That person said excitedly but suddenly paused. And that's not right. It's not old Huang. The person inside said, it doesn't matter if I'm old Huang or not. Tell them to wait for another 20 minutes. Tell them that if they want to taste the delicacies, they have to be patient. The man hesitated for a while and looked at Yen Zhu with a troubled expression. Yen Zhu could only say, just tell them that. Sigh, they're dead anyway. Just push the blame to us. That person thought for a moment. This matter had nothing to do with him. He was just a messenger, so he left in a hurry. There were at least 100 tables of people in the dining hall. At the main table, a beautiful woman in her 30s was asking the white-bearded old man beside her, Senior White Apricot, I've long heard that your West Prefecture city has an extremely famous dish called black python overturning the river. I've long wanted to try it. Someone next to him said, yeah, the black mountain rock python was originally highly toxic, but after special processing, it suddenly became a delicacy. It's really magical. Dean White Apricot, why do you think this dish is called black python overturning the river? White Apricot was the dean of the Western Saint Spiritual Academy. He lightly smiled, stroked his beard, and said complacently, everyone speaking of this black python overturning the river, it's indeed the best in our West Prefecture city. Not only is the snake meat fresh and delicious, it's also chewy. After mixing with the sauce, it's even more memorable. It rolls around in the mouth like a river overturning the sea. Hence, it's called black python overturning the river. This time, we've specially prepared this dish for everyone. I've already rushed them, so it should be served soon. At this moment, the errand boy in charge of serving the dishes came empty-handed. Little Five, what are you doing? Dean White Apricot looked at the errand boy strangely. Dean, that cough, cough. Little Five wanted to say something, but hesitated. Dean White Apricot was unhappy as he placed his chopsticks down. What's going on? Why isn't the dish being served? Little Five felt an unprecedented pressure. It was fine if it was on a normal day, but today was a big day for the Western Saint Spiritual Academy. The dean had already instructed them not to have any problems. With the dean glaring at him, Little Five immediately spoke the truth. The chef in charge of the black python overturning the river said that if you want to taste the delicacy, you have to wait for another 20 minutes. Dean White Apricot instantly slapped the table. What are you talking about? How can our Western Saint Spiritual Academy let our guests wait for so long? It's just a dish. Which chef is so arrogant to let the dean and city lord of this table wait for so long? Little Five was so frightened that his entire body trembled. Dean, At this moment, the girl beside Dean White Apricot hurriedly mediated. Senior White Apricot, please calm down. I believe that the kitchen is also tight on manpower. Isn't it just a short wait? The feast has just started, so we don't have to be in a hurry. Right. Dean White Apricot, why should you get angry over such a small matter? With so many people persuading her, Dean White Apricot didn't continue to get angry. Instead, he fiercely said, when the feast is over, no matter who's in charge of the kitchen, I'll definitely fire him. Little Five retreated and sighed. Looks like Yen Zhu and that chef are going to be out of luck. After this small episode, everyone continued to eat. During the feast, everyone was discussing the results of the Western Saint Spiritual Academy's test. No one was tactful enough to mention the matter of the black python overturning the river. After a short while, everyone had tasted quite a few top-notch delicacies. Their stomachs were getting more and more full. At this moment, a commotion suddenly came from the students' table far away. Wow, it smells so good. What dish is this? I'm already full. Why is it that after smelling this fragrance, I suddenly have an appetite? Hey, what dish is this? The fragrance is so good that it makes people drool. Is it for our table? Little Five said embarrassedly, Sorry, this is for the main table. Wherever Little Five passed by, there would be people standing up and licking with all their might. To be able to smell such a fragrance with the lid on, is this dish only available at the main table? We were all teachers here, so why don't we have this dish? Little Five was getting a headache from these people, so he quickly quickened his footsteps. After arriving at the main table with great difficulty, Little Five placed the tray in the middle of the table. Everyone, please enjoy the black dragon and phoenix. As he spoke, Little Five opened the lid. Today, I saw that 7-star gold vein, disciple from your courtyard. Someone was talking about the test when he suddenly stopped. In fact, no one continued to listen to him. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the dish in the middle of the table, especially when the lid of the tray was opened. A strong fragrance immediately spread out. So fragrant, it simply goes straight into the spleen and lungs. What dish is this? Someone swallowed his saliva and stared at the dish. Just the fragrance alone is enough to make one's appetite soar. This dish is really like a black dragon and a red phoenix fighting. The artistic conception is profound. Oh, right, Little Five, you said that this dish is called Black Dragon and Phoenix? Little Five hurriedly replied, Yes, sir. This dish is also cooked with black mountain rock python. The chef said that this is the upgraded version of Black Python River. Upgraded version? The West Province City Lord frowned. I've eaten Black Python River many times, but I've never heard of this upgraded version. Although everyone was swallowing their saliva due to their status, no one moved their chopsticks for a long time. Bai Xing suddenly reacted. Come, let's have a taste and see how this black dragon and phoenix tastes. Principal Qingya, come, try it first. The woman beside Bai Xing picked up a piece of black python meat and put it into her mouth. Everyone looked at Qingya. When the black python meat entered her mouth, Qingya's eyes suddenly widened. Then she closed her eyes again and took deep breaths again and again. Her expression changed constantly, as if she was intoxicated. Everyone was surprised in their hearts. Everyone present was at least the principal level and had eaten countless delicacies. Chinya had always paid attention to her appearance. It was the first time she lost her composure like today. This black dragon and phoenix could make Principal Chinya so intoxicated that she forgot her image. Chapter 1350. After a long time, Chinya opened her eyes slightly. Bai Xing noticed that there were tear stains at the corner of Chinya's eyes. Chinya took a deep breath and silently picked up another piece with her chopsticks. Everyone was in an awkward situation. Should they pick it up or not? Principal Chinya was the first one to taste it. She should at least tell them if it was good or not. When the second piece of black python meat entered her mouth, Principal Chinya's expression was even more exaggerated. That feeling of extreme enjoyment was reflected by her body twisting. Principal Chinya. Bai Xing had to interrupt this woman. How is the taste? Chinya finally reacted and hurriedly said, "It deserves its reputation." "Oh, no. This is a dish created by that chef. To be able to taste such a delicious dish is simply a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Principal Chinya, isn't this too exaggerated? It's just a dish." Someone beside her asked tentatively. "It's not exaggerated. The snake meat is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. It's extremely tasty. Just entering the mouth, it's full of fragrance. Biting through the crispy skin, fresh juice gushes out. The snake meat is not only smooth, but also chewy. Every bite is like riding on the clouds. That feeling is really satisfying." After Chinya finished speaking, she saw everyone staring at her with their mouths agape. If Lu Chen was here, he would probably wonder why this woman didn't go on a food show and become a professional food critic. Everyone, quickly try it. Listen to me, don't wait for the food to get cold. This time, everyone could finally pick up their chopsticks and eat. However, a moment later, the table was filled with intoxicated praises. "It's fragrant and juicy. The taste can't be any more or less. It's just perfect. My God, it's simply too delicious. How can there be such a delicacy in this world? I've traveled to hundreds of cities in the 3 countries and thought that I've tasted all the delicacies in the world. But today, I realized that in front of this black dragon phoenix, there's no delicacy at all. It's too delicious." Not only were these big shots praising, there was already a circle of people around their table. They couldn't eat it, but smelling the fragrance and listening to the intoxicated voices of the principals was enough to satisfy their cravings. The portion of the dish was quite substantial and could definitely be considered a solid dish. However, in less than 2 minutes, the dish had already been emptied, leaving only some soup. No matter how full I am, I still have to eat some staple food." A middle-aged man asked someone to prepare a bowl of rice. He picked up a spoon and scooped the remaining soup into the rice. Everyone who saw this was both envious and regretful. "Brother Morong, can you leave some for me? I also want to eat a bowl of rice. Then I'll have a bowl too." As the dean of the academy, we have to set an example and not waste it. I see that there is still some soup here, so I might as well take a plate to scoop the rice. Ha. Everyone, please don't laugh at me. Surprisingly, today's rice sales were exceptionally good, although the deans couldn't afford to waste food. Most of the dishes on the table were left behind. Only the black dragon and phoenix dish was missing. Delicious. Truly delicious. SSS. Dean Bai Xing, you said that you wanted to dismiss this chef. Look, Our West Park Spiritual Academy is hosting the Spring Sword Technique Conference, so the kitchen is lacking manpower. Why don't Dean Bai Xing bring me to see this chef? Brother Moron, what are you saying? Who doesn't lack people in their kitchen? Our Gold Grade Spiritual Academy is hosting the Sword Technique Conference for the summer and autumn seasons, so we need at least double the manpower in our kitchen. In my opinion, let this chef come to our Gold Grade Spiritual Academy. Now that you mention it, there have been frequent battles with the Sky Marshal and Sky Might Empires recently. Our West Prefecture City has transferred a large number of helpers over. Now, even I have to do it myself. How can you be lacking manpower compared to me? Even the West Prefecture City Lord, Fong Mubai, spoke up. Bai Xing was suddenly awakened. His mind was spinning as he thought of a countermeasure. Ha ha ha. Everyone must be joking about this. I didn't say that I wanted to dismiss this chef. Dean Renmin, you clearly said that we have been persuading him for a long time. No, I cough. You guys misunderstood my meaning. What I meant was, how can such a talent be a mere chef? I want him to be the head chef. Dean Bai Xing, I'm very curious right now. I want to see this magical cooking god. Is it convenient for you? What do you want to do? Nothing. We just want to see him. Bai Xing also had no other choice. She had been hoodwinked by him once. If she didn't bring them to see him now, it wouldn't be justifiable. Okay, Xiao Wu, lead the way. Lu Chen Ding, who will definitely not let us off this time. I'm fine with it. At most, I'll be beaten up and expelled from the Spiritual Academy. But Sai, that guy has vented all his hatred for Manager Chen on you. Yanzhu sighed. Lu Chen, you're still young. I advise you not to stay in the Spiritual Academy. Otherwise, I'll bring you away right now. Even if we can't be chefs, we can still make a living in a small place. Lu Chen was also done with his work. He sat beside Yanzhu and smiled. Why are you so pessimistic? Maybe we won't die this time. Grandpa Chen is my benefactor. I must treat his illness. Treat his illness? He's about to die. As the two of them were chatting, a group of people rushed over. Xiao Wu was at the front. He pointed at Yanzhu and said, Sirs, they're the ones who cooked. Yanzhu was scared silly when he saw the situation. The other party had actually rushed over in anger. Lu Chen, this time we're dead. Bai Xing came over and grabbed Yanzhu's hands. I never thought that you could cook such an immortal dish at such a young age. In the future, you'll be the head chef. Yanzhu was petrified. Head chef? What did that mean? Why? What's going on? Who am I? Xiao Wu quickly pulled Bai Xing's clothes. Dean, the chef isn't Yanzhu, it's him. That little one, Lu Chun. Bai Xing turned to look at the child with a faint smile on his face. She was at a loss. That black dragon coiling phoenix. It was you who cooked it? Lu Chen smiled. Sorry, Lu Chen was ordered at the last moment. That's why I didn't have time to prepare in advance. That's why I made everyone wait for 20 minutes. The crowd surrounded Lu Chen. Little friend, where did you learn your culinary skills from? For this black dragon coiling phoenix, not to mention 20 minutes, even if I have to wait for 10 days or half a month, I'm willing. It's actually you who cooked it. How old are you? How can you have such shocking culinary skills? Little friend, how much is your monthly salary here? How much did Western Sage give you? I'll pay 10 times. Bai Xing anxiously said, Didn't you say that you're only here to take a look at the god of cooking? Oh, Bai, you're talking about that young man. Didn't you already promote him to head chef? If I want him, there's no conflict. No conflict. That's right. There's no conflict. Little friend, come to our place. As long as you come, you can name any conditions you want. come to our place. You don't need to care about anything else. You only need to cook 5 times a month. No, 3 times. We'll give you the best treatment. Bai Xing was about to go crazy. She cursed in her heart. I don't conflict your ass. A bunch of old foxes. Chapter 1351. Yanzhu was dumbfounded. Are these deans going to fight over Lu Chen? But then again, Ding, who has been targeting Lu Chen. Now is the best time for Lu Chen to leave. Lu Chen looked at these deans indifferently and cupped his fist. Thank you all for your kindness, but I've decided to stay in Western Sage. Grandpa Chen brought me here and told me to work hard here. Lu Chen doesn't dare to listen to old Chen's teachings. Hearing Lu Chen's reply, the others couldn't help but sigh in pity. Bai Xing secretly looked at Lu Chen. She was so excited that tears almost filled her eyes. So this kid was brought here by old Chen. The most important thing is that he knows how to repay kindness. It's really gratifying. After dinner, Ding, who came to Lu Chen's kitchen angrily, Lu Chen, I found a new chef. You can go back to the woodshed to chop wood. If you don't do it well today, you're not allowed to sleep. Yan Zhu couldn't stand it anymore. He secretly ran to the woodshed to help Lu Chen chop wood. Under the moonlight, the 2 youngsters chopped one piece of wood after another. Beside them were countless pieces of wood. Lu Chen looked at Yanzhu, who was sweating profusely, and said, Brother Yanzhu, you can go back. I'll do it myself. Yanzhu snorted. I'm fine. That Ding Hu, I knew he would do this. Lu Chen, I really don't understand. Today is such a good opportunity. Why didn't you leave? Lu Chen shook his head and smiled. The debt here hasn't been settled yet. How can I leave? I can't control your decision. But to be honest, many people said you're a fool. I think it's reasonable. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. Isn't there a fine line between a fool and a genius? While they were talking, Ding, Hu, Yang Yong, and the rest rushed over. Seeing these people, Yan Zhu subconsciously stood in front of Lu Chen. This small action surprised Lu Chen. He could tell that Yan Zhu's character was not bad. But Ding, who didn't care so much. He pulled Yan Zhu away savagely and slammed him into the pile of firewood at the side. Lu Chen, come with me. Yan Zhu got up from the ground. Ding Hu, Lu Chen has been busy all day, and you still want to abuse him. You've gone too far. Ding, who went up and slapped Yan Zhu, flipping him to the ground. After Yan Zhu was sent flying, he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and was unable to stand up. Ding Hu narrowed his eyes and looked at Yan Zhu. You dog, you dare to meddle in my business? Brat, I'll deal with you later. Lu Chen, come with me. The guests asked you to make pastries. Hurry up. Lu Chen stood still. Hurry up and leave. What? You want to leave my stall? Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you made a dish. Let me tell you, you're lucky that you didn't choose to leave Western Sage today. Otherwise, I'll turn around and kill you. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. Ding, who had some foundation in cultivation. With his current strength, he might not be able to win against him. I can go, but I want to bring him along. Up to you. Yang Yang, drag Yanzhu along. Finally returning to the kitchen, Lu Chen checked Yanzhu's injuries. It seemed that his injuries weren't light. Lu Chen, the reason why you didn't leave is because you're afraid that Ding, who will attack you from behind. I didn't think of this, but if we stay here, we'll be killed by Ding Hu sooner or later. Lu Chen snorted. His eyes flashed with killing intent. You're wrong. I stayed here to take his life. All right, you rest here. I'll deliver the dishes later. After being busy for a while, Lu Chen brought a few plates of pastries to the dining hall. After tasting Lu Chen's pastries, everyone was full of praise. The various deans had the spirit of not wasting food. The plates full of pastries were instantly emptied. but they still looked like they weren't full. The Western Sage Spiritual Academy's examination had ended. Bai Xing was relaxed. Seeing the deans being conquered by the delicacies, she also gained some face and was in a good mood. The more she looked, the more she liked this kid. Before the deans left, they stuffed a lot of notes to Lu Chun. It seemed that they still hadn't given up on Lu Chun. Later, after Bai Xing and the leaders of the academy sent off the guests, Bai Xing specially returned to the dining hall and called out to Lu Chun, who was cleaning up the dishes. "Little Chun, since you're a chef, why are you in charge of cleaning up? Come, sit here and let them busy themselves." Lu Chun obeyed and sat next to the deans. "Little Chun, I feel that you're a very intelligent child. You know how to repay kindness at such a young age. This time, your kitchen has done a great service, especially you. Look at those people. They can't wait to snatch someone from under my nose." "Ha ha ha ha. Oh, that's right. Those old fellows stuffed you with notes. Ha ha ha. I think you should just throw them away." Lu Chun smiled and took out the notes. However, he didn't tear them up. Lu Chun pretended to be in a difficult position. "Deans, the lords increased the price again tonight." The conditions they offered, Bai Xing suddenly became nervous. Those old foxes increased the price again. Previously, Lu Chun had stayed in the Western Sage Academy out of kindness. Now that they had increased the price again and again, Lu Chun was a little moved. "Little Chun, listen to me. Don't be anxious. Can you tell me what they offered?" Lu Chun read the notes one by one. Western Zhou's city lord's offer is to cook once a month and earn 10 silver leaves a month. This one is for the position of head chef. Cook 3 times a month and earn 50 silver leaves a month. This is for the Western Sage Academy. You'll be the head of the kitchen and earn 1 gold leaf a month. Also, you can learn the Academy's mental cultivation method and sit in on classes. Bai Xing was so excited that she slapped the table lightly. The tableware on the table almost fell. "Morong, that old fox. I already knew that he wanted to snatch you away. He actually offered such generous conditions. No wonder you're moved." Lu Chun sighed. "Deans, I only earn 80 copper leaves a month here. Grandpa Chun is seriously ill and has no money to treat him. My family also needs money. Little Chun, I understand. It's not easy for you to go out to earn money at such a young age. Don't worry, the Western Sage Academy won't lose to anyone." Bai Xing hurriedly said, "Oh, right, you're staying in the Western Sage Academy because of Elder Chun, right? Why is he sick now?" Lu Chun nodded. "I haven't had the time to visit him yet." "Little Chun, you don't have to worry about this. Elder Chun has worked hard for the Western Sage Academy for half of his life. I didn't know about it before, but now that I know, there's no reason for me to stand by and do nothing. Even without your matter, I'll personally treat his illness." "Thank you, Deans." Bai Xing nodded. "Now let's talk about your matter." Bai Xing looked at Lu Chun and smiled warmly. "I know that everyone wants to cultivate. The conditions offered by the Western Sage Academy are indeed tempting. To be honest, I didn't expect that old fox Morong to offer such conditions. Also, during the day, if you were to talk to me face to face, I would think that you're too snobbish and might not keep you, but you didn't. You even thought of Elder Chun, who brought you to the Western Sage Academy, and his teachings. This is what surprised me the most, but also what pleased me the most. So, if Morong can make an exception for you, I, Bai Xing, can too. Have you participated in the spiritual pulse test?" Lu Chun said, "I have, but my spiritual pulse is very poor. It's only a 1-star spiritual pulse." Bai Xing didn't doubt him. If his spiritual pulse was good, he wouldn't be an odd job worker. A 1-star spiritual pulse. To be honest, your future is limited, but it's still possible to practice martial arts to strengthen your body. How about this? Your spiritual pulse doesn't meet the requirements of our enrollment, but I can make an exception and give you a registered disciple token. This way, you can practice the mental cultivation technique of the academy and listen to classes. As for how far you can practice, it depends on your own efforts. Also, if there aren't any important guests, you don't have to stay in the kitchen. As for the monthly salary, I'll give you 1 gold leaf a month, but you have to cook at least 3 times a month. What do you think? Lu Chen asked curiously. Deans, didn't you say that if there aren't any important guests, I don't have to stay in the kitchen? Silly child, if there aren't any important guests, don't you need 3 meals a day? You should at least cook 2 meals for me. Chapter 1352. All right, I'll go take a look at Elder Chen first. I'm afraid that I'll forget after a long time. He's really sick. Why didn't he tell me? Bai Xing finished speaking and left the dining hall in a good mood. Lu Chen looked at Bai Xing's back and let out a long sigh of relief. Bai Xing was actually a pretty good dean. With him personally taking action, Grandpa Chen's illness would definitely be cured. Lu Chen finally felt like a boulder had been lifted from his heart. Looking at the honorary disciple token in his hand, Lu Chen gripped it tightly. This was his chance to turn the tables. He looked at the slip of paper in his hand and carefully read it. Most of it was the same as what he had just read out. There was only one line. In the conditions set by the Western Prestige Spiritual Academy, there was no condition for auditing classes. Lu Chen shook his head. Dean, I'm really sorry for lying to you, but I have to seize this opportunity. After speaking, Lu Chen tore the slip of paper into pieces. Ding, who actually didn't come at night. Yanzhu was puzzled and asked, Lu Chen, the guests have all left. According to Ding, whose character? Why didn't he come to find trouble with us? Lu Chen smiled and took out a token. He doesn't dare to touch me now. Honorary disciple token. Yanzhu's eyes widened. You're an honorary disciple? How did you do it? If there wasn't anyone above, you wouldn't be able to get this thing even if you worked in the Western Sage Academy for a long time. Lu Chen put away the token and smiled mysteriously because my cooking is delicious. Even if he was an honorary disciple, even if Lu Chen only had this token and couldn't be considered an honorary disciple, his status was still higher than Ding, whose. Yanzhu, I've already asked for you from the odd job officer's study. From now on, you'll be my personal subordinate. Ding, who won't dare to touch you. Really, that's great. Ha ha. Lu Chen, I've long said that you're not an ordinary person. You exchanged 2 dishes for a registered disciple. That's amazing. Lu Chen smiled and said, Don't be happy too early. The dean said that I only need to cook 3 times a month, but I've decided to take you along for a few months. In the future, you'll be in charge of the dean's 3 meals a day. You have to take advantage of this opportunity. You're willing to teach me? Is this for real? That's your ability to make a living. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. Do you really think I'm a chef? All right, rest early today. I'll teach you a few dishes tomorrow morning. Good. I'm going to sleep now. Yanzhu was extremely excited. The next morning, Lu Chen prepared breakfast for the dean and taught Yanzhu at the same time. Yanzhu studied very seriously at the side. After breakfast, Lu Chen went straight to the library. With the registered disciple token, Lu Chen could finally come into contact with cultivation. First of all, he could go to the library to choose mental cultivation techniques, and weapons. However, as he was only a temporary registered disciple, his range of choices was not as wide as that of an official disciple. He could only choose the lowest level cultivation techniques and weapons on the first floor of the library. In the library, almost no one came to the first floor. Unless there were some newcomers, the academy would try to go to the higher levels to choose high-level cultivation techniques. Lu Chen wasn't in a hurry as he flipped through the bookshelves. There were only 2 or 3 types of mental cultivation techniques here. Lu Chen randomly chose a book called Jade Clear Foundation Mental Cultivation Technique. Then, he went to the cultivation techniques section to choose. Lu Chen wanted to learn sword and spear techniques the most, especially spear techniques. He wanted to learn the 4th stage of the god-slaying spear. Practicing spear techniques and comprehending spear intent was essential. After some hesitation, Lu Chen finally decided to choose spear techniques. These spear techniques are different from the ones in Jiutian. Lu Chen flipped through the basic spear techniques. They required continuous practice to improve. Just as Lu Chen was concentrating on choosing spear techniques, a sweet voice sounded beside him. You're also a newcomer who just entered the Western Saint Spiritual Academy, right? Lu Chen turned around and saw a girl around his age looking at him curiously. The girl had a pair of big eyes that were lively. She was a typical beauty. That's strange. I didn't see you during the recruitment test. Lu Chen smiled and said, I'm a temporary registered disciple. I'm actually a waiter in the kitchen. Oh, but I heard that odd job workers can't become disciples. Hey, are you especially good at cooking? What's the level of your spiritual pulse? It's okay. Lu Chen replied, I have a 1-star spiritual pulse. 1 star? It's a bit lacking, but don't mind it too much. My father said that hard work is the most important. Lu Chen couldn't help but curiously look at the girl. When the students here saw his registered disciple token, they were too lazy to talk to him. However, this girl didn't look down on him and even encouraged him. What an interesting girl. Thank you. Hey, what cultivation technique are you choosing? I'll help you. The girl said, I have a lot of cultivation techniques at home. They're much more advanced than the ones here. But my master insisted on me choosing a basic sword technique. It's really annoying. Lu Chen thought for a moment. He didn't have much time, and it wasn't bad to have someone to help him. He didn't reject the girl's good intentions and said, Can you help me find the most difficult spear technique to train in? Most difficult to train in? You're really interesting. Others choose easy and powerful cultivation techniques, but you want to find the most difficult to train in? I want to comprehend spear intent as soon as possible. Spear intent. That's an extremely high concept. I don't even dare to dream of having dual 9-star spiritual veins. You actually want to comprehend spear intent at such a young age. Lu Chen was slightly surprised. This girl actually has dual 9-star spiritual veins. She's a little strong. Didn't you say that hard work is more important than innate talent? The girl looked at Lu Chen angrily and said, Why did you use my father's words to block me? Forget it, I'll find it myself. Lu Chen turned around and was about to leave. Don't go. I've already promised you, so I won't go back on my words. The girl suddenly said, If you want to talk about the most difficult spear technique, I've heard about it from my senior brothers and sisters. I'll bring you there. The girl pulled Lu Chen's sleeve as they arrived before a tall bookshelf that was filled with dust. She pointed to the top of the bookshelf and said, The cultivation techniques here are ones that no one has learned before. Some of them were moved down from the higher levels of the book collection pavilion. The hardest one to learn is that one. It's said that no one in the Western Saint Spiritual Academy has managed to learn it before. As the bookshelf was too high, Lu Chen moved a ladder and took down the cultivation technique from the top. Earth Fiend Mystic Dark Spear Art? Yes, that's the one. The first level requires you to strike your spear 100,000 times. Every time you strike, you have to use your full strength. However, The power isn't proportional to the effort you put in. It's only equivalent to an ordinary move of a one-star cultivation technique. Lu Chen opened the cultivation technique and saw that the first move, drive straight in, had a requirement of 100,000 strikes. Also, there's no way to practice the later levels of this spear technique. If you want to learn this spear technique, you have to think carefully. Lu Chen asked, "How many stars is this spear technique?" "I don't know." When this cultivation technique started, those powerful experts treated it as a treasure. It's said that it even caused a few chaotic battles. But as time passed, those powerful experts weren't able to learn this spear technique. Now, this thing has become so common that almost everyone in every academy has won. Since no one has learned the last 3 moves, there's no way to determine its power. As for the star rank, there's no way to determine it. Lu Chen pondered. Regardless of the last 3 levels, he should at least need the first few levels. This is it. Lu Chen held onto the Earth Fiend Mystic Dark Spear art and climbed down the ladder. He then looked at the girl and asked, "Do you have time to accompany me to pick out a weapon?" Chapter 1353. Lu Chen carried the 2 manuals and went to register at the entrance. Meng Shi, elite disciple, 1 flowing cloud sword art. Lu Chen sneaked a glance at the girl. So her name is Meng Shi. Lu Chen, temporary disciple. 1 jade clear foundation sword arts. 1 earth fiend profound nether spear. Earth fiend profound nether spear? Kid, do you know the origin of this spear art? Lu Chen respectfully replied, "Disciple knows." "You still choose when you know?" "A temporary disciple. Your heart is higher than the sky." The old man's attitude suddenly became very bad. He threw the 2 manuals in front of Lu Chen and was too lazy to look at Lu Chen. Lu Chen didn't say much. He kept the manuals and walked towards the weapon depository pavilion. That teacher's attitude is really bad. Meng Shi chased after him. Lu Chen lightly smiled. "You'll get used to it. So your name is Meng Shi. Then are you related to the Heaven Saint Empire's Meng family?" Meng Shi was stunned for a moment, and her expression was a little unnatural. "No, no relation." Lu Chen knew that this girl was most likely from the Meng family. However, he didn't know why she came to this small Western Saint Spiritual Academy. Since the other party wasn't willing to tell him, Lu Chen didn't ask. Once he entered the weapon depository pavilion, Lu Chen began to look for a spear. He specifically chose a spear that was more than 2 meters long. This length was roughly twice the height of Lu Chen. "Lu Chen, I'm afraid that such a long spear isn't suitable for you." Meng Shi said, "A good spear needs both flexibility and hardness. It can be used for frontal attacks and also has many moves. Let me help you find one." Lu Chen said, "No, I want the worst one." "The worst one? You're really weird. You don't want to find a good one, but a bad one? Forget it, forget it. I can see that you're a weirdo." Although Meng Shi said so, she seemed to be used to Lu Chen's habits and helped him find a spear that met his requirements. It seemed that they couldn't find any treasures in the Hidden Tools Pavilion. The 2 of them found a red spear that was over 2 meters long and weighed at least 70 to 80 kilograms. Just these 2 points alone were already difficult for the 10-year-old Lu Chen to control. Fortunately, Lu Chen had not stopped cultivating all these years, so the strength of his body was quite outstanding. He tested it and nodded with satisfaction. This is it. After helping Lu Chen choose a spear, Meng Shi also had to go back. "Lu Chen, will you participate in the Winter Sword Conference?" "I don't think I can participate." "As long as you're a student of the academy, you can participate as long as you sign up." Meng Shi was more familiar with the academy's situation. She guessed that her master had high hopes for her, We'll see. Lu Chun said perfunctorily. Well, thank you so much this time. If you want to eat good food in the future, you can find me at the dining hall. Really? Okay, I also want to try your cooking. When it came to delicious food, Meng Shi immediately forgot about the sword conference. Lu Chen smiled and said goodbye to Meng Shi. He dragged his big spear back to the kitchen. Yan Zhu was studying the cooking method that Lu Chen taught him. Seeing Lu Chen dragging a big guy back, he was shocked. Lu Chen, where did you get this big iron stick? Lu Chen smiled. Come, follow me to my residence. If you have any problems in the future, you can find me there. With that, Lu Chen brought Yan Zhu to his camp in the forest. No way. I know that Yang Yong and the others don't let you live in the dormitory. You actually built a camp here. But isn't this place too far from the dining hall? It's a bit far, so that no one will disturb me. Lu Chen put the spear in the camp and said, let's go back and make lunch. I'll teach you a few more dishes. You learn well. Don't tell anyone about this place. If you have any problems in the future, you can come here personally to find me. Yan Zhu nodded in confusion. Okay, don't worry. I will definitely not tell anyone. Ever since he obtained the registered disciple command, Lu Chen's life finally became regular. Lu Chen brought Yan Zhu to cook every day and imparted his cooking skills to Yan Zhu. At night, he would strengthen his spirit vein and practice his spear in the middle of the night. Yan Zhu's perception was not too high, but fortunately, he was willing to work hard, and his cooking skills were also rapidly improving. 2 months later, Yan Zhu was already able to take charge and was responsible for the dean's 3 meals a day. At this time, Lu Chen could finally cultivate in the forest with peace of mind. From 2 months to 3 years, Lu Chen had endlessly unleashed his spear and cultivated. It was like a white steed flitting through a crack, passing by in the blink of an eye. Lu Chen did not participate in the winter sword competition that Meng Shi mentioned. Instead, she would occasionally come to the dining hall to look for Lu Chen, and Lu Chen would take the time to cook for her. 3 years later, Lu Chen was 13 years old, and his height had reached 6 meters. At first glance, he already looked like a young man. 9-star chaos spiritual vein. His foundation was already solid. Lu Chen had already started using the Origin Celestial Demon Sutra to nurture a spirit nucleus. At the same time, although Lu Chen had yet to nurture a spirit nucleus, his physique was strengthened, and his Earth Fiend Xian Ming Spear's cultivation speed became faster and faster. 100,000 spear strikes. There were no changes in moves, no feints, and every strike had to be at full strength. It was extremely boring, but Lu Chen never stopped. On this day, Lu Chen finished cultivating his spirit force and started to ponder his spear art. The Earth Fiend Xian Ming Spear should not be that simple to be able to attract experts to fight over it. Lu Chen carefully read the cultivation technique. I've already completed 200,000 spear strikes. Let's see the first move. Speaking of which, every time I strike, I feel that it is similar to the rapid shadow spear. There are no changes in the moves, causing the speed to be faster than other moves. The most important thing is that after 200,000 spear strikes, I can feel the force at the tip of the spear clearer. At the same time, my fusion with the spear has increased. This heavy spear seems to have become a part of my body. Sometimes it even becomes muscle memory. Earth Fiend Xian Ming Spear requires 100,000 spear strikes to reach the entry level. Before the heart moves, the body moves first, and the spear moves with the body. This is the foundation of the Dark Xian Ming Spear. The first move, 9-star acupuncture, infuses the arm with spirit force. When cultivated to the pinnacle, you can strike 9 times in an instant to seal the opponent's 9 spirit meridians. The spear strike must be extremely fast. Concentrate your strength on the tip of the spear without breaking the physical body, and only seal the spirit meridians. Complete the strike, and the end of the strike in half a breath's time. When all 9 meridians are hit, the opponent's physical body will break. No wonder Mingxi said that the first move of the dark Xian Ming spear was not very powerful. It turns out that the first move is not about power, but sealing the opponent's spirit meridians. Lu Chun stood up, lifted the black spear, and aimed at a bamboo in front of him. He circulated his spirit force. In an instant, Lu Chun struck 9 times in a row. For Lu Chun, the difficulty of the 9-star acupuncture was not to strike 9 times in a row, but to practice 100,000 times before. He had now exceeded the requirements, so it was natural for him to strike 9 times in a row. The cumbersome spear in his hand was only a shadow. A moment later, 9 small dots appeared in the center of the bamboo. A moment later, the 9 small dots split open, and the cracks connected instantly. The bamboo exploded from the center. Damn, this power is so terrifying. Lu Chen's eyes widened. Because every strike is concentrated on one point, I don't consume much spirit force. With the level of my spirit core, I can already use it several times. But after hitting all 9 dots, the destructive power produced is stronger than piercing the opponent's body. This 9-star acupuncture is quite interesting. Chapter 1354. The first requirement of the second layer of the Earth Fiend Profound Spear was to use the 9-star acupoint strike 1,000,000 times. Each strike had to be 9 strikes. This level of difficulty was simply a nightmare for the average person. However, after Lu Chen began cultivating the spirit core, his strength had already entered a stage where it advanced by leaps and bounds with the cultivation speed of the God and Devil Origin Heart Sutra. From being able to use the 9-star acupoint strike 20 times a day, 1 month later, he could use it 500 times a day. 3 months later, Lu Chen could use the 9-star acupoint strike 10,000 times a day. Lu Chen only used 8 months for the second layer. Furthermore, he exceeded the requirements and trained both his hands 3 million times. Later on, Lu Chen could use the 9-star acupoint strike with ease. However, 1,000,000 times was only the foundation. Lu Chen still hadn't truly grasped the second style. The second layer is called Piercing Cloud. Spirit power must be poured into the spear. The instant the 9-star acupoint strike is launched, the spear chi will seal the acupoint from a distance. Lu Chen thought for a moment and seemed to have comprehended something. Suddenly, he thrust his spear. The bamboo in front of him didn't move at all. Instead, 9 small dots appeared on the surface of the bamboo behind it. Soon after, the entire bamboo exploded like a firecracker. I learned it again? Lu Chen frowned. It seemed that this was the effect of the piercing cloud. He had already grasped it. Is this cultivation method very difficult? It's just a bit troublesome to consolidate the foundation. The moves aren't hard. Lu Chen shook his head and began to learn the third layer. The first sentence of the third layer required the piercing cloud to be thrust 5 million times. Lu Chen's spirit power was quite abundant now. 5 million times was no problem. In a mere 4 months, he had entered the third layer. The third layer, pneumatic manipulation, requires the power of the piercing cloud to penetrate any target within 500 meters. His 500 meters seems a bit difficult. Lu Chen raised his spear, channeled his power, and fiercely thrust. At the same time, a piece of bamboo 300 meters away suddenly exploded. Only 300 meters? There's still a bit of error in spirit power control. Lu Chen gathered power again. This time, the target 600 meters away directly exploded. He tried again, and on the third try, he finally managed to control the spear chi explosion to a position of exactly 500 meters. However, Lu Chen wasn't happy. No, my method is to set the spiritual power explosion point in advance and achieve the goal of reaching 500 meters. But my opponent isn't a bamboo that can just stand there and let you hit him. In actual combat, if I encounter an opponent who isn't strong enough, I can make up for it with the speed of my spear. But if I encounter an immortal venerable expert, he can totally avoid my attack. Other people's targets were spirit supremes and spirit kings, but Lu Chen's imaginary enemies had to be immortal supremes. In front of a celestial venerable, the slightest flaw could lead to defeat. The so-called pneumatic manipulation shouldn't be a preset point of spiritual power explosion. Lu Chen finally reached a bottleneck. At this moment, he thought of Bei Shui Gufei. This brother-in-law of his had been practicing the sword since he was young and had already grasped sword intent. The so-called sword intent, where the intent pointed where the sword would reach, it was a different approach to achieving the same result as chi manipulation. Lu Chen thought for a while, but couldn't seem to find a particularly good method. His techniques were all learned directly, so Lu Chen wasn't necessarily faster than others when it came to this kind of concept that couldn't be recorded down. I remember Gufei saying that once you practice enough times, success will naturally come naturally. After countless practice, the sword will become a part of your body. And for a person to control their own body, doesn't it just depend on their thoughts? Maybe I haven't practiced enough. Thinking of this, Lu Chen continued to practice the cloud-piercing spear. This year, Lu Chen was stuck at the third level. He had pierced countless times with the cloud-piercing spear. There wasn't enough bamboo, so he replaced it with rocks. After tens of millions of practice, Lu Chen's fusion with the spear became even more perfect. This nameless spear had already become Lu Chen's right-hand man. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. After a year, Lu Chen's chi manipulation had finally reached the level of chi manipulation. Where the intent pointed, the spear would reach. I didn't expect the third level of the Earth Fiend Xian Ming spear to already involve spear intent. Although this spear technique is far from the god-slaying spear art, the depth of understanding of the spear technique is even higher than the god-slaying spear art. After passing the bottleneck of the third level, Lu Chen began to practice the fourth level. The fourth level required him to execute chi manipulation tens of millions of times. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. Good fellow, Meng Shi didn't lie to me. The difficulty of practicing the dark Xian Ming spear is too scary. No wonder no one wants to practice it. If no one wants to practice it, I'll practice it. Lu Chen immediately adjusted his state and continued to execute the spear. Not only did Lu Chen want to practice it, he wanted it to be perfect. The dark Xian Ming spear required him to execute tens of millions of times, but Lu Chen doubled the requirements. He wanted both his hands to execute tens of millions of times. Spring went to autumn. Autumn went to winter. In this simple and crude camp, Lu Chen practiced day after day. Yan Zhu's culinary skills were already the best in the West Prefecture city. His reputation had even spread far and wide. Even Dean Bai Xing no longer forced Lu Chen to personally cook. However, Yan Zhu still respectfully addressed Lu Chen as his master. Lu Chen didn't make an error in judgment. This kid was someone who valued friendship. Of course, Lu Chen still kept his promise. Every month, he would go to the kitchen to cook a few times. Of course, if the Western Saint Spiritual Academy organized an event, he would also take some time to return to the kitchen. However, he didn't put too much effort into it. if he was more meticulous, he would be able to make a dish that was even more delicious than Yenju's. At that time, he wouldn't be able to leave. Aside from those few times when he was the chef, Lu Chen wouldn't appear in any other place. In these 7 years, Lu Chen was like a translucent person. Aside from the dean, Yenju, Meng Shi, and Grandpa Chen, who would occasionally visit him, no one in the Western Saint Spiritual Academy remembered the existence of this youth. Lu Chen had entered the Western Saint Spiritual Academy at the age of 10. This year, Lu Chen was already 18 years old. On this night, in the dense forest behind the kitchen, a beautiful figure flashed and disappeared into the forest. Meng Shi looked around and said, "Previously, when I was secretly following Yenju, I saw him walking in this direction." "That's right." After going deep into the dense forest, she finally saw a wooden house a dozen kilometers away. "So it's here." "Meng," she said proudly, "this time I finally found you. You actually live in this place. This is already out of the West Prefecture city's boundary." There was a large empty space beside the wooden house. There were many huge rocks piled up around the empty space. At this moment, there seemed to be a figure moving inside. She quietly sneaked over. At this moment, a tall youth stood in the middle of the empty space. He was around 9 meters in height. Beside him stood a red spear that was half a head taller than him. Lu Chen, what's he doing? Suddenly, the spear beside Lu Chen soared into the sky and pierced deeply into the ground. At this moment, the ground within 1,000 meters was like boiling water. Countless black mist surged out, as if it was 1,000 meters in diameter and 10,000 meters in length. The black spear soared into the sky and disappeared. Looking at this scene, She was so shocked that she was petrified. Her big, watery eyes almost popped out of their sockets. She muttered, This is the 9th stage of the Earth Fiend Profound Dark Spear. Profound Sky Earth Fiend. How? How is this possible? How can someone cultivate the Profound Sky Earth Fiend? She's mind was in a mess before She could react. She heard the person faintly say, It's been 8 years. There are some debts that should be settled clearly. Chapter 1355. Come out. Lu Chen suddenly looked at the place where she was hiding. She was so scared that her entire body trembled. She was a spirit paragon, hiding so well, but Lu Chen had already discovered her. She reluctantly walked out, passed through the stone forest, and arrived in front of Lu Chen. It's me. Lu Chen smiled slightly. I've already moved a few times, but I didn't expect you to still find me. She pouted. You're so elusive. Yenju had to circle around 7 or 8 times to find you. It really wasn't easy to find you. That move just now was the 9th level of the Earth Fiend Profound Dark Spear, Profound Sky Earth Fiend. How did you know? Lu Chen was a little surprised. Didn't you say that no one had ever learned it before? There's an ancient book in my family that mentions the Earth Fiend Profound Dark Spear, according to the characteristics of the first 7 levels of this spear art, as well as the names of the last 3 levels. An ancestor deduced that the 9th level might be to use the spear intent to trigger the fiendish aura underground to form a heaven-shattering momentum. It coincides with your move just now, so I guess that it might be Profound Sky Earth Fiend. Lu Chen looked at Shi, smiled slightly, and said frankly, It is indeed Profound Sky Earth Fiend. But no one has ever learned it. How did you do it? Lu Chen thought for a moment. Of the 9 levels of the Earth Fiend Profound Dark Spear, Lu Chen only encountered a bottleneck when he first came into contact with the spear intent at the 3rd level. The rest of the time, success came naturally, and he learned it immediately. So the Earth Fiend Profound Dark Spear was actually quite easy. Experience told Lu Chen that if he told the truth, it was very likely that he wouldn't even be friends with Meng Shi in the future. Lu Chen decided that it was better to let Meng Shi not put too much pressure on herself. Cough, cough. That, I learned it by chance, and had an epiphany. Chance and coincidence. Then, the 100 million practice required in the book? Oh, that's the foundation. It must be completed to the letter. 100 million practice. You completed it in 8 years. Although Lu Chen was already very careful, Meng, she still discovered something unusual. Oh, by the way, why are you looking for me? Lu Chen could only forcefully change the topic. Meng, she repeatedly sized up Lu Chen with a strange gaze. 1-star spirit vein successfully cultivated the earth fiend profound nether spear. I'm going crazy. I'm just about to get some supper. Why don't we go crazy after supper? Supper? Sure enough, the charm of delicious food was irresistible. Seeing that Lu Chen was going to do it himself, Meng Shi immediately got excited. She pulled Lu Chen and ran home. I'm really hungry. I don't know why, but I feel hungry whenever I see you. Lu Chen made a plate of medium spicy grilled fish. Meng, she was sweating profusely from the spiciness, but she still refused to put down her chopsticks. Lu Chen, you're so annoying. I'm going to get pimples tomorrow after eating so much chili. Lu Chen smiled and shook his head. I'm not forcing you to eat. Who asked you to make such delicious food? I don't care. It's all your fault. The national sword competition is in 5 days. I'm annoying you to death. National sword competition? Yeah, the national sword competition that's held once every 10 years in the Heavenly Saint Empire. Whether it's the spiritual academy, the army, or the major forces, everyone will participate. There will be 2 competitions. One is the competition for the strongest Heavenly Saint Realm expert, and the other is the competition for the strongest newcomer under the age of 20. Lu Chen looked at Meng Shi. She was gritting her teeth from the spiciness, but she refused to put down her chopsticks. Meng Shi had 9-star spirit veins and was relatively strong. She had hopes of participating in the competition for the strongest newcomer. Hey, I thought you weren't interested in the national sword competition? Meng Shi asked curiously. Lu Chen thought about it. He had plenty of combat experience, but that was the experience of the limitless sword and the god-slaying spear, not the earth fiend profound nether spear. He had mastered the earth fiend profound nether spear, but he had never used it in a real battle. This was a good opportunity. Lu Chen, why don't you sign up with me? You've mastered the earth fiend profound nether spear. I think it won't be hard for you to get the title of the strongest newcomer. Lu Chen smiled and said, Okay, I'll go take a look, but I'll sign up with the dean myself. You're really participating? That's great. We can go to the Heavenly Saint City together. Lu Chen looked at Meng Shi, who was jumping up and down, and frowned slightly. Meng Shi, we've known each other for so many years. There's something I want to ask you. Okay, ask away. You're from the Meng family, right? Meng Shi quieted down and looked at Lu Chen. After pondering for a long time, she finally nodded and said, I'm from the Meng family. Lu Chen wasn't surprised and asked, Your Meng family is powerful in the Heavenly Saint Empire. Why did you come to a spiritual academy in such a small place? My father arranged a marriage for me when I was young. I didn't want to marry that person, so I ran out. Lu Chen couldn't help but want to laugh. This girl ran out by herself when she was only 10 years old. She was really bold, but thinking about Meng Shi's personality, it wasn't impossible. Speaking of the past, Meng Shi's face was unhappy. That guy has a 9-star, 3 spiritual pulse. My father arranged a marriage with him for the development of the family, but I don't like him at all. Why should I marry him? 3. Spiritual pulse. Luchan frowned slightly. In this world, a 9-star 3 spiritual pulse should be in existence like the chosen one. Meng Shi, won't your whereabouts be exposed when you participate in the national sword competition? Meng Shi sighed and said, Where can I run to? I knew 2 years ago that my family had already tracked my whereabouts and had been secretly monitoring me. I've already thought it through. Unless I betray the country, I won't be able to escape. Since that's the case, the national sword competition is my only chance. As long as I can become the strongest newcomer, they won't have the face to propose marriage again. With that, Meng Shi's expression dimmed again. But I heard that Li Haobai suddenly worked hard because I ran away from the marriage. He even said something like, Every dog has its day. I'm not looking down on him. I have the right to look down on him. I just don't like him. That guy is now a 9-star spiritual venerable, 2 stars higher than me. He also has a 3 spiritual pulse. This time, I have to go all out to win. Meng Shi was recounting her sad past when she looked up and saw Lu Chen trying to hold back his laughter. Lu Chen was indeed having a hard time holding it in. Wasn't this a typical scene of breaking off an engagement? However, Meng Shi's motive wasn't as exaggerated as in novels. She simply didn't like that person. This reason was indeed very Meng Shi. Why are you laughing? Meng Shi looked at Lu Chen with grievance and anger. I'm already so pitiful. Why are you still laughing? Lu Chen pinched his face and said seriously, Okay, I'm not making fun of you. Humph. Anyway, I've already thought it through. If I can't win against him, I'll find someone first and have sex with him. Let's see what they can do to me. Lu Chen gasped. Meng Shi actually had such a terrifying idea in her head. Meng Shi was so happy when she heard that he was going to participate in the competition. Could there be another reason? Chapter 1356. At night, Lu Chen still had to cultivate his mental cultivation method. Meng Shi was also lazy, so she stayed in Lu Chen's wooden house. This girl, isn't she afraid that I will have some improper thoughts about her? Speaking of which, Lu Chen still couldn't control some of his body's instinctive reactions. For example, in these 2 years, when he looked at Meng Shi's curvaceous figure, he couldn't help but have some strange thoughts. Lu Chen shook his head. It was best if he didn't stay, and let Meng Shi stay while he went to the stone forest to cultivate. The next morning, Meng Shi washed up and came to find Lu Chen. Lu Chen, let's go. I'll accompany you to find the dean, so that you won't regret it. Lu Chen washed up by the stream unhurriedly. He stood up and looked at the rising sun, but a cold light flashed in his eyes. Before I go register, I want to collect a debt. Collect a debt. Then I'll go with you. Lu Chen turned to look at Meng Shi. This debt might be a little bloody. Are you sure you want to go with me? When Meng Shi heard this, she was suddenly stunned. But soon she understood that the debt Lu Chen wanted to collect this time was probably not financial, but human lives. Meng Shi said in a deep voice, Anyway, you and I are people who don't have a tomorrow. I'll go with you. These years, Ding Hu didn't dare to provoke Lu Chen, but his influence among the odd job workers grew stronger and stronger. Relying on the fact that there were people above him, as long as they didn't submit to him, he would use all his means to torture them. It was said that after Lu Chen left, there were 2 deaths here. Even so, Ding, who was still in the position of the kitchen manager. The others really turned pale at the mention of him, and no one dared to step forward. When breakfast was being prepared, a teenager was chopping firewood. Suddenly, a vine whipped him, causing him to fall to the ground and spit out blood and white foam. When the others saw this scene, no one dared to say anything. Yang Yong hurriedly walked to Ding Hu's side and flattered. "Brother Hu, you did a good job. This brat is so strenuous to chop firewood. You must teach him a lesson." Ding Hu snorted coldly, walked in front of the child, and kicked him. "I didn't beat him because he didn't do his job well, but because when I saw him, I thought of that dog." Yang Yong rolled his eyes and immediately understood. That's right. That Lu Chen actually managed to become an in-name disciple after that one time of cooking. How hateful! Ding Hu narrowed his eyes slightly. "I was too careless. I shouldn't have agreed to let him be the chef. Otherwise, I could have slowly killed him." "Brother Hu, how can you be blamed for this? Who would have thought that a 10-year-old child would have such culinary skills?" The more Ding Hu thought about it, the angrier he got. "Lu Chun, I can't touch you now, right? But soon, Bai Xing will abdicate, and I'll immediately get Uncle to accept you as an in-name disciple. When the time comes, I'll skin you alive." Even as he spoke, Ding Hu still wasn't appeased. He raised his vine whip and was about to whip the boy on the ground again. It was as if the one lying on the ground was Lu Chun. "Aya, I'm afraid that child will be whipped to death. Sho, lower your voice. If Ding Hu hears you, the next one will be you." Damn it, no one dares to touch Ding Hu. No one dared to touch him in the past, and no one dares to touch him now. His uncle will be the next dean. Who dares to touch him? However, just as he was about to swing his whip down, his vine whip was suddenly touched by a light force. Then, the sturdy vine whip directly exploded into pieces in midair. Everyone looked over in shock. Ding Hu looked at the bare vine whip handle. What the hell? Why did this whip explode by itself? The crowd parted to form a path. A tall youth and a beautiful woman walked out from the crowd. Seeing the two of them, Ding Hu and Yang Yong were stunned. Isn't this the transparent Lu Chun who has been forgotten by many people? Yan Zhu also saw Lu Chun from afar and hurriedly rushed over. "Master, why are you here?" Lu Chun only said to Meng Shi, "Meng Shi, do you have a life-saving pill?" "There is a blood circulation pill." Meng Shi handed a pill to Lu Chun. Lu Chun took the pill. "Don't interfere here." With that, Lu Chun walked to the pile of firewood and bent down to check on the child's condition. The child's consciousness was blurry. It seemed that he was seriously injured. "Come, take this pill." Lu Chun gave the pill to the child. With this pill, the child should not be in any danger. Lu Chun stood up and said to Yan Zhu, "Yan Zhu, help the child to rest." Yan Zhu was stunned. What was wrong with Lu Chun today? Was he going to fall out with Ding Hu? However, since his master ordered him, he could only follow. While supporting the boy, Yan Zhu whispered to Lu Chun, "Master, don't be impulsive. I'll be back soon." Lu Chun only smiled and did not promise anything. After Yan Zhu left, Lu Chun looked at the pile of firewood. Back then, he was beaten up by Ding Hu and the rest. He turned around and looked at the astonished Ding Hu. He faintly said, "This place is really nostalgic." Ding Hu slightly narrowed his eyes. "Lu Chun, what's the meaning of this? Looking at your attitude, it seems like you're here for revenge. Don't think that you have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of me just because you have an honorary disciple token." Ding Hu was not afraid at all. "You've been in the academy for so many years. You should know that I'm someone you can't afford to offend." Ding Hu swaggered towards Lu Chun. "Lu Chun, I haven't provoked you in the past few years. However, your good days are coming to an end. Bai Xing is about to abdicate, and my uncle is about to become the dean of the Western Saint Spiritual Academy. Are you in despair after hearing this news? You, Lu Chun, can't hide from me. Ding, who used the handle of his vine whip to poke Lu Chen's chest with a smile in his eyes. He had let Lu Chen live comfortably for so many years. This time, he could take it all back. Suddenly, Lu Chen grabbed Ding, whose wrist. In the past, Lu Chen was only a child and was not as tall as Ding Hu, but now he was already half a head taller than Ding Hu. "You, what are you doing?" Ding Hu tried to break free. However, no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to break free from Lu Chen's grip. Lu Chen coldly looked at Ding Hu. "Under normal circumstances, I don't kill mortals. But congratulations, you've hit the jackpot." Lu Chen slowly increased the strength of his grip. Ding Hu's wrist continuously twisted until his fingers were deformed and his wrist was twisted. It hurts. Lu Chen, let go of me. Ding, whose expression had already turned hideous due to the pain. However, Lu Chen had no intention of letting go. He exerted more strength and shattered Ding Hu's wrist. The moment Lu Chen released his grip, Ding Hu took a few steps back. You're crazy. How dare you injure me in broad daylight?" Ding Hu's vision blurred. Lu Chen appeared in front of him once again. His left hand was like an eagle's claw as it gripped his right shoulder. Crack, crack, crack. His shoulder blade and right arm's humerus were shattered inch by inch. At this moment, Ding Hu's right arm was only connected by skin. There was no visible bleeding. However, his entire arm was hanging limp in a strange shape. Ding Hu let out a heart-wrenching cry. The pain of having his entire arm crushed was unimaginable. Lu Chen coldly looked at Ding Hu. "Don't you like to use this arm to whip me?" Lu Chen, you're crazy. Quick, someone call me Ding Shanha." Lu Chen fiercely raised his leg and kicked Ding Hu's knee. Ding Hu's right leg strangely broke at the knee, and he fell to the ground. He looked at Lu Chen in horror. How did this guy become so powerful? He was a 5-star cultivator, yet he had no way to fight back. Moreover, Lu Chen's degree of cruelty was even more terrifying than his. He was not in a hurry to kill him. He wanted to make him suffer more than death. Chapter 1357. The bones in one of Ding Hu's arms were shattered into powder, while his right knee was shattered. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Seeing this, the surrounding people simply couldn't believe their eyes. Yang Yong was also dumbfounded. Ding Hu had asked him to call his uncle Ding Shanha. In the end, he stood there like a wooden puppet. "This Lu Chen is crazy, crazy." Lu Chen walked to the pile of firewood, as if there was no one around, and picked up the 2 axes on the ground. With one in each hand, he flashed in front of Yang Yong, who was still in a daze, and chopped down on his shoulder. Before Yang Yong could react, he felt a sharp pain on his shoulder and let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. Lu Chen, with Lu Chen dragging him. Yang Yong didn't dare to let go of his axes and was dragged in front of Ding Hu along with Lu Chen. Lu Chen looked at the frightened Ding Hu and sneered. Suddenly, the other axes chopped down on his shoulder. Ding Hu and Yang Yong's screams were endless, but Lu Chen acted as if he didn't hear them. "Aren't you going to see your uncle? Let's go. I'll bring you there." After speaking, Lu Chen dragged the 2 of them to the Western Saint Spiritual Academy's martial practice field. From the kitchen to the martial practice field, there was a long trail of blood on the ground. Everyone who saw this scene were both frightened and curious as they followed behind Lu Chen. Even the Academy's disciples were so frightened by such a bloody scene that their faces turned pale. Lu Chen dragged the 2 of them to the martial practice field before letting go. He wasn't in a hurry to make a move and crossed his arms as if he was waiting for someone. As expected, a group of people hurried to the martial practice field. A middle-aged man angrily roared, "Who dares to commit murder in the Western Saint Spiritual Academy in broad daylight?" The person who came was Ding Hu's uncle, Ding Shanha. Seeing Ding Hu's miserable state, his face turned green. At the same time, Bai Xing also hurried over. Seeing the two of them wailing in the pool of blood and the youth standing behind them, her mind buzzed. "Little Chen, what are you doing?" More and more people gathered around, and the martial arts field was completely surrounded. Yanzhu was already out of his wits as he pulled Meng Shi. "Meng Shi, quickly think of a way to save my master. You also know that he was bullied by Ding Hu, which is why he acted so rashly." Meng Shi frowned and said anxiously, I didn't know he would bring people here. Dean Bai and Dean Ding are both spirit kings. How can I save him? Right, where's his gun? He doesn't seem to have brought that spear. Lu Chen didn't even bring a gun, so it would be even more difficult for him to break out of the encirclement. As he spoke, Ding Shanha had already gone berserk. How could he watch as his nephew died tragically in front of him? In an instant, Ding Shanha's entire body erupted with energy. His entire body was like a sharp sword as he pounced towards Lu Chen. "You dare to injure Ding Hu? This old man will kill you." Bai Xing widened her eyes and shot a look at Lu Chen. "Dean Ding, have mercy. At least let's talk things out." Over the years, Bai Xing had thought highly of Lu Chen. "Lu Chen, dodge quickly." Meng Shi shouted. At the same time, she threw out a ray of sword energy, wanting to help Lu Chen temporarily stop Ding Shanha. The experts from the three sides attacked at the same time, and Lu Chen was standing at the center of the fight. Suddenly, Lu Chen's figure blurred. Immediately after, two rays of energy shot towards Ding Shanha and Bai Xing. Then, he turned around and pointed, instantly dissolving Meng Shi's sword energy. With a loud bang, Ding Shanha was sent flying by a powerful energy. He fiercely crashed into a thick stone pillar in the main hall of the martial arts training field. The stone pillar, which could only be encircled by 5 or 6 people, was directly pierced through. At the same time, Bai Xing didn't suffer any heavy injuries. Only a gentle energy pushed him away, preventing him from approaching. In an instant, the moves of 2 spirit kings and a 9-star spirit venerable were easily dispelled by Lu Chen's move. After Bai Xing landed on the ground, she looked at Lu Chen in disbelief. "Little Chen, what realm are you at?" Lu Chen lightly smiled at Bai Xing. "Oh, Bai, my realm isn't important. What's important is that you might have to be the dean for a while longer." Bai Xing didn't understand. On the other side, Ding Shanha crawled up from the rubble and looked at Lu Chen in horror. Although he didn't use his full strength, the opponent, a mere in-name disciple, actually managed to push back a spirit king? What kind of joke was this? "You, who exactly are you?" Lu Chen indifferently looked at Ding Shanha. "I'm just a temporary in-name disciple of the Western Saint Spiritual Academy. Of course, I'm also a chef in the kitchen." "Nonsense. With your strength, how can you be just an in-name disciple?" Lu Chen lightly smiled. "It doesn't matter if you don't know me. I've been in the Western Saint Spiritual Academy for 8 years, but I already know the relationship between you and these 2 bastards." Lu Chen leisurely walked in front of Ding Hu and lightly said, "Ding Hu, do you want to live?" What? Are you still hoping for your uncle to save you? You saw it just now. If he comes to save you again, I don't mind killing you first." Ding Hu's breathing became hurried. Don't look at how Lu Chen's words weren't fierce at all. This guy's fierceness was in his hands. If he says he's going to kill, then he's going to kill. I want to live." Lu Chen satisfyingly nodded his head. "Don't be nervous. It's human nature to want to live. Since you want to live, tell everyone now." 6 years ago, a female worker in the kitchen was raped and died in the well. 4 years ago, the same thing happened again. Ding Hu's face had already changed. Lu Chen continued, "Come, tell everyone. Who did it?" I don't know. At that time, the academy sent people to investigate, but they couldn't find the culprit. Lu Chen slightly smiled and turned to Yang Yong. "Yang Yong, now the chance to live is yours." Yang Yong wasn't Ding Hu. He didn't have an uncle who wanted to be the dean. Seeing Lu Chen smiling at him now, he felt as if he had seen a ghost. Lu Chen's sword finger moved, and Yang Yong's two arms seemed to be lightly touched by someone. But a moment later, his left and right arms directly exploded, flesh and blood splattering everywhere. Yang Yong screamed miserably with tears streaming down his face. "Lu Chen, you're not human." Lu Chen didn't care about Yang Yong's wailing and squatted down to persuade him. "Yang Yong, don't tell me you're so naive to think that I didn't do anything in these 8 years. You only have one chance. If you miss it, TSK, TSK, TSK. Guess if I'll show mercy next time." Was there a need to guess? This guy directly exploded his own arms in front of thousands of people. I'll say, it's Ding Hu. It's all Ding Hu's doing. He raped and killed 2 female workers. The second year, that female worker's husband was also beaten to death by him. But he used the reason that the worker's health wasn't good, and Ding Shanha pardoned his responsibility. Also, Ding Hu didn't just kill 3 people. In these 8 years, 4 people died because of him, and more than 10 people became disabled. Lu Chen was quite surprised. Yang Yong already knew how to answer questions, some of which he didn't even know. Also, Chen Xi's previous terminal illness was caused by Ding, who asked me to drug him for a long time. Chen Xi was supposed to die, but he was saved by Dean Bai Xing. In order to survive, Yang Yong confessed everything he knew. Ding Hu angrily shouted, "Yang Yong, you're slandering me." Yang Yong angrily shouted, "I'm slandering you? Which one of these things didn't I see with my own eyes? After following you for so many years, your hands have been stained with blood. This kitchen is about to become your world." This time, the crowd was in an uproar. Ding, who is just a small kitchen manager, and he actually treats human lives like grass, raping and killing a father and daughter, and even beating the husband to death. Isn't that too vile? Relying on his uncle's relationship, he's really out of control. Bai Xing was shocked. So under him, the Western Saint Spiritual Academy actually had such a dirty corner. Chapter 1358. Lu Chen nodded his head in satisfaction. He stood up and looked at Ding Shanha. "Ding Shanha, who gave you the authority to pardon Ding Shanha for killing those workers? Are those people not human in your eyes?" Ding Shanha was so angry that his body trembled, but he couldn't say a single word. Lu Chen snorted. "With someone like you as the dean, I'm afraid that the Western Saint Spiritual Academy will never have a day of peace." After that, Lu Chen walked in front of Ding Hu. "Ding Hu, someone like you deserves to die. It's a pity that my pet isn't here, so I can only do it myself." After saying that, Lu Chen moved like lightning and poked Ding Hu's body dozens of times. Ding Hu still didn't understand why he didn't feel any pain. Suddenly, Ding Hu's body exploded. His head exploded, and all the bones in his body shattered. Ding Hu let out a miserable shriek. After enduring such inhumane torture, he actually didn't die. That was the most painful part. His body was like a pile of mud as he laid on the ground. He looked at Lu Chen in horror and cried, "Lu Chen, I beg you, kill me, I beg you." For someone like Ding Hu to beg for death, it could be seen how much pain he was in. Lu Chen snorted as he picked up the rattan handle that Ding Hu had dropped and stabbed it into Ding Hu's head. Ding Hu's eyes rolled back as he finally breathed his last. When Yang Yong saw this scene, he was so frightened that his soul trembled. That kid who had been whipped countless times by them and didn't even make a sound. He didn't forget his hatred, but he knew how to endure more than anyone else. After enduring for 8 years, when he appeared, it was time for him to take his life. Lu Chen, you're too scary. This isn't the temperament of a child. Yang Yong powerlessly fell to the ground. So, you won't let me go, right? Lu Chen was a little surprised. Yang Yong's ability to observe people was still a little bit. But in any case, I have confessed Ding Hu's crimes. You can give me a quick death. I beg you. Yang Yong knelt on the ground. Both of his hands were blown away by the explosion. You poisoned Grandpa Chen. Logically speaking, I shouldn't have let you die so easily. However, Grandpa Chen didn't die in the end. You have atoned for your crimes just now. Fine, I'm not a cruel and bloodthirsty person. Lu Chen slashed with his sword finger. Beheading. After killing Yang Yong, Lu Chen's figure suddenly moved. He flashed to the weapon rack in the training field and casually picked up a wooden spear for practice. In the blink of an eye, he flashed in front of Ding Shanha. Ding Shanha's eyes widened. This guy's speed was actually so fast. You will pay for the lives of that couple who died tragically. The spear shot out like a dragon, and Ding Shanha hurriedly used his sword to block. However, the wooden spear was able to block it, but the spear intent was unable to block it. Ding Shanha's chest directly exploded, instantly turning into a bloody mess. Don't tell me you're a soul emperor. Ding Shanha looked at Lu Chen with his last breath. Lu Chen immediately turned around and threw the wooden spear away, leaving behind a sentence: "A soul emperor doesn't stand a chance in front of me." In the blink of an eye, there were 3 more corpses in the training field of the Western Sacred Spiritual Academy. Yang Yong, Ding Hu, Ding Shanha. Among the 3, there were commoners and soul kings. However, in Lu Chen's eyes, those who deserve to die, regardless of their rank or identity. Wait, Bai Xing suddenly recovered and chased after Lu Chen. Little Chen. Bai Xing pulled Lu Chen. Where are you going? Lu Chen turned around and looked at Bai Xing. Bai Xing was so frightened that she retracted her hand. Lu Chen lightly smiled. Dean Bai Xing, did I kill the wrong people? Lu Chen asked. No, Sai, it's my fault for not managing the academy properly. To think that such a thing would happen in the Western Sacred Spiritual Academy. As the dean, I can't absolve myself from the blame. Lu Chen nodded his head. The dean is indeed at fault. However, you haven't been managing the affairs of the academy all these years. The main problem is still Ding Shanha. Bai Xing sighed. Ding Shanha is smart and capable. I know that he's a little protective, but I never thought that he would do it to such an extent. Lu Chen also sighed. Dean Bai Xing was already old. Let bygones be bygones. Dean Bai, you saved Grandpa Chen and gave me the honorary disciple token. Lu Chen will remember this kindness in his heart. This time, I'll do one last thing for the Western Sacred Spiritual Academy. After this, I'll be leaving this place. I'm going back now to pack my things. Bai Xing curiously asked, What are you referring to? I'll be representing the Western Sacred Spiritual Academy in this national sword competition. Bai Xing was stunned. Just now, she had clearly seen Lu Chen's outstretched hand. Soul King Ding, Shanha couldn't even take a single move from Lu Chen. An instant kill. With such strength, he was already worthy of being the strongest fighting force in the Western Sacred Spiritual Academy. You're willing to represent the Western Sacred Spiritual Academy. That's great. The strongest newcomer this time will definitely be my Western Sacred Spiritual Academy. Lu Chen lightly smiled. I'm not going to participate in the competition for the strongest newcomer. I'm going to participate in the competition for the strongest experts in the Heavenly Saint Empire. When his words came out, the entire scene was filled with exclamations. Competition for the strongest experts. That can't be, right? There are countless experts in the competition for the strongest experts. Soul Kings and Soul Emperors aren't the strongest. How old is he? 18. Participating in the competition for the strongest at 18? I've never heard of such a thing. This is equivalent to a newcomer participating in the competition for the academy. Bai Xing frowned. Lu Chen, your strength is indeed strong, but the competition for the strongest isn't as simple as you think. There are countless experts in the Heavenly Saint Empire. Now that you're participating in the competition for the newcomers, why take the risk? Lu Chen said, the reward for the competition for the strongest will bring prestige to the Western Sacred Spiritual Academy. It's not something the competition for the newcomers can compare with. This time, I'll treat it as returning the favor to Dean Bai. Furthermore, I don't want to meet Meng Shi. After Lu Chen finished speaking, he looked at the girl in the crowd. Meng, she was still in a state of shock. She knew that Lu Chen was strong, but she didn't know that Lu Chen was strong to this extent. Instant kill of a Soul King? As a 9-star spiritual elder, she wouldn't even last half a second in front of her. Beside Meng Shi, Yan Zhu was already crying. Yan Zhu was probably the clearest about how much grievance Lu Chen had suffered. After so many years of enduring, he finally exploded today. Master, you've finally taken your revenge. Good kill. I've wanted to kill them for a long time. It's really satisfying. It's just that, Master, are you leaving? Lu Chen walked over and hugged Yan Zhu's shoulder. You're not young anymore. Why are you crying? It's so embarrassing. Master, I can't bear to part with you. Yan Zhu cried. His voice was like a mosquito. The pitch was inexplicably high. No one knew how he made the sound. Lu Chen was also a little sad. After thinking for a while, he said, how about this? You come with me. And, really? Yan Zhu immediately stopped crying and looked at Lu Chen in surprise. Do you think I'm someone who doesn't keep my words? You are. You killed Yang Yong just now. This. Lu Chen was speechless for a moment. Then forget it. You'd better stay here. No. Master, even if you're lying to me, I'll still follow you. Yan Zhu hugged Lu Chen's thigh tightly. Hey, you two, wait for me. Meng Shi finally regained her senses and hurriedly chased after them. Chapter 1359. Before Lu Chen left the Western Saint Spiritual Academy, Bai Xing had already prepared the registration form and badge. These were the tokens of the Western Saint Spiritual Academy. As for the remaining matters, Bai Xing would naturally take care of them. After the preparations were completed, Lu Chen, Yan Zhu, and Meng Shi embarked on their journey to Heavenly Might City. Yan Zhu carried 2 large frames of belongings with a shoulder pole and followed behind Lu Chen. Seeing how hard it was for him, Lu Chen and Meng Shi consoled him and placed their belongings into his basket. Master, Meng Shi, the 2 of you are too impolite. Lu Chen said, you've already carried it. It doesn't matter if it's a little more. It's inconvenient for us to carry it on our backs. Furthermore, isn't it too much to ask to help your master carry some things? Yan Zhu took a deep breath and looked at Meng Shi. I can help carry my master's belongings, but Miss Meng Shi, Meng Shi looked at Yan Zhu, blinked her eyes, and said, I'll help you maintain your balance so that one end of the pole is higher than the other. Besides, there are wars going on for years now. Bandits are running rampant. Originally, when I encounter bandits or robbers, I would just run away. Now that my luggage is with you, I won't leave you behind. The more Meng Shi spoke, the more reasonable it sounded. Yanju almost vomited blood. So Meng Shi was helping him by giving him more weight. Following these two rascals, Yanju could only be a laborer. After releasing her hands, Meng Shi quickly caught up with Lu Chen. "Hey, Lu Chen, tell me honestly, what star spiritual pulse do you have?" Lu Chen thought for a moment. He didn't have anything to hide from Meng Shi, so he said, "I don't know. The two heavenly essence orbs that I tested exploded." "Ah, exploded?" Lu Chen nodded. "So I'm not sure what star spiritual pulse I have. I guess it should be 9 stars. My 9 stars dual spiritual pulse didn't explode the heavenly essence orb." Meng Shi was shocked. Lu Chen shook his head. Indeed, no one would believe him when he told the truth. "Sigh, who cares about the number of spiritual veins, as long as it can be used?" Lu Chen casually changed the topic. Yanju carried a load and chased after him. "Master, it seems to be near your house in front. Don't you want to go home and take a look? Every time you ask me to send money, I never see you come home to visit. This time, I don't know when you'll be back. It's better to go home and take a look." Speaking of going home, Lu Chen thought of his grandfather, mother, Uncle Tai, and Warner. He really missed them. Speaking of which, had already participated in the Spiritual Pulse preliminary test, and her results were very good. She might be going to the Spiritual Academy to study in the second half of the year. Lu Chen could not help but stop and look in the direction of his home. After a long silence, Lu Chen finally shook his head. "I'm not going. Their peaceful lives are more important than anything else. I don't want them to worry about me. Let's go." Lu Chen sighed and continued on his way. Meng Shi was stunned for a moment. She seemed to be able to understand Lu Chen. Although she did not know the reason, from Lu Chen's expression just now, it was not that he did not want to go back, but that he could not go back. This person must have a story that no one knew. The journey was long and would take more than a month. The group walked for more than half a day until they reached a bigger city nearby. Only then did Meng Shi buy a carriage. The 3 of them took turns to drive the carriage and continued on their way. At this moment, Meng Shi was in charge of driving the carriage. Lu Chen looked at Yanju and suddenly said, "Zhuzi, do you want to cultivate?" Yanju was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. "Master, who doesn't want to cultivate? But I only have a 2-star spiritual vein, and my family is poor." Lu Chen smiled. A 2-star spiritual vein is not completely impossible to cultivate. A good heart technique can make up for it. Yanju said helplessly, "Master, I know, but how can I be qualified to obtain a high-grade heart technique?" Lu Chen smiled. "I heard that there is a high-grade heart technique in the reward for the battle of the strongest. If I can get it, I will let you cultivate it." "What? Really?" Again, Lu Chen looked at Yanju, annoyed and amused at the same time. How much did he not trust his master? Yanju quickly said, Oh, I know. Master is the most trustworthy person." Lu Chen nodded his head in satisfaction. "That's more like it." After knowing that there was hope for him to cultivate, Yanju seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. The tiredness of the day disappeared, and he was especially excited. "Hey, Master, Miss Meng, she didn't go with others to Sky Might City, but she was willing to go with us. Do you think there's a possibility that Miss Meng Shi is interested in you? Miss Meng's family background is illustrious, her strength is outstanding, and most importantly, she's so beautiful. Go and take a look at the entire West Saint Spiritual Academy. There's no lack of beauties among the thousands of people, but as long as you look at her, you won't be able to forget her. Look at the long road ahead. Don't you want to cherish this opportunity?" Lu Chen frowned. He had been single for a few hundred years. Although he already had 2 children, They were both born before marriage. Not only did they have children before marriage, they also had children before breaking. Others cooked the rice, but he didn't even cook the rice and directly cooked 2 big pots of rice. The ancient realm was also a lifetime, so marrying and having children here was very normal. With such an opportunity, Lu Chen naturally wouldn't let it go. However, it was a pity that he knew Meng Shi's motive. Zhuzi, don't think too much. We're just going to travel together. Is it really that simple? Yes, I understand a girl's mentality very well. Do you think it's a novel, falling in love at first sight? Lu Chen said with confidence. Seeing his master so confident, Yan Zhu blinked his eyes. His master was so powerful, but he never said how strong he was. However, he just said that he understood a girl's mentality very well. So he must be an expert in this field. Maybe I'm thinking too much. After traveling for 3 to 4 days, the 3 of them stopped at a small city to rest. The 3 of you are also going to participate in the national sword competition, right? There are more guests staying in the shop now. You've come to the right place. There's only 1 room in the city now. The boss said with a smile. How can we stay in 1 room? Lu Chen frowned. We can. Meng, she suddenly said. 1 person can sleep in the carriage. With a bang, Meng, she had already pressed the silver leaf on the table. Anyway, we can't find any other rooms. Boss, we'll take this room. Okay, I'll get a room for the 2 of you. Before Lu Chen could say anything, the room had already been booked. Yan Zhu had already tactfully gone to sleep in the carriage. Before he left, he winked at Lu Chen, not knowing what he wanted to say. There was only 1 bed in the room. Meng, she said, I'll sleep on the bed, and you sleep on the floor. Is that okay? Lu Chen frowned slightly. The traditional concept of Tianyuan continent was still very strong. Men and women were not allowed to touch each other, let alone spend the night in the same room. I'll squeeze in with Yan Zhu. The carriage can't squeeze in. Forget it. There's no need to be so particular when we're outside. But at night, you're not allowed to have any bad ideas. Meng, she said as her face turned red. She didn't dare to look at Lu Chen. Looking at Meng Shi's blushing and shy appearance, Lu Chen's heart also moved. He was now at the age where he was full of vigor. It was a bit dangerous for a beauty to sleep beside him. Chapter 1360. The lights in the room were extinguished. Lu Chen was about to go to sleep when he suddenly saw a pair of big eyes looking at him from above. Lu Chen, I can't sleep. Meng, she laid her head on the side of the bed, looking at Lu Chen, who was sleeping on the floor. What's wrong? Lu Chen asked. I'm afraid that I can't beat Li Haobai, and I'll be caught by my family. Lu Chen blinked. This woman couldn't be preparing to carry out her second plan now, right? Cough, cough, then. Then what should I do? Lu Chen looked at Meng, she looking a little nervous. After roaming the world for so many years, could it be that he finally got a chance today? Meng, she looked at Lu Chen and sighed. Lu Chen, why do people live their lives? I've been living according to my parents' wishes since I was young, and I've never been my true self. Even if I ran away, I still couldn't escape the surveillance of my family. My every move still couldn't escape their eyes. Lu Chen saw that Meng, she didn't seem to be joking, and frowned slightly. Perhaps it was because of this that Meng, she always liked to do things that were out of line. She didn't like this kind of life that was arranged. Lu Chen sighed. He didn't know if Meng, she still remembered her plan B, but looking at her current state, she was in low spirits. She probably didn't have any ideas. Why do you suddenly have so little confidence in yourself? Lu Chen asked. I just received news that Li Haobai broke through again. He's now a 1-star spirit king. Meng, she sighed again. I can still fight with a difference of 3 stars, but now I'm a whole realm away from him. That guy is a monster. Lu Chen frowned slightly. This Li Haobai was indeed talented. Leveling up was like drinking water. Hey, Lu Chen, actually, there's something I need to tell you. Don't be angry with me. Lu Chen frowned slightly. What's the matter? I bribed the innkeeper. I originally wanted to. Well, I've already prepared the sleeping incense. Meng Shi's voice became softer and softer, almost inaudible. Lu Chen's eyes widened. He had already prepared the sleeping incense, but why didn't he put it into action? No matter how bad the quality of the knockout incense was, he would still be unconscious. Ahem. Of course, I won't get angry over such a small matter. Lu Chen pretended to be calm and said, but I'm curious. Since you've already made up your mind, why are you telling me now? I'm afraid that my family will harm you. There's also Li Haobai. It's said that he has a very powerful master, which is why he advanced by leaps and bounds. If something happens to us, he will definitely kill you. Lu Chen thought about it. From Li Haobai's point of view, if his fiancée ran away from the marriage and cheated on him with another man, he would not let it go. Meng Shi, I think it's better this way. But as for the result of the competition, I think you should make it clear to Li Haobai. I think he might have misunderstood you. I don't believe that he really likes you that much. How old were you when you were engaged? A child who wasn't even 10 years old. It's not like he has to marry you. Meng Shi sighed. There really isn't any emotional foundation between the two of us, but I'm not marrying Li Haobai, it's the Li family. Lu Chen immediately understood that their marriage was the face of the two great families. At that time, even if Li Haobai was open-minded, considering the face of the Li family, he would still have to fight even if he didn't want to. So, if I really lose, I might really marry Li Haobai. As she spoke, Meng Shi's big eyes flashed with tears, appearing particularly bright. Our Meng family and the Li family are both top families in the Holy Empire. I don't want to implicate you, and I can't bear the infamy of betraying my family. Big brother Lu Chen, I can only accept my fate. I'm very happy to meet you here. Unfortunately, I might not be able to eat the delicacies you make in the future. Lu Chen was about to say something when Meng Shi hurriedly said good night and turned her head away from Lu Chen. That night, there was no chance for a romantic encounter. Lu Chen also didn't sleep the whole night. It wasn't that he was still thinking about the romantic encounter, but that he felt sorry for Meng Shi, this silly girl. Some people also wanted to resist fate, but in the end, they didn't have the strength to break free from the shackles of fate after a peaceful night. Yan Zhu came knocking on the door early in the morning. When he saw Lu Chen sleeping on the floor, his face was filled with disappointment. Master, you didn't do that last night. Yan Zhu carried Meng Shi on his back. His 2 index fingers touched, as if he was hinting at some kind of movement. Which one? Lu Chen rolled his eyes at Yan Zhu. Don't talk nonsense. We are innocent. The 2 of you stayed in the same room for a night, and you are still innocent. Master, you missed a great opportunity. Stop talking nonsense. Pack up your things and get ready to go. Lu Chen shook his head and walked out of the room. After that, the inns in the cities they passed by were never full again. 1.5 months later, Lu Chen and the other 2 finally arrived at Tiantian City. There was still half a month before the national sword competition, but the city was already crowded. The streets were filled with extraordinary martial artists. It was said that almost all the super experts and super geniuses of the Heavenly Saints Empire had gathered in the royal city. Lu Chen and Meng Shi completed the registration work together. For the next half a month, they were waiting for the grouping information and the notification of the battle time. TSK, TSK, TSK. There are so many people. If we open a restaurant here, we won't have to worry for a few lifetimes. Yen Zhu looked at the crowded streets and sighed. Big brother Lu Chen, let me take you to the market. There are weapons there. You should at least buy a weapon. Meng, she pulled Lu Chen and ran to the market. Yen Zhu didn't want to be a third wheel. He returned to the inn first to put down his luggage. Due to the ancient history of the national sword competition, the market in Heavenly Saints City had become a martial artist trading area. The royal city was indeed on a different level from West Prefecture City. Here, all kinds of pills, weapons, cultivation techniques, and treasures could be seen everywhere. There was a dazzling lineup of all kinds of quality. Lu Chen originally thought that there wouldn't be anything that caught his eye here. However, he wanted to buy some pills for Uncle Tai. Perhaps they could heal his legs. Meng, she was especially happy today. It could even be described as abnormal. She held Lu Chen's hand and looked around, restless for a moment. Big brother Lu Chen, the divine weapon area is just ahead. Let's go take a look. Meng, she pulled Lu Chen forward. Divine weapon area. The weapons there are too expensive. Let's just look around here. It's fine. Let's go. Meng, she ignored Lu Chen's objection and pulled Lu Chen toward the divine weapon area. Lu Chen saw that Meng, she was in high spirits, and treated it as a stroll with her. The two of them walked into the divine weapon area. Just as the two of them reached the entrance of the divine weapon area, more than 10 men in embroidered clothes surrounded them. These people were well-dressed and had an extraordinary temperament. It was obvious that they weren't ordinary people. The man in the lead blocked Lu Chen and Meng Shi's path. Lu Chen pulled Meng Shi behind him and looked at these people coldly. What do you want? Scram! The middle-aged man shouted. He then cupped his fists and bowed slightly to Meng Shi. Eldest miss, it's time to go home. Lu Chen looked back at Meng Shi in surprise. Meng Shi's eyes were slightly red, but she didn't refute. Meng Shi, Lu Chen said with a frown. Meng Shi didn't respond to Lu Chen. Instead, she said to the man, Steward Yun, can you give me a little more time? I'll accompany big brother Lu Chen to choose the last weapon. I'll go with you. The man narrowed his eyes and looked at Lu Chen unkindly. He then looked at Meng Shi and finally said, Eldest miss has indeed grown up. All right, Yun Lu will wait for eldest miss at the exit. Chapter 1361. Lu Chen and Meng Shi entered the artifact trading area under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Meng Shi, are you really going with them? Brother Lu Chen, you don't have to worry about it. Meng, she forced a smile. It was obvious that she was unwilling to go with Butler Yun. Do you need? No need. Meng, she pulled Lu Chen and continued to walk inside. Let's not talk about this. Brother Lu Chen, you haven't had a suitable weapon, right? I helped you choose that spear back then. Today, I'll help you choose another one. The artifacts of Tianyuan continent were naturally incomparable to the god-slaying spear. However, it was many times better than the one Lu Chen used to practice his spear. Meng, she spent 10,000 gold leaves to buy a blood-red spear. With so much money, Lu Chen would never be able to afford it in his lifetime if he only relied on his monthly allowance. Brother Lu Chen, I'll give this spear to you. Lu Chen frowned. Meng Shi, I can't accept such a valuable thing. Brother Lu Chen, take it as me begging you. Please accept it. Meng Shi's eyes were red. I might not have another chance in the future. Remember not to throw this spear away. After saying that, Meng Shi's tears flowed down uncontrollably. Actually, I'd rather you didn't cultivate the mysterious heaven-earth fiend. That way, we might be able to find a remote mountain and live in seclusion. Meng Shi interrupted Lu Chen. She looked at Lu Chen with her clear eyes. Brother Lu Chen, I know you have a lot of secrets. You can't be ordinary forever. You're destined to become a different person. I'm leaving. Take care in the future. After saying that, Meng Shi lowered her head and walked towards the exit. Lu Chen stared at Meng. She's back in a daze. He felt a sense of loss. When they first met, they were both only 10 years old. This girl didn't look down on him just because he was a temporary in-name disciple. She helped Lu Chen choose a cultivation method and a spear. For the next 8 years, she was Lu Chen's only friend in the Western Saint Spiritual Academy. Only now did Lu Chen understand that he might be Meng Shi's only friend. Was he going to let Meng Shi leave just like that? Lu Chen took a deep breath. This time, he had to make a different decision. Master! Not far away, Yanzhu hurriedly rushed in front of Lu Chen. Dinbai is here. He has something urgent to talk to you about. It's about your family. Lu Chen had been staring at Meng Shi, who was about to leave, but at this time, something happened at home. Although he didn't want Meng Shi to leave like this, family matters were more important. He had no choice but to leave with Yanzhu first. Bai Xing was sitting in Lu Chen's inn. When she saw that Lu Chen had returned, she hurriedly stood up. Little Chen, you left the Western Saint Spiritual Academy for less than half a month. A lame man came looking for you, saying that he was your uncle. He gave me this letter and said that the situation was urgent. He wanted me to personally pass it to you. I sped up for a month and finally caught up to you guys. Bai Xing handed a sealed letter to Lu Chen. Lu Chen hurriedly tore open the envelope. There were 2 letters in the envelope. One was written in an unknown handwriting. There was only 1 sentence on it. 2 months later, collect the corpse of the Dongfang family. The other was written in Uncle Tai's handwriting. 1. Er's spiritual pulse was 9 star 3 meridians. Not only that, it was metal, fire, and wood meridians. Metal and fire could be used to refine equipment, while metal and wood could be used to refine medicine. 1. Had all 3 meridians. Furthermore, they were all top-notch spiritual pulses. In the end, the Dongfang family still found out about this. The Dongfang family slaughtered more than 700 people from the Lu family. However, you were the only one who escaped. The Dongfang family has been brooding over this matter. They have not given up on searching for us all these years. Who would have thought that Er's spiritual pulse would be so heaven-defying? After the news was released, the Dongfang family found out about it. Now, they have already kidnapped Madam left without saying goodbye and returned to the Tianwu kingdom. She specially left a letter for me, telling me not to go to the Tianwu kingdom and not to tell you about this. However, since they have found us, they will definitely find you soon. Even if they can't take your spiritual pulse now, I'm afraid that they will eliminate you completely. I have already headed to the Tianwu kingdom. Even if I have to risk my life, I will save Madam and head to the Tianwei kingdom as soon as possible. Set off immediately. Do not delay. Do not come looking for us. Remember, Tai. Lu Chen read Uncle Tai's letter. His eyes widened in anger, and his hands trembled. Dongfang family, how dare you touch Master? Yanzhu had never seen Lu Chen so angry, even when he was abused and whipped by Ding, who he did not even make a sound. However, this time, his master seemed to have changed into a different person. Little Chen, what happened? Bai Xing asked anxiously. The Dongfang family? Are you talking about the Dongfang family? The Dongfang family, one of the 3 aristocratic families of the Tianwu kingdom. Lu Chen did not have time to explain. He looked at Bai Sheng and said, "Dean, I might not be able to participate in the National Sword Conference this time. I have to go to the Tianwu Kingdom. My enemy has kidnapped my younger sister. My mother and Uncle Tai are also in danger." Bai Sheng hurriedly said, "Little Chen, I heard that the Dongfeng family is guarded by a divine beast. You are courting death if you go alone." Lu Chen said, "Dean, no matter what divine beast is guarding them, if they dare to touch my sister and my family, I will make the Dongfeng family bleed like a river." Bai Sheng still wanted to say something, but there was no way to compromise now. Could it be that Bai Sheng wanted Lu Chen to watch his mother and sister die tragically and do nothing? The letter was sent by Tai a month ago, calculating the time on the road. It meant that Lu Chen's time was very tight. He might not even be able to make it. Bai Sheng was in a dilemma. Although he admired Lu Chen, the Dongfeng family was in the Tianwu Kingdom. He could not help much. "Little Chen, do you insist on going?" "I have to go," Lu Chen said firmly. "There is not enough time. I have to go now." "Wait." Bai Sheng pulled Lu Chen. His expression was difficult. Finally, he said, "Little Chen, I don't know if helping you now is really helping you or harming you. But if I don't help you, I don't deserve to be the dean." Lu Chen said, "Dean came all the way here to deliver the letter." Lu Chen is already very grateful. There is no need for the dean to do anything. This is a personal grudge of mine. Lu Chen, there is no need for the dean to blame yourself. Bai Sheng shook his head. "I can't go to the Tianwu Kingdom, but my cloud-stepping colt is in the stable downstairs. It might save you some time." Lu Chen widened his eyes. What he needed the most now was to buy time. Bai Sheng, Yan Zhu, and Lu Chen hurried downstairs to the stable. Bai Sheng brought out a single-horned white horse. "Little Chen, AI, be careful. If there is no chance, don't do it alone." Lu Chen nodded heavily. "Lu Chen will remember the dean's kindness in my heart. If I can make it in time for the national sword discussion, I will return. If I can't, I can only treat it as me owing the Western Saint Spiritual Academy." "Master, I will go with you. The more people there are, the more strength there is," Yan Zhu said anxiously, "but I can't be at ease if you go alone." Lu Chen patted Yan Zhu. He did not accept this disciple for nothing. "You can't help now. Follow the dean." After speaking, Lu Chen mounted his horse. But before he left, he suddenly stopped. "Also, if you see Mingxi, tell her that if I can make it back, I will marry her." Chapter 1362. On the streets of Heaven's Saint Kingdom's capital, a superior white unicorn galloped on the streets, attracting the curses of many passers-by. However, Lu Chen couldn't care less. He whipped his horse and rushed out of Heaven's Saint Kingdom's capital. As Lu Chen's Jiutian equipment had all lost its effectiveness, he couldn't use many skills. He could only use 9 steps in the void and ghostly shadows. But the problem was that he couldn't use the spiritual energy storm, so he couldn't keep moving. The cloud-stepping colt was a famous Tianyuan colt. Although it couldn't really fly, it was extremely fast. Moreover, the mountain roads were like flat ground. Lu Chen arrived at Heaven Martial Kingdom in 20 days for a journey that would have taken 2 months. But in Heaven Martial Kingdom, even the cloud-stepping colt couldn't take it for 20 days without rest. Its speed was greatly reduced. "Cloud-stepping colt, I know you are tired, but please hold on a little longer. We will be there soon," Lu Chen said anxiously. 5 days later, Heaven Martial Kingdom's capital, Heaven Martial City, as one of the 3 major families in Heaven Martial Kingdom. The Dongfeng family occupied 1/5 of the city on the east side of Heaven Marshall City. Just the size of the city was enough to make people gasp in amazement. Half of the military and political officials in Heaven Marshall Kingdom were from the Dongfang family. Even the mother of Heaven Marshall Kingdom was from the Dongfang family. This showed how powerful the Dongfang family was. At this moment, in the Dongfang family's huge martial arts field, tens of thousands of Dongfang family members were gathered there, waiting for a ceremony. The entire martial arts field was covered with red blood runes. There were 2 array cores in the array. One was a huge iron pillar that was dozens of meters tall, and the other was a crystal bed. On the iron pillar, there was a girl nailed with thick iron nails. The girl's hands, arms, and legs were nailed to the iron pillar, unable to move. In front of the girl, there was a wooden platform. On the wooden platform, there were all kinds of shocking knives. They were of different shapes and exquisite workmanship, but most of them had strange shapes. No one could guess what they were used for. The girl couldn't stop crying, but her tears seemed to have dried up. Now, 2 streams of blood flowed out. "What do you want?" "Let me go." "Mother, Uncle Tai, brother." At the same time, a 7 or 8-year-old boy, accompanied by a middle-aged couple, walked to another sickbed in the eye of the formation. He was about to take off his shoes and climb up when he heard Lu Warner's screams. The boy suddenly walked in front of Lu Warner, picked up a sharp needle from the table, and stabbed it into Lu Warner's shoulder expressionlessly. Warner was a girl who was not even 10 years old. She could not help but cry out in pain. The boy remained unmoved and looked at Lu Warner indifferently. "I heard that your older brother escaped from our Dongfang clan. Unfortunately, your Lu clan still owes us, so you've appeared." "Trash. It's your honor to be able to provide me with a spirit vein. Don't be ungrateful." At this moment, the boy's parents hurried over. Why are you touching her? Don't dirty your hands. Lu Warner's spirit vein is extremely rare. As long as you transplant her spirit vein, you can practice martial arts, forge weapons, and refine medicine. Don't kill her yet." Lu Warner's eyes widened as she stared at Dongfang Xuanyu. "What did you say? Your Dongfang clan is the murderer of my Lu clan." Dongfang Xuanyu looked at Lu Warner with a half-smile. "What? You still don't know? Oh, right. You weren't even born then. Looks like your family protected you well. They didn't tell you these things in detail." "That's right. My Dongfang clan killed your Lu clan. So what? I only hate that I was born too late and didn't make it in time. Speaking of that extermination, I'm so angry. You actually let that trash Luchin escape? Think about it. A person with a 9-star chaos spiritual vein, yet no one has heard from him for 8 years. How bad is his comprehension ability? He should have handed over the spirit vein obediently back then. That would have saved him so many years of wandering. Yuer, that's enough. It's about to start. Why waste your breath on this person?" The man pulled Dongfang Xuanyu back. Dongfang Xuanyu turned around and looked at Lu Warner, whose eyes were bloodshot. "Don't worry, your family will be reunited soon. Whether it's your mother, your family's guard dog, your grandfather, or that trash of a brother, we won't let any of them off." Although Lu Warner was still young, ever since her brother left, she had become more and more sensible. She had always been smart and quick-witted. From the words of Uncle Tai, her mother, and her grandfather, she had learned about what had happened back then. "Dongfang clan, I won't let you off even if I turn into a ghost." However, none of the tens of thousands of Dongfang clan members took Lu Warner's words to heart. They were still busy with their work. The experts of the Dongfang clan sat in the audience and waited leisurely. Yuer's luck is really good. A 9-star 3 spiritual vein, and it's a metal, fire, and with spiritual vein. This kind of spiritual vein is definitely a top-grade spiritual vein. I wonder what the Lu clan accumulated in their previous life. Lu Chen has a 9-star chaos spiritual vein, and Lu Wanner has a 9-star 3 spiritual vein. What can the Lu clan accumulate? In the end, won't they belong to our Dongfang clan? It's a pity that we didn't get Lu Chen, that little bastard's spiritual vein. What a waste. The poor study, while the rich practice martial arts. It's not enough to become an expert with a good spiritual vein. Lu Chen and the others are poor in the Heavenly Saint Empire. How could they have the financial resources to support Lu Chen's cultivation? What a waste of a good spiritual vein. Right at this time, a subordinate hurried over. Patriarch, elders Qin Yueqin, Duke Qin, and Tai have been captured. How should we deal with them? Oh, a middle-aged man stood up with interest. We haven't seen each other for 8 years. You finally caught them today. If Lu Chen was here, he would definitely recognize this person. It was Dongfang Bai, the person who killed his father. Yes, they didn't know that we've been watching them for a long time. They were loitering outside the residence for several days. When Tai rushed over, they were captured in one go. Dongfang Bai nodded. Then how about this? Since we're all acquaintances, why don't we let them come together and watch us dig out Lu Wan's spiritual vein before killing them? What do you think? Ha ha ha. A strong man in the main seat laughed. This man was tall and sturdy and looked to be around 40 years old. However, his aura was oppressive, and the surrounding elders couldn't compare with him. Elder Bai, you really know how to play. This method is wonderful. Quick, bring them here. Yes, Patriarch. The servant hurried off. This man was the patriarch of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Qinglong. Not long after, someone brought 3 people to the array. When Yueqin saw Lu Wan, she couldn't help but cry and tremble. Mother, Tai glared at the Dongfang family. You bastards are worse than pigs and dogs. You're completely heartless. With a slap, a Dongfang family member next to him slapped him. Be quiet. Dongfang Bai stood up. Men, tie this family in front of Lu Wan, and open their eyelids. I want them to watch as Lu Wan's spirit vein is dug out. Chapter 1363. The spirit transferring meridian exchanging array was already in operation. An old man walked to the front of the wooden platform and picked a suitable tool from the table. Lu Wana looked past the old man and saw her grandfather, mother, and Uncle Tai kneeling in front of her. Mother, don't be sad. Lu Wana was already trembling with fear, but she still comforted her mother. It's a pity that I have the spirit vein, but I can't avenge the Lu family. Wana, mother is sorry. Qin Gong was already in tears. Heavens, please open your eyes. Why do you treat Wana like this? She's just a child. Wana, Uncle Tai is useless. Uncle Tai is useless. Master, Tai have failed you. I didn't protect Miss well. Tai was heartbroken. The Lu family fought desperately to defend against foreign enemies, but in the end, the family was destroyed. Damned heavens, is this your arrangement? Why? Dongfang Bai stood in front of the 3 and sneered, don't you know? In the Tianmu kingdom, the Dongfang family is the heavens. For a small family like yours, the fate of the weak is just a toy in my hands. If I want you to live, you will live. If I want you to die, you will die. If I want you to die, not only will your family be exterminated, you will also have to bear the infamy. Remember, the heavens won't protect ants like you. Wana suddenly said angrily, no, even if you kill us, I believe my brother won't let you go. Your brother? Dongfang Bai laughed. Are you talking about that stray dog Lu Chun? Dongfang Bai stretched out his arms and said loudly, the Dongfang family has more than 70,000 foreign clans, including 430 spiritual kings, 123 spiritual emperors, 3 immortals, and 1 immortals. The Dongfang family is known as the Azure Dragon clan, with a divine beast guarding it. The family is prosperous and powerful. Tell me, how can your brother fight with us? Let me tell you, even if I can't transplant his spirit vein now, I will catch him and hang his corpse in public. Oh, right, that's how I treat your father. Of course, I won't neglect your brother. Duke Qin's voice was filled with tears as he roared, Dongfang Bai, you crazy bastard. You're not human. Dongfang Bai walked up to Eunuch Qin with a cold look in his eyes. Then he slapped him across the face. How could Duke Qin withstand Dongfang Bai's slap? He immediately vomited blood and fell to the ground, unable to get up. Father! Qin Yueqin's body trembled when she saw that her father's condition was unknown. She was already on the verge of collapse. Remember, my Dongfang family is the heavens. Those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. Dongfang Bai looked at the Lu family members coldly. The auspicious time has arrived. Prepare to dig out the spirit vein. The old man in charge of digging the spirit vein had already chosen his tools and was walking towards her. However, Warner had used up all her strength. Her tears fell silently. The sky suddenly darkened, as if it was going to rain. Heaven and earth were dim, just like this world where there was no hope. At this time, Lu Warner also understood that it was useless to struggle. The only thing left now was to accept her fate. The only consolation was that her brother had not been caught yet. When she was very young, her brother would always take her to the forest and let her watch him cultivate. Unfortunately, she was too young at that time and only knew how to cause trouble for her brother and make him play with her. At that time, if the children in the village bullied her, no matter how big or strong they were, her brother would definitely stand in front of her and protect her. As long as there was good food at home, her brother would definitely secretly give his share to her. Her brother had said that he would always protect her. Brother. Lu Warner's tear-stained and blood-stained face revealed a gratified smile. Fortunately, you went back on your word this time. Brother, don't avenge us. The Dongfang family is too scary. Warner only hopes that you can live well. Brother, Warner misses you so much. Heavy rain poured down. There was a loud boom. A bolt of lightning in the sky lit up the entire training field. This bolt of lightning also illuminated the entrance of the training field. An incomparably malevolent face appeared. An angry roar resounded through heaven and earth. Today, everyone in the Dongfang family, from the head of the family to the livestock, will die for me. Hearing this angry roar, everyone looked in the direction of the entrance of the training field. At this moment, a man and a spear were standing at the entrance of the training field. Lu Chun. Dongfang Bai narrowed his eyes slightly. Am I seeing things? How could there be such an idiot? Before Dongfang Bai could finish speaking, the figure had already disappeared from where he stood. In the blink of an eye, a blood-curdling scream came from behind him. Unknowingly, Lu Qin had already arrived in front of the old man, who was walking towards Warner. In front of the old man was a terrifying face. How dare you touch my sister? Lu Qin roared angrily. Holding the front half of the spear in his hand, he directly pierced the old man's heart. This spear was not a stab, but a smash. There was a loud boom. Due to the excessive force, the old man's body was directly thrown horizontally in midair. At the same time that the spear pierced through his body, the old man was directly blasted into the ground by the huge impact. The ground, paved with black basalt, was directly smashed into a large pit. At the same time that the old man was hit by the spear, most importantly, the force of Lu Chen's fist bombarded the old man, causing his entire chest to collapse. Lu Chen's nostrils flared angrily. In an instant, he pulled out his spear and stabbed dozens of times, directly stabbing the old man's face. The old man's face was instantly unrecognizable. His head turned into a pile of flesh and bones. All of this happened too quickly. No one from the Dongfang family could stop it in time, and the old man was already dead. What kind of speed is this? Dongfang Bai's eyes widened. A bolt of lightning pierced the sky again. He saw with his own eyes that Lu Chen's figure flashed and was already behind him. Dongfang Bai reacted extremely quickly. It was obvious that Lu Chen wanted to save people. He snorted coldly. Save people? Dream on. I'll let you watch your mother be killed. After saying that, he directly waved his sword and released sword energy. He actually wanted to kill Qin Yueqin and the other two first. He was right in front of the three. No matter how fast Lu Chen was, he could not be faster than him. However, the moment he waved his sword energy, a cold light suddenly flashed behind him. He had miscalculated. Lu Chen was not here to save people, but to kill him. At the critical moment, Dongfang Bai hurriedly gave up his attack and quickly dodged. However, the other party did not chase after him. Instead, he took the opportunity to kill the guards behind Qin Yueqin and the other two. Dongfang Bai's eyes widened in anger. This guy's purpose was to save people, but he actually dared to make a diversion under such circumstances. Yueqin looked at Lu Chen in disbelief. However, after thinking about it, she could not help but become nervous again. She hurriedly said, You go quickly. Lu Chen turned around and looked at his mother with heartache. He held back his tears and said in a trembling voice, Mother, I'm late. I've made you and Wanner suffer. I didn't want you to know, but Lu Chen's heart ached. Mother did not want him to take risks, so she hid this matter from him. However, the more she did so, the more heartache he felt. Unfortunately, now was not the time to talk. Mother, Uncle Tai, you go save one. I'll be right there. Lu Chen did not explain much and flashed to Qin Yueqin's side. Qin Yueqin was still breathing. Lu Chen hurriedly carried Qin Yueqin. Qin Yueqin suddenly grabbed Lu Chen. Grandfather can't take it anymore. Qin Yueqin was only a mortal, and he was already old. How could he withstand Dongfang Bai's palm strike? His injuries were too serious. At this time, only an immortal body pill could save him. Unfortunately, in the Tianyuan continent, there was no immortal body pill. Protect your mother, one. With that, Qin Yueqin breathed his last. Chapter 1364. Grandfather. Lu Chen raised his head and wailed. His tears flowed uncontrollably, mixing with the rain. Ha 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 ha, Lu Chen, are you sad? Dongfang Bai laughed. I should have been gentler just now. That way, your grandfather would have said a few more words to you. It's my fault, my fault. Lu Chen abruptly turned his head and glared at the person who spoke. Dongfang Bai, I'm going to tear you to pieces. Oh, really? I'm so scared, Dongfang Bai said, but his face was full of mockery. But Lu Chen, I really didn't expect you to have the guts to barge into my Dongfang family. TSK, TSK, TSK. I thought it would take some effort to catch you, but now this idiot has delivered himself to my door. Lu Chen ignored Dongfang Bai. He picked up Duke Qin's body and walked to his family. Uncle Tai peeled off Er's clothes one by one. When Qin Yueqin learned of her father's death, she was devastated, but on the other side, she picked up who couldn't stand. Grandfather. Er sadly looked at Duke Qin's body. Although the old man was only a mortal, he gave everything he had to the brother and sister pair. Lu Qin gently put down Duke Qin's body and crouched down to touch I'm sorry, brother came late. Brother, you should leave quickly. They're too powerful. Cried as she looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen's eyes were full of tenderness. Silly girl, you rest here. Leave the rest to brother. What the Dongfang family owes us, I'll take it all back with interest. Qin Yueqin pulled Lu Chen. Uncle Tai wanted to say something, but Lu Chen didn't stop. Mother, Uncle Tai, Qin knows what to do. Today, I'm here to settle our grudges. After saying that, Lu Chen stood up and coldly looked at Dongfang Bai. You dog, that day you brought people to massacre my Lu family, but I escaped. Today, I'm saving people right under your nose. Tell me, what's the use of you? What right do you have to shout here? Dongfang Bai hated Lu Chen to the bone. The main reason was because he let Lu Chen run away back then, causing him to lose face. In addition, he had been careless just now, falling into Lu Chen's trap. Being schemed against by a little kid, Dongfang Bai felt even more ashamed. At this time, after being provoked by Lu Chen, Dongfang Bai suddenly burned with anger. All right, you dare to talk to me like that? I'll make your whole family suffer a fate worse than death. Dongfang Bai said angrily. Then Dongfang Bai looked at the audience and cupped his fists. Patriarch, Elder Su is dead. Today's spirit vein transplant may be postponed. Dongfang Qinglong calmly sat at his seat. So be it. How dare he barge into my Dongfang family? Don't let him die so easily. Dongfang Bai smiled slightly. Yes, Patriarch. After receiving the Patriarch's order, Dongfang Bai no longer had any misgivings and shouted, Men, take him down. Remember, don't kill him. His life is mine. The surrounding 10,000 people responded, Yes. There was no longer a need to maintain the spirit vein transplant array. Thousands of people had already surrounded them. Lu Chen stood in front of his family, holding his spear. Kill. A large number of black shadows rushed over like a tide. Lu Chen kicked the spear with his right foot. The red spear spun in his hand, and then Lu Chen shouted angrily, None of your Dongfang family is innocent. Die for me. The rain was majestic, thunder roared, and the world was dark. Blood suddenly appeared. Lu Chen's figure was blurred. The blood remnant spear in his hand was like a flame in the dark, jumping among countless enemies. 9-star acupuncture, cloud-piercing spear, pneumatic skill. After millions of practice, Lu Chen's spear had become an instinct of his body. The power of the earth fiend Xian Ming spear was displayed to the extreme at this moment. Sometimes the enemies in front of Lu Chen would explode and die. Sometimes the enemies waiting for an opportunity 100 meters away would suddenly explode. Coupled with Lu Chen's rich combat experience and skills, thousands of people charged, but no one could get within 10 meters of Lu Chen. Under the earth fiend Xian Ming spear, there were no complete corpses, and Lu Chen's subordinates were also killed. The entire martial arts arena was filled with endless blood and flesh. In the audience, Dongfang Qinglong narrowed his eyes. That kid is using the earth fiend Xian Ming spear? This spear technique is so overbearing that it's impossible to guard against. An elder said, I've heard of people who practiced it before, but most of them were poor people who couldn't afford a good technique, and no one could use this kind of effect. This spear technique is famous for being useless, but it's also famous for being difficult to practice. Just the first level alone requires one to use the spear 100,000 times before one can get started. Another person snorted. So what if he mastered the first few levels? I'm not worried at all. Who doesn't know that the last 3 moves of the Earth Fiend Xianming Spear are the strongest 3 moves? It's impossible to master them. Dongfang Qinglong nodded. That was true. At this moment, Lu Chen was only killing some outer clan disciples, so there was nothing to worry about. However, Dongfang Bai was a little impatient. Thousands of people couldn't take down Lu Chen alone. Although these outer clan disciples weren't strong, they were still above the level of Soul Master. Lu Chen killed them like chickens. What level was this kid at? Thousands of people besieged him, but in the end, only wreckage was left. The blood was washed away by the rain, but there was too much blood, and the rain couldn't wash it all away. Dongfang Bai, is this all you've got? Dongfang family, is this all you've got? Lu Chen roared angrily. It seems that the Dongfang family is just a bunch of trash. Dongfang Bai was furious. Kill him! More and more enemies surged over like a black tide, covering the entire training field. Lu Chen roared, Come on! Earth Fiend Xianming Spear, 100-mile Dark Crow. Lu Chen shot out like lightning. Before the enemies got close, they were probably still 200 to 300 meters away from Lu Chen, but thousands of people felt their chests being tapped 9 times at the same time. In an instant, a terrifying explosion occurred in the crowd. One by one, flesh bombs exploded in the enemy's ranks without warning. What kind of spear technique is this? How do we defend against it? Some people watched their companions explode and die, their eyes full of horror. How can the Earth Fiend Xianming Spear be so terrifying? This guy's attacks sometimes attack the front row, sometimes attack the back. It's too terrifying. Tens of thousands of people besieged Lu Chen, but at this time, these people felt fear in their hearts at the same time. The Earth Fiend Xianming Spear was too strange, and Lu Chen was too ruthless, leaving no survivors. The heavy rain could not wash away the blood on the ground. Lu Chen was like an insurmountable mountain blocking in front of his family. He was like a killing machine, killing countless people under his spear. The Dongfang family could not show weakness and surrender. Even if they were afraid, they could only rush toward Lu Chen wave after wave. Then, the killing would not stop. Lu Chen's eyes were blood red, and his gaze seemed to pierce through time, returning to that rainy night. Third brother, your life is more precious than mine. You have a 9-star chaos spiritual vein. I am at most an immortal venerable, but you have endless possibilities. So, I want to ask you for a favor. Cultivate well, no matter how hard or tiring it is. Don't give up until one day, when you are strong enough, help grandfather, father, mother, help the Lu family take revenge. Lu Chen's eyes were wet, and it was unknown whether it was tears or rain on his face. He pierced a person's chest with his spear and roared, Brother Lu Chen will avenge you today. Chapter 1365. Blood stained the spear. Lu Chen was like a killing Buddha, cleansing the evil with the blood of the evil. Below Spirit King, no one can defeat him. An elder stood up. Another person said, We can't let him go on like this. Many inner disciples have already died. In an instant, dozens of elders and guards jumped down from the stands and rushed towards Lu Chen. Everyone below the Spirit King stage stepped back. An elder shouted. A group of elders had already surrounded Lu Chen. Just as the others thought they had escaped, Lu Chen suddenly attacked with his spear. I said, All of you must die. Earth Fiend Xianming Spear, boundless Earth Fiend Spear intent. Lu Chen swung the blood remnant spear in his hand and directly blasted the ground. A thunderous sound echoed through the world. The black basalt ground cracked, and more than half of the martial arts arena was destroyed. The surrounding thousands of people shook violently. At the same time, from the cracks in the ground, a large amount of black fog spewed out. Countless spear, chi shot up into the sky. Earth Fiend spear intent. It's the 7th level. How is it possible? He has mastered the 7th level of the Earth Fiend Xian Ming spear intent. Watch your feet. He uses the earth veins as a medium. A spirit king shouted, and then jumped up high, a golden air shield appearing under his feet. However, not everyone had the ability to do so. Endless spear chi spewed out. These cultivators had no way to dodge or block. In the blink of an eye, thousands of people's bodies exploded. In an instant, the Dongfang family's martial arts arena was filled with a bloody mist. Dongfang Bai's eyes were wide open. He looked at Lu Chen in horror, the one he called trash. 8 years. How is it possible? How can someone's strength rise to such a terrifying level in 8 years? The 7th level of the Earth Fiend Xian Ming spear intent, even spirit gods and heavenly spirits couldn't master it. He mastered it in 8 years? This is impossible. 10,000 people surrounded one person, but at this time, the Dongfang family's martial arts arena was filled with corpses. These broken limbs all belonged to the Dongfang family. Atai also looked at Lu Chen in disbelief. Chen, Er's progress is too terrifying. Since ancient times, I have never heard of anyone reaching such a terrifying level in such a short time. Yuechin's eyes were filled with tears. Chen must have put in an unimaginable amount of effort to achieve what he has today. Wanner could not help but scream, "Brother, avenge the Lu family!" Lu Chen was unable to answer Lu Wanner. He leaped high into the air and pierced through the skull of an elder with his spear. This person was a spirit king. However, in the hands of Lu Chen, he did not even have the chance to use a single move before he was killed on the spot by Lu Chen. Kill the Lu family. Someone tried to approach Lu Chen's family, but just as he finished speaking, a spear shot from afar and pierced his throat. Then, a figure as fast as lightning pulled out a long spear. Blood immediately gushed out from that man's neck like a fountain, and he couldn't speak. Lu Chen snorted coldly. "I'm here. You want to touch my family? Dream on." After saying that, he finished off this person with a single spear. Dongfang Bai looked at the bloody man in the crowd and could not help but take a few steps back. This person was too terrifying. Tens of thousands of people besieged him, but they were unable to break through his defensive line. In front of him, broken limbs were piled up like a mountain, but that guy was still unharmed. This guy, could it be that he has already cultivated to the heavenly spirit realm? Even now, Dongfang Qinglong could no longer sit still. He slowly stood up, his gaze fixed on the figure who was crazily slaughtering people in the field. "Great Elder, take my family's seal and awaken the clan's divine beast." Dongfang Qinglong whispered to an elder behind him. The elder's face revealed a pleased expression. "Patriarch, do you really want to awaken that guy? After all, the Azure Dragon has been asleep for thousands of years." Dongfang Qinglong said, "This person's strength should be around the divine spirit realm. And from his fighting skills, I really can't imagine how an 18-year-old child could be so calm. More than 20 minutes, without a single mistake. Even a general who has been on the battlefield for a long time can't do this." The great elder frowned. Indeed, no matter how angry he is, his positioning, the use of martial arts, and the transition between attack and defense are impeccable. This person must have been baptized by countless battles of life and death. Dongfang Qinglong nodded. "Because of this, we must summon the clan's divine beast." "Yes, Patriarch, I will go now." After saying that, the great elder took Dongfang Qinglong's family seal and hurried away. The battle in the field was still ongoing. Lu Chen, I don't believe that you will never get tired. An elder used his spiritual shield to block Lu Chen's spear intent. However, he was fine, but the clansmen behind him were killed one after another. The cloud-piercing spear was a martial art that could hit a cow through a mountain. He could protect himself, but he could not protect his clansmen. But if he had protected his clansmen, he would have died under the spear at this moment. Earth Fiend Xianming's spear, pneumatic skill. It was this move again. Within a range of 500 meters, the spear intent could be controlled by the heart. Wherever the intent pointed, the spear moved, killing people without leaving a trace. Thousands of Dongfang clansmen were slaughtered in an instant. Inner clan disciples retreat. Many clansmen planned to take advantage of the chaos to retreat. 9 void steps. Lu Chen used 9 void steps and flashed in front of this group of people. What kind of movement technique is this? Why is it so fast? I can't track him at all. The inner clan disciples were fleeing with their heads down. Suddenly, there was a flash of lightning. In that instant, they seemed to not see a person, but a demon bathed in blood standing in front of them with a spear. 100 Miles Dark Crow. In just an instant, after Lu Chen killed thousands of people, he quickly used 9 void steps again to block in front of his clansmen. More than 2 hours later, the training field was covered with corpses, and the ground was dyed red. The Dongfang clan had more than 10,000 people, but now there were less than 1,000 people alive. And these 1,000 people were tightly in a tortoiseshell formation, defending with all their might. Dongfang Bai was actually still alive, but he had a very bad feeling in his heart at this moment. Perhaps it was not that he was too strong, but Lu Chen did not plan to kill him at all. To be more precise, he did not plan to kill him now. An elder in the front row looked at the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood around him. His eyes were wide open as he wailed in grief. Tens of thousands of our Dongfang clan disciples were killed by one person today. Is this real? Even if they were at the scene, such an outcome was unimaginable. Lu Chen looked coldly at these survivors. His blood-red eyes narrowed slightly. When you slaughtered more than 700 people of my Lu clan, did you ever think that you would end up like this? You, what kind of monster are you? How did you become so terrifying in just 8 short years? This question lingered in everyone's hearts. Even Lu Chen's mother, Uncle Tai, and one could not believe it. Was the person standing in front of them really Lu Chen? Lu Chen held the spear in his hand and approached the opponent's defensive formation step by step. With every step he took, the opponent took a step back. What? You still don't understand? Aren't you the heavens of Tianwu Kingdom? Unfortunately, you just had to provoke me. Even if you are the heavens, I will pierce through them. Chapter 1366. All of you, give me your lives. Lu Chen bellowed. With 9 void steps, he had already rushed into the enemy formation. 3rd Elder, 4th Elder, the other spirit emperors and spirit kings are here. A white-bearded old man suddenly appeared in front of Lu Chen. Immediately after, 2 people flashed out from the defensive formation. These 3 people were obviously stronger than the others. Their speed was extremely fast, far surpassing the spirit kings and spirit emperors that Lu Chen had encountered before. Even stronger than spirit emperors were immortal-grade powerhouses. They were the top powerhouses in the entire Tianyuan continent. One of them used a saber, while the other 2 used swords. Suddenly, they attacked Lu Chen at the same time. Ternary Spirit Saber, Traceless Piercing Sun, Sword Intent. You killed tens of thousands of my people. Lu Chen, give me your life. the three of them suddenly attacked. Moreover, they used their ultimate skills. It was obvious that they had been preparing for a long time, intending to kill Lu Chun in one move. Uncle Tai exclaimed, "Chun, be careful." However, Lu Chun only snorted coldly. "Hiding in the crowd means that I can't see that your strength is not ordinary. Unfortunately, immortal-grade powerhouses are not enough to kill me." Earth Fiend Xianming Spear, Netherworld Spear intent. Lu Chun was actually prepared. Facing the three people's siege, he directly attacked with his spear. The remnant blood spear transformed into a huge blood-colored spear, colliding with the three immortal-grade powerhouses' killing moves. With a loud bang, several chi rings surged in the field. Even the immortal emperors were sent flying by the huge aftershock. In the blink of an eye, the three figures were sent flying like cannonballs. However, a black figure did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. With 9 void steps, he had already caught up with one of them. With one spear, he directly pierced through the heart and smashed it into the ground. The other 2 immortal grade powerhouses were sent flying hundreds of meters away. Only then did they spit out blood. The 2 of them looked at Lu Chun in shock. "Impossible. You are Divine Spirit Realm. An 18-year-old Divine Spirit Realm. This is simply unheard of." Lu Chun stepped on the corpse and pulled out the spear. Then he coldly looked at the 2 immortal-grade powerhouses. "Unheard of? Then, have you heard of it now? You killed tens of thousands of people. Won't your spiritual energy be depleted? A 9-star chaos spiritual vein is so overbearing." Lu Chun coldly snorted. "Do you regret not catching me back then, so that you could snatch my spirit vein? Speaking of which, your patriarch is really interesting. He's watching his clansmen die miserably, yet he's still able to keep his composure. 9 void steps." Stepping on the void, Lu Chun instantly arrived in front of the 2 elders. "Immortal. In the Tianyuan continent, you're a man above all, but in front of me, Lu Chun, you're nothing but an ant. Die." With 2 shots, Lu Chun had killed 2 more people. This time, the others were so shocked that their brains short-circuited. Lu Chun, a youth who had only cultivated for 8 years, was able to fight 1 against 3 celestial-grade experts and directly kill them. In front of Lu Chun, these spirit kings and spirit emperors were like dogs, unable to withstand a single blow. Sure enough, Lu Chun didn't have any intention of stopping and killed his way into the enemy's ranks. At this time, Lu Chun was like a tiger entering a sheep's den. In the midst of the sword's light, before the spear arrived, people had already forgotten. The remaining 1,000 or so elites of the Dongfang family were simply unable to stop Lu Chun's massacre. Wails rang out again, and again as blood splattered on the spot. Dongfang Bai discovered one thing. As long as he was there, he would be safe. Lu Chun would never come to kill him. However, at this time, seeing Lu Chun's cruel means, he didn't have the slightest room to be happy. The clansmen around him died, miserably one by one, but he was still alive. However, Dongfang Bai clearly felt that Lu Chun's gaze was like a demon, gloating at a soul that was about to die tragically. It was incomparably cruel. Another hour passed, and the only person still alive on the field was Dongfang Bai. Lu Chun suddenly pulled out a long spear from a corpse and didn't continue to pursue. Instead, he leisurely looked at Dongfang Bai, whose face was full of horror. "Dongfang Bai, have you ever thought that one day you would rather die than live?" Lu Chun looked at Dongfang Bai with a smile that wasn't a smile. "Lu Chun, you homicidal maniac. Your hands are stained with more than 70,000 lives. You said that my Dongfang family deserved to die for destroying your Lu family. Don't you deserve to die for killing so many Dongfang family members?" Lu Chun sneered. "What a joke! Before, You said that those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. Now you're talking to me about benevolence and morality? Dongfang Bai, don't you think it's funny? Now, your patriarch is still watching the show. That's fine. I'll have time to settle the score between the two of us. Lu Chen's smile instantly disappeared, and his blood-red eyes stared at Dongfang Bai. You killed my father. You killed my grandfather. Dongfang Bai, even if you die 10,000 times, it won't be enough to atone for your sins. In that case, I'll let you live a life worse than death. Dongfang Bai saw Lu Chen's gaze, and his heart shuddered. He hurriedly looked at the patriarch. Patriarch! At this time, Dongfang Qinglong finally stood up slowly. In an instant, he had already arrived in front of Dongfang Bai. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. This guy's strength was indeed far above the three immortals. Dongfang Qinglong looked at the broken limbs around him. So many people died. Suddenly, he sneered, "These wastes are really useless." Patriarch, you... Dongfang Bai looked at the patriarch in shock. If he didn't hear it with his own ears, it would be hard to believe that this sentence came from Dongfang Qinglong's mouth. Dongfang Qinglong shouted angrily, "Shut up! If it weren't for your incompetence and capturing this person earlier, my Dongfang family wouldn't have suffered so much damage." Dongfang Bai hurriedly shut up. Dongfang Qinglong looked at Lu Chen again, but there was a trace of a smile in his eyes. Lu Chen, I admit that your strength has exceeded all of our expectations. I do feel that it's a pity that you killed so many people, but after thinking about it, I feel that it may not be a bad thing. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Could it be that Dongfang Qinglong has gone crazy? Dongfang Qinglong seemed to have seen through Lu Chen's doubts, and continued, "You may not know, but the Dongfang family actually has a secret technique that can plunder a person's spiritual vein. Such terrifying strength at the age of 18. And this is under the condition that you don't have any resources to cultivate. It shows how exaggerated your 9-star chaos spiritual vein is. As long as I can integrate with your spiritual vein, not to mention the Dongfang family, I will be the Tianyuan continent's god. I want to unify the world and be the king of all ages. What Dongfang family, compared to my great ambition, is not worth mentioning at all." Lu Chen coldly looked at Dongfang Qinglong. This guy is really crazy. Lu Chen, your strength should be in the divine spirit realm, and you have actually mastered the earth fiend profound nether spear. I have to admit that I don't have absolute confidence in winning, but you have been fighting to the death, and your stamina has been exhausted. I have at least an 80% chance of winning now. Lu Chen coldly looked at Dongfang Qinglong. I'm afraid you don't know that I only need 10% of my stamina to kill you. Dongfang Qinglong pretended to be enlightened. Oh, right, if I'm not wrong, you have mastered the 7th and 8th stages of the Earth Fiend Profound Nether Spear, so you should be close to mastering the last stage. So, you still have a trump card. Lu Chen frowned slightly. This guy actually thought that he had mastered the Earth Fiend Profound Sky Spear, but he was still so relaxed, it seemed like he had the capital to be confident. While they were talking, Lu Chen felt the ground begin to shake. Then, the sky was covered with dark clouds, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. The rain stopped at this moment. In the sky, there were faint black shadows rolling. Dongfang Qinglong smiled faintly. Sorry you have a trump card, but so do I. Now, my trump card is here, and your life is mine. Chapter 1367. In the clouds, the figure of a giant dragon was faintly discernible. The giant dragon's body shuttled through the clouds. One could roughly guess that its body was more than 100 meters long. Atai opened his eyes wide. Oh, my God, This is the divine beast of the Dongfang family. This is something that can be defeated by a human. Dongfang Qinglong glanced at the giant dragon in the sky. The smile on his face widened. Lu Chen, it's time for you to die. Lu Chen shook his head. This is the divine beast of the Dongfang family? To be honest, I'm quite disappointed. Speaking of which, if Ten-Winged could come out, the divine beast of the Dongfang family would be much smaller than Ten-Winged. Ha 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 ha, Lu Chen, you're still so stubborn. The divine beast of the Dongfang family was born in the divine spirit realm. It's more than enough to kill you. Dragon God, please lend me a helping hand. After saying that, Dongfang Qinglong's body exploded with a burst of astonishing spiritual energy, instantly causing the surrounding wind to become even more violent. Lu Chen, the power of my Dongfang family is beyond your imagination. Dongfang Qinglong drew out a purple longsword from its sheath. It's the crepe myrtle starlight sword. Atai recognized the longsword at a glance, one of the 3 divine weapons of the Tianwu continent, the crepe myrtle starlight sword. Dongfang Qinglong sneered. You've been arrogant for a long time. Now it's time for you to die. Dragon God, Dongfang Qinglong shouted angrily. The giant dragon in the sky descended from the sky, its huge dragon claws grabbing at Lu Chen. At the same time, Dongfang Qinglong moved extremely fast and stabbed his sword at Lu Chen. 9 extreme sword art, falling star sword ray. Lu Chen's eyes widened in anger as he circulated the spiritual energy in his body. Earth Fiend Dark Spear, Sky Fiend Earth Fiend. The 3 peerless moves collided with a loud bang, and a chi ring instantly exploded in the field. The thick iron pillar that stood in the middle of the great formation and had a diameter of nearly 10 meters was directly split in half by the air ring. A loud sound shook the heaven and earth. Countless people in the Heaven Marshal City heard the loud sound just now. The entire Heaven Marshal City felt a wave of tremor. The commoners still thought that there was an enemy formation, but the real experts all looked towards the eastern sky at the same time. The dragon roar just now, could it be the divine beast of the Dongfang family? What's going on? The Dongfang family actually awakened their clan's guardian divine beast. Moreover, the sound from before seemed to be an intense battle. It can't be that someone is fighting with the clan's guardian divine beast, right? That person has to be at least a god-level super expert. What a strong smell of blood. Something must have happened to the Dongfang family. In the imperial city, a valiant man in a golden dragon robe was standing in the pavilion of the Black Tortoise Hall, looking at the eastern sky. My lord, the Eastern Azure Dragon, has summoned his clan's mythical beast. Right now, he is teaming up with the mythical beast to fight a decisive battle with Lu Chen, reported a follower. This attendant was slightly different from the people around him. It seemed that he had traveled a long way and was slightly tired, as if he had just returned to the imperial city. The man narrowed his eyes slightly. An 18-year-old youth massacred more than 70,000 people from the Dongfang family. Among them, several hundred spirit kings and spirit emperors died tragically. Have you investigated his spirit vein? Monarch, I've already investigated it. It's a 9-star chaos spiritual vein. What? 9-star chaos spiritual vein. Are you sure? The man turned around abruptly, his face full of shock. My lord, I've already investigated it. It's indeed a 9-star chaos spiritual vein. 8 years ago, the Dongfang family massacred a small family in the West Oblast city, the Lu family, not because they betrayed the country, but because they wanted to snatch Lu Chen's spirit vein. The man's frown deepened. A 9-star chaos spiritual vein is hard to come by in 1,000 years. However, even if the spirit vein is outstanding, It's still hard for me to understand how his strength could increase so much in just 8 years. The follower asked, "My lord, should we intervene now?" The monarch's brows were tightly knitted together. After pondering for a long time, he said, "These years, the Eastern Azure Dragon's ambition has grown bigger and bigger. If he gets the 9-star Chaos Spiritual Vein, I'm afraid he won't be content with his lot. But that Lu Chen's growth is too terrifying. I'm afraid that in a few years, he will be out of our control. Official Xiang, immediately bring 500,000 city guards to the Dongfang family and surround those two people. I'll go ask the consecrator to come out and meet you outside the imperial city. We'll go together." "My lord, you won't make a move, right? Let's wait and see. Quick, gather the troops." In the Dongfang family's martial arts field, the giant dragon was forced back. Dongfang Azure Dragon was also forced back several hundred meters before he could stop himself. On the other side, Lu Chen's figure directly flew out and hit the half of the iron pillar, causing the iron pillar to cave in. The huge impact made Lu Chen spit out several mouthfuls of blood. The blood-ruined spear in his hand was actually broken and deformed. Chen Qin Yueqin, and Uncle Tai immediately rushed over. "Mother, Uncle Tai, Lu Chen's voice was weak, but before he could speak, he spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood and fainted. Dongfang Azure Dragon stopped himself and looked at Lu Chen's situation. He immediately felt relieved. "Lu Chen, I didn't expect that I still underestimated you. Even this can't kill you. However, you've already overdrawn your strength from the fierce battles. Now, you're an arrow at the end of its flight. You're powerless to reverse the situation. I didn't expect the power of the profound sky-earth termination to be so terrifying. Luckily, I didn't attack earlier. Otherwise, I might not have been able to defeat you." Wan Er's face was already covered in tears. She raised her injured arm with difficulty and touched Lu Chen's face with heartache. "Brother, it's all Wan Er's fault for being useless. I couldn't help you at all. Brother, don't die, don't die." Dongfang Azure Dragon walked over leisurely and raised the long sword in his hand. If he didn't attack now, he really wasn't sure if Lu Chen, who didn't care about his life, would suddenly wake up. "Lu Chen, your spirit vein is mine. Your life is also mine." Tai Shuqin turned around and charged at Dongfang Azure Dragon. "Get lost." Dongfang Azure Dragon kicked Tai, who had already lost his ability to fight, dozens of meters away. He spat out blood and couldn't move. Qin Yueqin couldn't wake Lu Chen up no matter what. Seeing that Dongfang Azure Dragon was about to come over, she pounced on him. "I'll kill you. Bitch, get lost." Dongfang Azure Dragon slapped Qin Yueqin away. In Dongfang Azure Dragon's eyes, there was only Lu Chen. He had to cripple Lu Chen first, so that he wouldn't have any hope of turning the tables. At this moment, Wan Er struggled to stand up. She opened her arms and stood in front of Lu Chen. This time, Dongfang Azure Dragon finally stopped. He found it funny. The Lu family is really interesting. One after another, they come to die. You were crying for your parents just now. Now that you don't want your life anymore, you still want to protect your brother? You should know that you'll die if my sword slashes down. Dongfang Azure Dragon's eyes flashed with cruelty and mockery. Wan Er's face showed no fear. Her eyes were filled with determination. She ignored Dongfang Azure Dragon and said softly, "Brother, you've always been protecting Wan Er. Today I'll protect you. Wan Er can't do anything. Even if it's just once, let Wan Er protect you." Chapter 1368. Mom told me to protect Big Brother. Little Lu Yi stood in front of Lu Chen. At that moment, Lu Chen knew what was the most precious thing to him in this world. Even if he had to risk his life, he would protect his sister. Even if one can't do anything, even if it's just once, let one protect you. Lu Wan who was less than 10 years old, was covered in wounds, but she stood in front of Lu Chen without hesitation. Even if this was the ancient realm, this was still a real world. He was protecting his family, and she was also doing her best to protect him. In his mind, the images of Lu Yi and Lu Wan actually overlapped. At some point, a large number of guards had surrounded the martial arts field. Dong Fangbai noticed and frowned slightly. City guards? Shang Guanhong, that old fox, wants to benefit from the fight? Sorry, you won't have the chance. The city guards had arrived, but when they arrived, they saw that Lu Chen was already dead, and the battle was over. My lord, what should we do now? Xiang Wu asked. Shang Guanhong narrowed his eyes slightly. He was really a step too late. The Dongfang family's divine beast was really here. As long as they made trouble, Dongfang Qinglong could easily escape on the divine beast. At that time, they would have nothing to gain, but instead made a big enemy. An old man beside Shang Guanhong, looked at the field indifferently. The Dongfang family's divine beast is stronger than before. I'm afraid it may have broken through to the heavenly spirit rank. Don't act rashly. Shang Guanhong thought for a moment and said, since Master Tianheng said so, then don't make a move. I'll explain it to Dongfang Qinglong personally. With such a big commotion in the Dongfang family, it was reasonable for him to come over to check. It was not worthwhile to fall out now. Dongfang Qinglong also knew that this matter could not be delayed. He looked coldly at Lu Wan. Fine, I have the chaos spirit vein. Anyway, I don't care about your 3 spirit veins. Then I'll fulfill your wish. Dongfang Qinglong raised the purple star in his hand and stabbed at Lu Wan. The sword turned into a cold light and stabbed at Lu Wan-er's throat. Lu Wan-er did not move an inch and blocked in front of Lu Chen. If death was a kind of release, then some people were destined to be unable to be released easily. He couldn't die. Even if he was in the depths of the 18 levels of hell, he would still climb up. It was all for the sake of protecting the mortal bond that had been abandoned by the immortals. Just as the long sword was about to stab Lu Wanner, a burst of terrifying spiritual energy suddenly erupted from behind Lu Wanner. Eastern Azure Dragon, die for me. An earth-shattering roar resounded. Lu Chen had no gun in his hand. 10th level of the Earth Fiend profound nether spear, heaven and earth as a spear. However, there was no spear in his hand, and heaven and earth were his spear. Above the Jiuqian, in the vast starry sky, a beam of white light descended from the sky. Like a laser or a spear, it pierced through the head of the Azure Dragon of the East with lightning speed. However, that was only the sharpest tip of the spear. Immediately after, the beam of light poured down and pierced Azure Dragon's body into a pool of blood. Then, it pierced through the ground. In front of Lu Wanner, there was a huge, deep pit about 3 to 4 meters in diameter. However, it was bottomless and pitch black, as if it led straight to hell. This scene came too suddenly. Before anyone could react, the head of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Azure Dragon, and the crepe Myrtle Starlight Sword, one of the 3 divine artifacts of Tianwu, were already dead. The hundreds of thousands of city guards were shocked speechless by this scene. Shang Guanhong's eyes almost fell out of their sockets. Master Tianheng, what Lu Chen used just now, used the 10th level of the Earth Fiend Xianming Spear? Shang Guanhong felt that his worldview had been shattered along with Eastern Azure Dragons. No one could master the 7th, 8th, and 9th levels of the Earth Fiend Xianming spear. But this kit took out the 10th level directly? Speaking of which, there was a 10th level of the Earth Fiend Xianming spear? He had never even heard of it. Master Tianheng was no longer as calm as before. He was also stunned by the scene just now. The 10th level. I remember now. I tried to study the Earth Fiend Xianming spear back then. There was a sentence on the last page of the technique that might be related to the 10th level. What sentence? The spear can be an ordinary weapon or a divine artifact. The intent can be the spear, aura. Moving at will can be the way of the spear, and the spear can break the sky. This Lu Chen has already reached the great achievement of spear intent. The spear of heaven and earth just now is the way of the spear. After Shang Guanhong heard this, he slowly turned his head and looked at Lu Chen with an even more incredulous gaze. 18 years old, great achievement of spear intent. This was unprecedented. Lu Wana was ready to accept death, but suddenly Dongfang Azure Dragon died first. She looked back in shock and saw Lu Chen standing behind her. Finally, she could not help crying and threw herself into Lu Chen's arms. "Brother!" Lu Chen gently stroked Lu Wanner's head and said weakly, "Silly girl, don't mess around like this in the future. Wait, brother, there's a small snake over there that needs me to deal with." Lu Chen pulled Lu Wanner away and wiped away her tears. "Take care of mother and Uncle Tai." Lu Wanner nodded sensibly. Lu Chen was ready to fight to the death with the giant dragon, but who knew that after Dongfang Azure Dragon died, the giant dragon roared, glanced at Lu Chen, and actually flew away. Lu Chen blinked. Ran away. Perhaps it could not be said that it ran away, but it was some kind of contract that was broken after Dongfang Azure Dragon died. The more Lu Chen thought about it, the more he thought so. The strength of this giant dragon was terrifying. Lu Chen had most likely lost to this giant dragon. Such a terrifying creature should not have submitted to the Dongfang family. In any case, it was best not to fight. Anyway, Lu Chen did not have any deep hatred with this dragon. There was one person left on the field who was trembling with fear at this time. Lu Chen flashed and appeared in front of Dongfang Bai. Dongfang Bai's legs went soft, and he knelt directly in front of Lu Chen. Lu Chen, you, what do you want to do?" Lu Chen smiled slightly. With a move of his sword fingers, the tendons of Dongfang Bai's hands and feet were cut. Then Lu Chen lifted Dongfang Bai up, walked to the iron pillar that only had half of it left, and nailed him to the iron pillar with the iron nails on the ground. "Don't you like to steal spiritual veins? Well, I'll also practice. Let's see how to dig out spiritual veins without killing people." After saying that, Lu Chen's eyes showed an incomparably cruel look. The fallen tools were scattered on the ground. Lu Chen picked up a saw. "I'll dig while you teach me. Don't cut the wrong place and make you suffer in vain." Dongfang Bai was so scared that his face was pale. How abnormal was this guy? Not only did he dig out his spiritual veins, he also wanted him to teach him. He was simply crazy. Qin Yue Qin saw the scene here and had to cover Lu Wanner's eyes. "Mother, I want to see how Dongfang Bai dies." "Wanner, you'd better not watch. Digging out spiritual veins is an extremely cruel thing." Uncle Tai stumbled over. "It's equivalent to pulling out tendons and digging out bones. The Dongfang family has done many such heartless things. As the saying goes, give someone a taste of their own medicine." Half an hour later, Dongfang Bai had become a cripple. However, Lu Chen's technique was exquisite, and Dongfang Bai was not dead yet. He looked at Lu Chen with his last breath. At this time, he had no hope of resisting. He slowly said, I can't believe that my Dongfang family was destroyed by the hands of a Lu family orphan. If I had known, I would have killed you at all costs." Lu Chen snorted coldly, unrepentant, after saying that the blood-stained long thorn in his hand pierced directly into Dongfang Bai's throat. Chapter 1369. Lu Chen turned around and walked towards his family. He picked up Lu Wanner and said, "Uncle Tai, let's bring grandfather back for a proper burial." Tai was stunned. He looked at the guards surrounding the martial arts practice field and said, "But there are so many city guards here. It's fine." Lu Chen said indifferently. He pulled his mother, carried Lu Wanner, Tai, and Duke Qin's corpse and walked towards the exit. Their speed was not fast. When they passed by the battlefield, Lu Chen saw the broken blood remnant spear. "Mother, wait a moment." Lu Chen let go of his mother's hand and bent down to pick up the broken spear on the ground. He tied the two halves of the spear to his waist and continued on his way. When Lu Chen and his family arrived in front of the hundreds of thousands of city guards, Lu Chen stopped and looked coldly at the leader of the city guards. Lu Chen was now covered in blood. It was hard to tell if it was his or the enemy's blood. He looked extremely tired as he walked. His gait was light and light, a sign that he had exhausted his spiritual power. However, facing the hundreds of thousands of city guards of Tianwu Kingdom, Lu Chen did not show the slightest fear. He only shouted, "Scram!" Shang Guanhang's expression was ugly. As the king of Tianwu Kingdom, no one dared to speak to him like this. However, facing Lu Chen's red eyes, Shang Guanhang actually took half a step back. This was a demon who had killed more than 70,000 people. That spear of heaven and earth was even more shocking. Even with the nameless gods worshipping him, no one could stop Lu Chen if he wanted to kill him. "Lu Chen, we mean no harm," Shang Guanhang said. Lu Chen did not want to listen to his nonsense. He said coldly, "I'll give you 3 seconds to get out of the way. Otherwise, these hundreds of thousands of city guards will be buried with you." Shang Guanhang sucked in a breath of air. How arrogant was this person to dare to say such arrogant words? However, the scary thing was that no one doubted his words. "Get out of the way," Shang Guanhang shouted. The 500,000 city guards heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the monarch did not stop Lu Chen. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to escape from the devil's clutches. The army opened up a path as Lu Chen led his family out of Dongfang Manor. After Lu Chen and the others left, Shang Guanhang suddenly realized that his forehead was already sweating and his clothes were wet. For a split second, he wanted to stop Lu Chen and snatch his spirit vein, but he was already drenched in sweat. Grandmaster Tian hung. If we had made a move earlier, would we have been able to kill him? The old man at the side pondered for a long time before finally saying, "We have a 70% chance of winning." But, you've made the right decision. If you really attack, you'll definitely die. Another consecrator nodded and said, "The spear of heaven and earth contains the great Tao of the spear. It is the pinnacle of spear intent. I'm afraid we won't be able to block it. If he insists on killing you among the 500,000 people, he'll still take your life." Shang Guanhang took a deep breath. No one understood the feeling better than him. Just a glance from Lu Chen made him feel like he was on the verge of death. This person will probably cover the sky with one hand in the future. Shang Guanhang sighed. "Xiang Wu, check his whereabouts. I'll personally meet him later and see if he's willing to become a consecrator of the Tianwu Kingdom." "Yes, monarch." That day, the Dongfang family, one of the 3 great families of the Tianwu Kingdom, was exterminated. This news quickly spread throughout the Tianyuan continent. For a moment, the whole world was shocked. Countless people did not dare to believe that this was true. An 18-year-old youth exterminating the Dongfang family alone? This news is too fake. How can it be fake? The Tianwu kingdom is already in chaos. An 18-year-old divine spirit realm expert? What kind of joke is this? He's only been cultivating for a few years. Even if he's a genius, it's already amazing if he can reach the spirit king realm. How can he reach the divine spirit realm? That Lu Chen is not only a divine spirit realm expert, but also a very high star. It's said that Dongfang Qinglong and the Dongfang family's guardian divine beast joined hands, but still failed to kill him. Lu Chen even killed Dongfang Qinglong in one move. 2 days later, the news reached the Heaven Saint City. At this time, the Heaven Saint Nation's national sword competition was coming to an end. In the newcomer competition, no one knew if it was the arrangement of the Meng family or the Li family, but Meng Shi met Li Haobai in the end. After all, there was a big gap between the two of them. Although Meng Shi fought back tenaciously, Li Haobai won easily. In the end, Li Haobai became the strongest newcomer of the Heaven Saint Nation. On the other hand, the competition of the strongest that people paid more attention to was also coming to an end. The remaining 4 super experts were all divine spirit realm experts. 2 days later, 2 of the top 4 would be decided. 5 days later, the Heaven Saint Nation's strongest would be decided. Bai Xing waited for more than a month, but she still didn't see Lu Chen return. Instead, she heard the news of the Dongfang family being massacred. In the inn, Bai Xing asked Yan Zhu in shock, "Zhuzi, is what you said true? The Dongfang family was destroyed. What about Xiao Chen? What about Xiao Chen's family?" Yan Zhu was also very excited. He was panting heavily. It seemed like he had rushed back to the inn to report the news. "Principal, they all said so. Even the divine spirit realm experts said so. This kind of thing can't be groundless. It can't be wrong." I went to ask one of the divine spirit realm experts who stayed in the inn. He said he got the news that not only did Master destroy the Dongfang family, the Heaven Martial Kingdom's emperor, Shangguan Hong, personally led 500,000 Heaven Martial Kingdom's city guards to surround the Dongfang family. However, Master actually ordered the Heaven Martial Kingdom's city guards to give way and take his family away. Bai Xing's eyes widened. The Heaven Martial Kingdom's emperor has always been ambitious. He can order an uncontrollable super expert to leave. Yes, many people thought that at that time, Shangguan Hong would either subdue Master or kill him. However, Master was heavily injured, so he left. Bai Xing frowned. She couldn't figure it out, no matter how much she thought about it. What did Lu Chen say in the end? Yan Zhu felt his blood boiling as he thought about it. He was full of energy as he shouted, "Scram!" Bai Xing was stunned for a moment before she raged. "How can you talk to your principal like that?" Yan Zhu hurriedly said, Principal, I didn't ask you to scram. What I said was that Master said scram, and the Heaven Martial Kingdom's city guards gave way." Bai Xing suddenly felt that her thoughts couldn't keep up. The city guards were all elite troops. This time, the Emperor Shangguan Hong personally led them. In the end, Lu Chen said scram, and the 500,000 city guards gave way. Yan Zhu was especially excited as he paced back and forth in the room. Isn't Master too domineering? He annihilated the Dongfang family, the Heaven Martial Kingdom's emperor, so many consecrators, and 500,000 city guards. He didn't even care about them. How domineering is he? I really regret not following him to take a look. I really regret it. Principal, there's one more thing. The news of Master signing up for the National Sword Competition has been released. Now, Everyone is saying that without Lu Chen's participation in the national sword competition, even the strongest would be an undeserved reputation. Yan Zhu looked out of the window with gratification. He took a deep breath and said emotionally, "Yes, to be able to become master's disciple. Yan Zhu, have not lived in vain. The strongest disciple in the world. I, Yan Zhu, am indeed incomparably valiant." Chapter 1370. The Meng residence was decorated with lanterns and streamers. Meng Shi and Li Haobai's wedding would be held today. Meng Shi was dressed in red, sitting alone in her room. She had just heard the rumor that the Dongfang family had been massacred by Lu Chen alone. Meng Shi's eyes were full of surprise. "It's him! It's really him! Brother Lu Chen really got his revenge." One person slaughtered more than 70,000 people from the Dongfang family and forced back an army of 500,000. How tyrannical was this? Unfortunately, she didn't see it with her own eyes. At this time, the door was pushed open and a middle-aged man walked in. Seeing this person, Meng Shi immediately put away the smile on her face and looked away with a straight face. Li Haobai will soon come to pick up the bride. I know." "Meng," she said coldly. I know about Lu Chen's matter. Do you regret it?" The man looked at his daughter worriedly. Sigh, you're still too young. There are some things I have to say to you clearly." The man sighed and sat on the bed. Meng Shi didn't expect her strong father to suddenly become like this, and couldn't help but feel a little distressed. "If you regret it and leave with Lu Chen, I won't stop you. However, the Li family will definitely put the blame on our Meng family. Our two families have a marriage contract. How can the Li family let go of the hatred of stealing their wife? And if Lu Chen comes back and finds out that you didn't marry Li Haobai willingly, I'm afraid that Lu Chen won't let our Meng family go. Although Lu Chen is taking revenge, and there's no problem with morality, it's said that the Dongfang family's martial arts practice field is full of corpses. It's a tragic sight. It can be seen that he's also a ruthless person. Now that things have reached this point, what do you think our Meng family should do to protect ourselves?" Meng Shi was stunned. Her father's words weren't without reason. When the news of brother Lu Chen came, the Meng family was the first to be in a dilemma. Father Meng said earnestly, Li Hao is actually not bad. He just has a strong sense of self-esteem. When I decided on your marriage, I thought about it over and over again. I'm just afraid that you won't be happy in the future. I've loved you since you were young. Even when you ran away from home, I only had people secretly protect you. I also let you do whatever you want. I know that you don't have any feelings for Li Haobai, but that's because you haven't had any contact with him. You also saw this time. Although he was angry in your battle, he didn't use a heavy hand. That child's talent is outstanding, his conduct is upright, and he has a dignified appearance. If the person you met wasn't Lu Chen, but Li Haobai, you might have liked him. Your marriage isn't just about you. The fate of the Meng family is in your hands. Right now, the only way is to tell Lu Chen that you're willing to marry Li Haobai. That way, Lu Chen will give up, and the Li family's Meng family will be able to become stronger in the future. Are you willing to watch your mother, grandmother, and brothers and sisters live in a precarious state and be on edge all day long? Father Meng said a lot, and every word was reasonable. Meng Shi didn't want to listen, but she had to listen. Father, don't say any more. A person like Lu Chen will definitely shake the world in the future. That kind of man is charming, but if you really marry him, you won't necessarily be happy. Li Haobai endured for many years and worked hard for you. But what about Lu Chun? What did he do for you? Believe me, finding someone who loves you is more important than finding someone you love. For the sake of the Meng family's 1,000 years of foundation, I'm begging you. Father, don't say any more. Meng, she was heartbroken, but she couldn't refuse her father's request. I understand. Lu Chen and his family buried Qin Gong behind his old house, next to his grandmother. Mother, don't be sad. Lu Chen supported his mother. It's all in the past. Yueqin nodded and wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes. Father, I'm unfilial. Not only did I fail to take care of you, but I also implicated you. Fortunately, Chinner is promising. He avenged the Lu family, and you, after paying respects to Qin Gong, everyone returned to Qin Gong's old residence. Tai asked, Madam, what should we do in the future? Yueqin looked at Lu Chen. Do you have any plans? Lu Chen said, Previously, the Emperor of the Heavenly Holy Empire sent people to spy on us. After I caught them, they said they wanted me to be a consecrator of the Heavenly Holy Empire. They said that I don't need to do anything. As long as I agree to be a consecrator of the Heavenly Holy Empire, they will give me a lot of money and treasures every year. Lu Chen continued, I'm guessing that their goal, to be precise, is to not let me help the other two countries. As for whether I do anything or not, it doesn't matter, as long as I don't become their enemy. I'm thinking that will need a lot of resources for her cultivation in the future. This is not a bad choice. Yueqin nodded. You've already grown up. Mother believes that you can make your own decisions. Brother, will you teach me how to cultivate? Looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled and patted Lu Er's head. Silly girl, as long as you want to learn, brother will teach you. But you can't be afraid of being tired. Er is not afraid of being tired. In the future, I will protect Mother and Uncle Tai. Tai suddenly laughed. Er actually wants to protect me. Ha, good. Now, I'm not afraid of the Dongfang family. Uncle Tai, you're also a member of our family. Er said. After so many things, Tai had indeed become a member of the Lu family. Lu Chen thought of something and said, But I have to make a trip to the Heavenly Holy Empire first. Guan Hong has promised to protect your safety. You can stay here temporarily and wait for my return. Brother, you're going out again? What are you going to do? Er was reluctant to part with Lu Chen. I'm going. Lu Chen smiled. To find you a sister-in-law. After settling his family, Lu Chen once again found Shangguan Hong, who was temporarily staying in West Prefecture City, and agreed to become a consecrator of the Heavenly Martial Kingdom. Once this matter was settled, his mother and the others would be the safest in the Heavenly Martial Kingdom. That day, Lu Chen rode the cloud-treading colt and rushed to the Heavenly Holy Empire. 20 days later, the National Sword Conference of the Heavenly Holy Empire had just ended. It was the time to give out the rewards for the number 1 expert and the strongest newcomer. However, Lu Chen was not interested in this. If he did not make it in time for the competition, then so be it. The purpose of his trip was no longer to participate in the National Sword Conference. When he arrived at the Meng residence, Lu Chen found that the place was heavily guarded. There were at least a few hundred people patrolling around the Meng residence. When Lu Chen approached, someone immediately stopped Lu Chen. Stop, who are you? Lu Chen, I'm here to look for your young Miss Mengxi, Lu Chen said. When that person heard Lu Chen speak, he was so frightened that his whole body trembled. Then, the guards behind him all focused their attention. They looked at Lu Chen with shock and fear. Lu Chen frowned slightly. Why were these people so afraid of him? You are Lu Chun, the Lu Chun who massacred the Dongfang family of the Heavenly Martial Kingdom. From the other party's reaction, Lu Chun seemed to know something. You set up such a tight defense. Is it to guard against me? The Dongfang family destroyed my Lu family first. I'm just giving them a taste of their own medicine. Mengshi is my friend. I mean no harm. The other party's captain panted heavily. He gathered his courage and said, Young Miss is no longer here. She married into the Li family half a month ago. What? Lu Chen shouted in surprise. Lu Chen's reaction directly caused the surrounding guards to pull out their swords at the same time. Lu Chen, listen to me. Our young Miss married into the Li family of her own accord. If you don't believe me, you can ask her yourself. Right now, she is at the Heavenly Martial Arts Arena, accompanying her husband to receive the reward for the strongest newcomer. After knowing Mengshi's whereabouts, Lu Chen did not say anything and left on his horse. Chapter 1371. Tens of thousands of people had witnessed the birth of the two strongest warriors of the Holy Empire. Shuezhang had defeated a divine spirit realm warrior and taken the title of the strongest warrior of the Holy Empire. Li Haobai had easily defeated a spiritual supreme realm warrior and became the strongest warrior under the age of 20 in the Holy Empire. There was no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts. At this moment, only the two of them were receiving their awards. The king of the Holy Empire, Yan Zijuan, went up to the stage personally to give out the awards. Congratulations to Master Shuezhang for reaching the top of martial arts. Even the king of the Holy Empire, Yan Zijuan, had to be polite to Shuezhang. It's an honor to have Master Shuezhang in the Holy Empire. Shuezhang was originally the Holy Master of the Holy Empire. Yan Zijuan was very happy to see him take first place. Shuezhang nodded slightly. Zijuan, you don't have to be so polite with me. Go take a look at Li Haobai. The Li family has a kid with great potential. He's a spiritual king at the age of 19. He's much stronger than the previous ones. Thank you for your advice, Master Shuezhang. I have the same intention. Then Yan Zijuan walked in front of Li Haobai. Haobai, congratulations. Li Haobai's status was naturally not as high as Shuezhang's. He cupped his fists and bowed. Thank you, King Yan. Ha ha ha. Haobai, no need to be so polite. This is the badge for the strongest newcomer. You only get one every 10 years. I've already sent the other rewards to the Li family. As he spoke, Yan Zijuan put on the badge for Li Haobai. There are only a few people in the world who have this badge. Yan Zijuan smiled. Oh, right. I heard that you just got married half a month ago. It's really a double blessing. But why didn't you tell me about such a happy event? Li Haobai was a little surprised. The king was not someone the Li family could invite. King Yan was obviously trying to be friendly. Since there are double blessings, why don't we add another one? Yan Zijuan said. Li Haobai looked at Yan Zijuan in confusion. Haobai is stupid. What is the happy event that King Yan is talking about? Yan Zijuan faintly smiled. I wonder if Haobai is willing to come to my Heaven Saint Consecrator Courtyard's Consecrator Courtyard's Consecrator Courtyard. Although the Consecrator Courtyard's 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 Consecrator Courtyard in the future, Li Haobai's eyes widened. Of course, he knew about the Consecrated Courtyard's auxiliary courtyard. Simply put, it was the preparatory class for the Consecrated Courtyard. As long as one entered the Academy of Consecration, they would be able to receive a large amount of resources every year. It was the place that all geniuses wanted to enter the most. However, the first college usually only accepted spiritual grade experts. Only by reaching this grade would they have a greater chance of entering the divine spirit realm. After all, the Heavenly Saint Empire's investment was expected to be repaid. But this time, Yen Zijuan had directly sent out an invitation to Sengoku to join the affiliated college. "Thank you for your kindness, Prince Yen. I'm willing." Li Haobai cupped his fists and said. Yen Zijuan smiled. "Your wife, Meng Shi, is also a rare talent. When the consecration hall opens classes, she can also attend with you." Li Haobai was even more shocked. There was no need to say more about Yen Zijuan's high regard. He had actually agreed to let him bring Meng Shi to attend classes. This King Yen. Li Haobai was excited. He thought for a while and said, "Thank you, King Yen. I'll invite Meng Shi up the stage to thank King Yen for your reward." "Sure, I'll also meet your wife. Actually, if it wasn't for a monster like you, Meng Shi would have a high chance of competing for the title of the strongest newcomer." Li Haobai quickly pulled Meng Shi to the front of King Yen. The couple bowed and thanked King Yen for making an exception for the authorization. On the spectator stand, Yanju let out a long sigh. "Sigh, master, you're still one step too late. Now, Meng Shi has already become someone else's wife." He had already passed Lu Chen's words to Meng Shi. He still remembered that Meng Shi was so excited that tears filled her eyes. Initially, Yan Zhu was also happy for Master. However, not long after, Meng Shi still married into the Li family. Yen Zijuan turned around and shouted to everyone below the stage. "Our Heavenly Saint Empire is full of talents. As long as they are talents, our Heavenly Saint Empire will not reject them. Everyone, let's cheer for Blood Trench and Li Haobai." Everyone stood up and applauded thunderously. Li Haobai held Meng Shi's hand and looked at her affectionately. I will definitely become the happiest person. If it was any other girl, they would definitely be moved to tears at this moment." However, Meng Shi was only slightly stunned and did not say anything. She turned to look at Bai Sheng and Yen Zhu on the spectator stand. When she saw the two of them, it was as if she saw that person. "Brother Lu Chen, I'm sorry." Meng Shi's eyes were a little blurry. Everything was already destined. She let out a long sigh and was about to retract her gaze. However, at this moment, she saw a man standing at the entrance of the arena. The moment she saw that person, Meng Shi's heart started racing. Brother Lu Chen." The crowd cheered thunderously. Lu Chen stood alone at the entrance and looked at the person on the stage from afar. His eyes were wet. Li Haobai held Meng Shi's hand, but Meng Shi did not resist. This seemed to indicate a possibility. However, he still had to be clear about one thing. Lu Chen walked directly to the arena. At this moment, many people also saw this man who suddenly appeared. The strongest person in Heaven Holy Empire, the strongest newcomer, the monarch, and the two consecrators behind the monarch were all on the stage. How could someone barge in at this moment? Is that guy crazy? Who is it? Barging into the arena at this moment? Is he courting death? Yen Zijuan also saw Lu Chen. He frowned slightly and looked unhappy. Who dares to barge into the arena? Men, drag him out. 4 to 5 personal guards of the king of Yen walked towards Lu Chen aggressively. Suddenly, Lu Chen's figure flashed and appeared on the arena. He was standing right beside the crowd. Shui Zhang's eyes widened instantly. A person could actually appear beside the king of Yen so easily. Didn't this mean that if he had attacked Yan Zijuan just now, he would have had a chance? He hurriedly stood in front of Yan Zijuan and stared at Lu Chen. He said in a low voice, "What are you trying to do?" "Men, surround the battle arena." A large group of the King of Yan's personal guards quickly surrounded the arena. They took out their weapons and were ready for battle. Lu Chen ignored Shui Zhang and the guards. He only looked at Mengshi. Lu Chen's voice was a little hollow. "Did Yan Zhu pass on my words?" Mengshi's tears flowed down immediately. She didn't dare to look into Lu Chen's eyes, but she wanted to look at Lu Chen a little longer. At this moment, Mengshi was extremely conflicted and in pain. Seeing this, Li Haobai hurriedly pulled Mengshi aside and stared at Lu Chen. "What are you doing?" Lu Chen glanced at Li Haobai and shouted angrily, "Get out of the way. I'm talking to her. It's not your place to interrupt." Li Haobai narrowed his eyes slightly. "If you dare to touch Mengshi, I'll kill you right now. You're not worthy," Lu Chen said coldly. Then he looked at Mengshi. "Mengshi, I just want to know the answer." At this moment, Shui Zhang shouted, "Arrogant brat, don't you know where you are? How dare you cause trouble here? Do you think this is your backyard?" With that, Shui Zhang was about to attack. Mengshi suddenly cried out, "Stop!" Then she broke free from Li Haobai's hand and walked out from behind Li Haobai. She stood in front of Lu Chen. She raised her head and looked at Lu Chen. Her tears flowed down uncontrollably. Brother Lu Chen, upon hearing the two words Lu Chen, everyone was shocked. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.